Okay, now we're recording. I feel so self-conscious, and for what? Are you ready? Okay.
Hell yeah.
Hi, everyone. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have done this on 48 hours of no sleep.
Listen,
Okay.
bitch, it's Revenge of the Sith.
Okay, I'm calm, I'm cool, I'm collected. God, 60 seconds worth of nothing. Anyway, title of my sex tape. Sorry, anyway. Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm like crashing out already and I don't know. Right.
Wow.
Okay. I'm calm. I'm cool. I'm collected. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the first episode of Jay Reads and Rants, the silly little podcast where I, Jay, read a book and tell my silly little co-stars, C and M's, about what I've read. Amazing. And essentially, what I'm doing is C mostly will be picking the book that I read out of my library because I own a lot of books, but I have not read a lot of my books. So, two birds with one stone. She doesn't have a lot of time to read, and God help me, I've got plenty. But today we're going to start with a well loved, well read, essentially my best friend in book form. If I had to pick a book that was my best friend, it'd be this one, Matthew Stover's Revenge of the Sith. And personally, what a great time to do this one specifically, because we just got news that a new edition of this novel, Revenge of the Sith, is going to be published at some point, given that it is the movie Revenge of the Sith's, 20th anniversary? And that movie's also coming back into theater, and it's just going to be a lot of good Revenge of the Sith stuff, and I'm very excited for it. And are we on the cusp of the Great Depression 2 Electric Boogaloo? Yes. Am I going to spend my hard-earned cash on another copy of Revenge of the Sith and that big-ass Revenge of the Sith Regal Cinemas popcorn bucket? Abso-freaking-lutely I am.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. All three of us are Star Wars fans. We all know what Revenge of the Sith is about. I think between Ems and I, we've probably seen the movie, 20,000 separate times?
At least.
At least, yeah. And
I've
see,
seen it at least
you've
10.
definitely seen it, right?
I've seen it at least 10 times.
Hell yeah. I know the running joke between Ems and I is that if we ever get married, we're playing Revenge of the Sith movie on repeat throughout the entire ceremony.
Absolutely.
So we are dedicated to this story. But for perhaps the one person that may not know what's happening, aka my mom. Hi, Mom. Essentially, Revenge of the Sith is a story that it's just tragic. It's just tragedy after tragedy after tragedy. You don't watch Revenge of the Sith and you don't read Revenge of the Sith to make yourself feel better. Like you read it to make yourself feel worse, essentially. And I'm okay with that. This is a comfort novel that hurts. But sometimes it's okay to have comfort that hurts, right? It's not the worst coping mechanism.
It could be worse,
Right? I could be on like hardcore drugs. I could ruin everything so quickly if I felt like it. Let's see. I think we're just going to begin at the beginning. And I am in fact going to read this entire little prologue because it's like the prologue before the prologue, because it is such a okay. So I think we can all agree that Revenge of the Sith is kind of cringy, but not in a bad way. It's kind of Shakespearean. It is melodramatic. It is very over the top, but that is also the point because 1, space opera, 2, Shakespearean, 3, we've got laser swords. Why not also just be dramatic as all get out too, right? Like, what on God is the point?
They are magic space people. Like,
they are magic space people. To be a magic space person. Okay. Anyway, enough dithering. I should probably get on with it, shouldn't I? Because someone put us on a time restraint. I'm kidding. Anyway. How dare that one of us in the group has decent skills of time versus family versus job. Anyway, let's see.
Choice, trust me.
How dare you be arguably the... I don't even know where that sentence is going to go. Anyway, so we begin with a cute little thing that I'm gonna read. Are you guys ready? I'm gonna be really dramatic about it too.
I'm so ready.
This is fuck. I've already fucked up. Let me try again. I can do it. I promise. I'm gonna hate editing this. Anyway, I'm just not gonna edit it. Anyway, this story happened a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It is already over. Nothing can be done to change it. It is a story of love and loss, brotherhood and betrayal, courage and sacrifice, and the death of dreams. It is a story of the blurred line between our best and our worst. It is the story of the end of an age. A strange thing about stories. Though this all happened so long ago and so far away that words cannot describe the time or the distance, it is also happening right now, right here. It is happening as you read these words. This is how 25 millennia came to a close. Corruption and treachery have crushed 1,000 years of peace. This is not just the end of a republic. Night is falling on civilization itself. This is the twilight of the Jedi. The end starts now. Like,
Oh, it's so good.
oh, it's so good! Oh, it's so good! I remember reading this for the first time when I don't even remember how old I was, all right, but I'm pretty sure of the single digit age, right? Maybe on the cusp of a double digit age. I read just this first bit, and I think I had to put the book down for like an entire week.
I was like 9 or 8 when I first read it, and like I don't remember exactly what I did, but probably same because what an opening.
Right? Like the end starts now. It is already over. Nothing can be done to change it. I'm gonna crash out. Like 8-year-old me, because we're about the same age. So like
Yeah.
8, 9-year-old me, crashing the fuck out. Absolutely. And what about you, C? Have you actually read this book before?
I have not. So part of me is like, I love the intro, and then part of me is like, I'm really curious about like what comes after that because you can't just leave me there hanging.
Oh, don't worry, baby girl. It keeps going. It keeps going for a not even whopping, but a very solid like 420 LOL pages. So, you know, Mr. Stover really blazing it before us all.
Is the whole book this dramatic?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
good.
Just, you know what? Oh, I love it so much. Okay, anyway, given we I've spent 10 minutes dithering essentially. We have to go. We have to keep going. So, we get that absolutely beautiful prologue. And then there's an introduction called The Age of Heroes. And if you've seen the movie, which again, of course we all have, essentially the introduction and essentially the first few chapters cover the first bit of the movie. You know, that truly iconic opening scene of Anakin and Obi-Wan and their little starfighters, you know, doing things, chilling out, you know, chit-chatting with each other while, you know, they're low-key being killed, but it's fine. It's fine. The first line of the introduction is the skies of Coruscant blaze with war. And like, you know, it's not the worst opening line I've ever heard in my life, so I can get behind it.
Hell yeah.
And what I really, God, Matthew Stover, when I see you, it's on site, but not in a bad way. Because the introduction itself isn't from one character's perspective. It's from like your average everyday dude on Coruscant looking up and being like, oh my God, everything is exploding above me, right? Which means you've got some really great lines, like just on the first page. From the inside, the battle is desperation and terror and the stomach churning certainty that the whole galaxy is trying to kill you. Which, like, knowing what we know now, what a poignant foreshadow.
Yeah.
They're really foreshadowing it. I don't like it.
Not to fast back a little bit, but I'm one of those people who loves to know what's said on the back of the book before you even open the book. Can we
Oh,
go back
right.
to that and know that piece?
No, you are so right. Okay, so I'm gonna read the back flap of the book, essentially, I've got the hardcover copy, so I got the dust jacket in front of me. This book, when it first sold, or at least this specific edition, sold for $25.95 in the US.
Hell yeah.
So let's see. After years of civil war, the separatists have battered the already faltering republic nearly to the point of collapse. On Coruscant, the Senate watches anxiously as Supreme Chancellor Palpatine aggressively strips away more and more constitutional liberties in the name of safeguarding the republic. Yoda, Mace Windu, and their fellow masters grapple with the Chancellor's disturbing move to assume control of the Jedi Council. And Anakin Skywalker, the prophesied chosen one destined to bring balance to the Force, is increasingly consumed by his fear that his secret love, Senator Padme Amidala, will die. As the combat escalates across the galaxy, the stage is set for an explosive endgame. Obi-Wan undertakes a perilous mission to destroy the dreaded separatist military leader, General Grievous. Palpatine, eager to secure even greater control, subtly influences public opinion to turn against the Jedi, and a conflicted Anakin, tormented by unspeakable visions, edges dangerously closer to the brink of a galaxy-shaping decision. It remains only for Darth Sidious, whose shadow looms ever larger, to strike the final staggering blow against the Republic, and to ordain a fearsome new Sith Lord, Darth Vader. Based on the screenplay of the eagerly anticipated final film in George Lucas's epic saga, best-selling Star Wars author Matthew Stover's novel cracks with action, captures the iconic characters in all of their complexity, and brings a space opera masterpiece full circle in stunning style.
Hell yeah, it's stunning.
Beautiful.
It is disgustingly stunning. It is so stunning, it is blinding. And when I die, this book is being buried with me. That's just how it goes. Like Mr. Stover, I've never read any of Stover's other works, but like he put his whole Stovussy into this. I can't believe I said that out loud. Anyway, I need to never meet him. In fact, I hope I never do. I don't need him to know me.
He's listening to you right now.
Hi, Mom. Anyway, because I know she's going to listen to this. So where were we? We were still in the introduction. We've really spent 15 minutes in the introduction. I don't care. You're not even really watching this. You're putting this on as background noise while you do art, or you do some very hard school assignment, or while you clickety clack on your keyboard at work, putting in like random data into random spreadsheets like a good little worker. And I can say that with just a little bit of disdain, because baby girl, what do you think I do in my 9 to 5? I be in my cubicle putting in data for silly little spreadsheets, and I hate every minute of it. But you know what? Fandom is expensive. Yowie and Yuri's is expensive. So I go to work and I make my money, and then I come back here and I read silly little books to make my life have meaning. And that's just what we're gonna do.
Hell yeah. That's what I did when I had a job.
Right? You know what? Speaking of, okay, I know a lot of people are like, I don't want to talk politics while I'm just trying to enjoy a silly little YouTube video. But unfortunately for everybody on planet Earth, art is politics and books are politics. So here we are. And nothing more so than The Revenge of the Sith. Nothing more so than the first, episodes 1, 2, and 3 of Star Wars right now. Because, like, What's His Nuts literally just started a trade war, because we're recording this on Sunday, April 6th, 2025, for posterity reasons. And what did this whole fiasco in Star Wars start with? A trade war. So, I don't know what people want from me. I'm going to be talking a little bit of politics, because as we continue through the story, it really is so poignant. I mean, even the summary of just Palpatine trying to amass further power in some way to protect the Republic. Like, even if you don't know the fact that, spoiler alert, I guess, Palpatine is in fact Darth Sidious. Like, it's just what other world leader is amassing power in and the whole thing is to protect a certain country? What other world leader can we put that towards, huh?
Yeah. Like, not to jump forward, but Padme, this is how liberty dies. Like,
right.
That is us right now.
God. No, I was rereading this for the nth time because this is the first. I think this is the first time in about 2 or 3 years that I've reread this book, and it was just so. I was reading it, and like, there's always this. What I love about this book is that there is a sense of dread throughout the entire thing. Sometimes it's very apparent, sometimes it's not, but there is a sense of dread that I really enjoy. And it was just so much more this time around because I'm reading it and like in the back of my mind, even as I'm trying to disappear into the text, I can't quite because there's so much paralleling what's happening in the world right now. And it was a very it made for a poignant read, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, anyway, back to the funner parts. Like I said before, the introduction is essentially from the point of view of like bystanders looking up at all this war that is happening in the atmosphere and being terrified, like absolutely terrified. However, the adults are the ones that are terrified, but the younglings, they're okay because let's see, where's that quote? Ah, here it is. Because across the Republic, in words or pheromones, in magnetic pulses, tentacle braids, or mental telepathy, the message from the younglings is the same. Don't worry, it'll be all right. Anakin and Obi-Wan will be there any minute. They say this as though these names can conjure miracles. Anakin and Obi-Wan, Kenobi and Skywalker. From the beginning of the Clone Wars, the phrase Kenobi and Skywalker has become a single word. They are everywhere. Holonet features of their operations against the Separatist enemy have made them the most famous Jedi in the galaxy. And I think it's because the movies I feel like don't, and I think the show did a little more. It like shows like the press more and how like they really are like the face of this war. But that is one thing that before we had the animated TV show, that I really think the book did a good job just with this introduction alone by being like, no, you don't understand. Like Anakin and Obi-Wan really are the faces of this war, and that is just an extra amount of pressure for Anakin, especially. You know.
Hmm.
Are there
Um,
any pictures in any of this, or is it just all text? And you have to imagine.
Oh, it is all text. It is
Okay.
all text. I also really enjoy. There are a few more lines that I'm just going to read in order of how they appear, but they're separated by a few paragraphs. But I'm just going to read a couple of them for you. The adults know better, of course. That's part of what being a grown up is, understanding that heroes are created by the Holonet and that the real life Kenobi and Skywalker are only human beings after all. And so it is that these adults across the galaxy watch the holonet with ashes where their hearts should be. Ashes because they can't see two prismatic bursts of real space reversion far out beyond the planet's gravity well. Because they can't see a pair of starfighters crisply jettison hyperdrive ring. Fuck. Oh my god. Because they can't see a pair of starfighters crisply jettison hyperdrive rings and streak into the storm of separatist vulture fighters with all guns blazing. A pair of starfighters. Jedi starfighters. Only two. Two is enough. Two is enough because the adults are wrong and their younglings are right. Though this is the end of the age of heroes, it has saved its best for last. Like,
Oh.
that last line,
Yeah.
hello?
Not to use like Twitter buzzwords, but it's so interesting that people have like a parasocial relationship with Anakin and Obi-Wan. Like
Right?
they're like, oh, watching them on like Star Wars TikTok.
Right? Like, I can so clearly imagine Ahsoka having like a Star Wars TikTok account being like, yo, what's up, bestie?
Out on the battlefield with Skywalker. What's up?
Right? Like, and I can so clearly imagine Obi-Wan doing one of those like, one Jedi against 20 Darksiders, with
Yeah.
yeah, like that's been really popular lately. I love it. I love it.
I'm
It
having this expectation that every paragraph ends on this good of a note.
You would be correct. Um Although to be fair, I am hand picking out the ones that I like the best, so but I just the ending line, though this is the end of the age of heroes, it has saved its best for last. it's so much is being given away by that final line, even if you haven't seen the story before. Like, the ending has already essentially been given away. We know that this is the end of the Age of Heroes. However, I think even from a perspective of never having once interacted with the story, I think even by giving away the ending, the book still holds up so well. Like, there's some books that, will give away the ending on the first page and everything else is like a flashback or something, and it just doesn't hold up. Like, if you hadn't given away the ending, the book would have been a good book, but now it's just sort of so. I don't think that's the case with this book. I think the whole point of it is, again, kind of like a Shakespeare play. Like, you know that this is a tragedy. You know how it's all going to end, but that doesn't mean the story still isn't worth telling.
Mm-hmm. It's like, we say this all the time, but it's like every time you watch it, it's like maybe this time it'll be okay.
Right, right. Like, it really is like, I understand it's the definition of insanity, but I
Yeah.
don't care. Every time I watch Revenge of the Sith, every time I read Revenge of the Sith, it's like, just maybe this one time, Anakin will, because what the book really does, and I'm jumping ahead, but this is one of those things where everybody essentially has heard this story in some version or another, whether it was on TV or on the movie theater or in the book form. So I'm not really afraid of skipping ahead a bunch. But this book really hones in on the fact that Anakin essentially has gone, by the time everything goes down, like by the time Order 66 goes down, this man has not slept in like 4 days. Like
Yeah.
like this book, the thing about this book is that I think it literally spans a week. From what we've just read to the very end of the page, it is 1 week of hell. And I don't think Anakin gets more than maybe 5 hours of sleep in all of it. So, as much as, like, I hate the way he crashed out, it's understandable that he crashed out so horrifically.
I was
Yeah.
about to actually ask how long the time frame is in this book, and if that was obvious or if that's something that you're like having to piece together based on your knowledge of the background of it all.
you know, that's one of those questions where it could just be because I've read this book so much. But I feel like it's pretty easy to be like, oh yeah, this is like maybe a week or two. I can't quite remember, but I do know it's a very short amount of time. But like, as a first time reader, it might take a couple reads for you to sort of, get that.
Cool. Did you have that same like insight on the first read? Did you kind of get that it was the 1 week too?
uh, I haven't read this in a while, but like just from my memory of the movie, it how do I say this? I both believe that it is 1 week, but also it's just like so much happens that like even if it is literally a week, it doesn't feel like a week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Like
400 pages for 1 week is a lot.
yeah. And like so much like goes on, but also it's like I don't know, I could believe that like society collapses in a week.
Right, and listen, not every societal collapse can be as long and drawn out as painful as the Roman societal collapse,
Yeah.
okay? Like, sometimes you just gotta really, oh, what's the term? Like, when you burn it all down, really blitzkrieg it or whatever? I don't freaking know. Now we get to part one. I know, 25 minutes in and we get to part one. I told y'all I have a lot of thoughts and feelings about Revenge of the Sith. I don't know why one of you didn't just clock out the entire day, but, we all have choices. Uh,
Haven't even
unless
gotten
you
to
speak.
Obi-Wan yet.
We haven't even gotten to Obi-Wan yet. So now we enter part one, victory, which again, it's not the victory we want. Anyway, so another thing that Stover does that I really, really enjoy, although I've seen a few people that are like, this sucks actually, but we don't care about those people. They can have whatever wrong opinions they want, but we are here with the right opinion. Stover does this thing that after each, part one, part two, I think there's 3 parts, part one, part two, part three. There's this little snippet that he writes, and it's like a tiny little introduction essentially. I'm just gonna read it to you guys, and then you can tell me your thoughts. So, the dark is generous. Its first gift is concealment. Our true faces lie in the dark beneath our skins. Our true hearts remain shadowed deeper still. But the greatest concealment lies not in protecting our secret truths, but in hiding from us the truths of others. The dark protects us from what we dare not know. Its second gift is comforting illusion, the ease of gentle dreams in night's embrace, the beauty that imagination brings to what would repel in day's harsh light. But the greatest of its comforts is the illusion that the dark is temporary, that every night brings a new day, because it is day that is temporary. Day is the illusion. Its third gift is the light itself. As days are defined by the nights that divide them, as stars are defined by the infinite black through which they wheel, the dark embraces the light and brings it forth from the center of its own self. With each victory of the light, it is the dark that wins. Like, hello?
I know, like, the current, like, meme on, like, Twitter's like, "Oh, like, fake deep stuff is cringe." I don't care. I love it. I
Mhm.
love dramatic, like, the dark is, the light is only temporary. Like, I don't care if it's emo Tumblr user replugging quotes during, like, math class, but, like, it's so good.
Right?
I'm curious, what's the pushback? Like, what's the other perspective? I know that perspective we don't agree with, but what is that perspective? Just to hear both perspectives.
I think from what I've seen, the people that don't like it, like this little bit and the way Stover, because I feel like this is almost Sidious's point of view. Like a lot of the time, we get sort of like Palpatine's point of view, and even when we get Sidious's point of view, it's still there's still like a film of Palpatine over it, But I feel like these little bits are almost Sidious fully revealed to us, almost. You get me? And I feel like there are some people out there who don't like these little bits because it is so, as M said, quote unquote, Tumblr cringy, deep core or whatever. But sure, maybe it's cliche, and sure, maybe it's quote unquote cringe, but at the same time, I do think that it is an interesting insight to how you cannot have one without the other, the dark and the light. There is balance, and though this balance specifically is going to end up being very bloody, there has always been balance, and there always will be balance, and it's like the whole too much of a good thing. You get me?
I just don't see really how people see that as cringe. I think they're trying to get a point across, and they're doing it well.
Well, yes, I agree with you, but you do have to remember that a lot of what am I trying to say? Day is the illusion, the gifts of the dark. The dark is generous with each victory of the light. It is the dark that wins. I think I don't know. I think there's a lot of people out there that think it's fake deep. And I don't think it's fake deep. I think it's just laid out in a very easily accessible way, which makes it seem fake deep. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. Yeah, I think it does. I don't see it as fake deep, so I guess it's hard to see someone else's perspective sometimes. It just seems so real to me.
Lots of people, I think, see the use of, like, dramatic, like, flowery language and just
Hmm.
assume that it's an attempt by, like, a bad author to, like, sound more profound than they are, but, like,
Hmm.
sometimes the author is just actually profound, you know what I mean? Like, writing is an art form. Like, it doesn't all have to be clinical, like, office emails.
Right. And I think it does, and this might be going way far out of left base. I don't know. But I think it does that the idea does stem from that whole, cuz you and me, Emily, we are Tumblr veterans.
Yeah.
Way back to that, oh well, the curtain is just blue because the author likes the color blue. And I'm like, okay, as someone whose favorite color is blue, yeah, I'll make the curtains blue because I like the color blue. But that doesn't mean that the color blue of the curtains can't also represent depression or sadness or da 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 da. Like there's a reason that these colors have represented certain ideas, certain feelings, certain emotions for like literally thousands of years. You get me?
Mhm.
People need to look into the deeper meaning of everything.
Right? Like, oh, it's not that deep, but it could be that deep. It
Yeah.
might be that deep. So why not dive deeper? Why not try and see if it actually is that deep? And even if it's not, even if the author really was like, well, the curtains are blue, because I like the color blue. Well, congratulations. You, as the reader, have done the work to make the color of the curtains more meaningful than the author intended. So, congratulations, you've made it deep.
Yeah.
So, we continue 30 minutes into chapter 1. I said I had a lot to say. Chapter 1, Anakin and Obi-Wan. So, this chapter is essentially, if you remember the movie, it's Anakin and Obi-Wan in their silly little starships doing their silly little thing. I really, this is just such a good chapter to me personally, because Stover does a great job of really understanding the banter between Obi-Wan and Anakin. He does a great job of understanding that, like, Obi-Wan can't quite let go of the thought of Anakin as his Padawan, as his student. And, like, Anakin is very much aware of this. He's almost too aware, like hyper aware of it, to the point where he assumes that every time Obi-Wan is like, hey, maybe you should have done this instead, or like, hey, da 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 da, he kind of assumes that that's like a personal attack, essentially, even if it isn't. So it's just a very interesting dynamic that I do feel like was hinted, well, not even hinted, it was pretty on screen for Revenge of the Sith, but I don't know, something about it being in the written word, having also their internal thoughts as well, the stuff that they don't say attached to it, really sort of like drives it home a little better than I think it does in the movie. And there are a lot of like amazing lines in this first chapter. There's a lot of, let's see. Let me read one out to you. So this is on page 14. Obi-Wan kept hoping to hear, oh fuck, I messed up. Obi-Wan kept hoping to hear some of Anakin's old, cocky grin in his tone, but he never did. Not once since Jabim, perhaps not since Geonosis. The war had burned it out of him. Obi-Wan still tried, now and again, to spark a real smile in his former Padawan, and Anakin still tried to answer. They both still tried to pretend the war hadn't changed to them. Which is so, like, you get the sense of that in the movie, but they both still tried to pretend that the war hadn't changed them. I feel like that's just such a line,
Yeah.
of course it changed them, how could it not, and there's a lot of that in here, a sort of very poignant, like, they keep trying to go back to before the war, to before Geonosis, to when it all started happening, but even in trying to go back, first of all, they can never go back. But second of all, even trying to just revert back to their selves, their relationship wasn't perfect even before Geonosis, and I don't think they ever really got the time to like actually sit down and talk all of their shit out with each other.
If only they did.
Right? Oh God. And I know they got mind healers in the Star Wars universe. I know they do. Like, anyway. Okay, I'm about to read. I don't know if I want to read this whole passage or not, because it's a long passage, but it's one of the most iconic passages. Because let me tell you, Stover and some of his more iconic passages, they will hit you right in chapter 1, in the prologue, in the intro. You get me?
As someone who hasn't read the book, I would like to hear it if you're okay to read it. The whole thing.
Okay. Then I'm going to read this entire passage. And this is essentially the characterization of Obi-Wan through Stover's point of view. So this is, and there are a lot of different characterizations of Obi-Wan out there. Of course, there are some that are more quote unquote faithful than others, but this is like the Obi-Wan for this time period of which the book was written, which was what, like 2008, something like that. Somewhere in the odds.
2005, 2008, somewhere around there.
Yeah, somewhere around there. So this is like the Obi-Wan, the version of Obi-Wan that I first met and that I really just fell in love with, essentially. Like, this, I knew after I watched Revenge of the Sith that he was my guy, but after reading this novelization, it was cemented essentially with this novelization. So, this is Obi-Wan Kenobi, a phenomenal pilot who doesn't like to fly, a devastating warrior who'd rather not fight, a negotiator without peer who frankly prefers to sit alone in a quiet cave and meditate. Which, first of all, Kenobi TV show, you will always be famous. Anyway, I'm sorry. Anyway, Jedi Master, General in the Grand Army of the Republic, member of the Jedi Council, and yet, inside, he feels like he's none of these things. Inside, he still feels like a Padawan. It is a truism of the Jedi Order that a Jedi Knight's education truly begins only when he becomes a master, that everything important about being a master is learned from one student. Obi-Wan feels the truth of this every day. He sometimes dreams of when he was a Padawan in the fact as well as feeling. He dreams that his own master, Qui-Gon Jinn, did not die at the plasma-fueled generator core in Theed. He dreams that his master's wise, guiding hand is still with him. But Qui-Gon's death is an old pain, one which he long ago came to terms. A Jedi does not cling to the past. And Obi-Wan Kenobi knows, too, that to have lived his life without being master to Anakin Skywalker would have left him a different man, a lesser man. Anakin has taught him so much. Obi-Wan sees so much of Qui-Gon and Anakin that sometimes it hurts his heart. At the very least, Anakin mirrors Qui-Gon's flair for the dramatic and his casual disregard for rules. Training Anakin and fighting beside him all these years has unlocked something inside Obi-Wan. It's as though Anakin has rubbed off on him a bit and has loosened that clenched jaw insistence on absolute correctness that Qui-Gon always said was his greatest flaw. Obi-Wan Kenobi has learned to relax. He smiles now, and sometimes even jokes, and has become known for the wisdom gentle humor can provide. Though he does not know it, his relationship with Anakin has molded him into the great Jedi Qui-Gon always said he might someday be. It is characteristic of Obi-Wan that he is entirely unaware of this. Being named to the council came as a complete surprise. Even now, he is sometimes astonished by the faith the Jedi Council has in his abilities and the credit they give to his wisdom. Greatness was never his ambition. He wants only to perform whatever task he is given to the best of his ability. He is respected throughout the Jedi Order for his insight as well as his warrior skill. He has become the hero of the next generation of Padawans. He is the Jedi their masters hold up as a model. He is the being that the Council assigns to their most important missions. He is modest, centered, and always kind. He is the ultimate Jedi, and he is proud to be Anakin Skywalker's best friend.
Ouch.
Right? I'm sobbing in the metaphorical club. What did you think about it, C? Did you enjoy it?
Enjoy. Yeah. Wow. I'm not usually like out of words, but like that takes some time to process.
I I still remember reading this as a kid, and there were many points that I had to like genuinely set the book down and just walk away, even as a child, even as like a freaking 8, 9, 10 year old, right? This was one of them. I got to the end of this on page 20, no less. And I think I put the book down for like 2 days afterward.
The last line entirely just got me
Right?
so
And he is
hard.
proud to be
What?
Anakin Skywalker's best friend. I'm gonna like actually KMS.
Gonna jump.
I'm gonna do a flip. Obi-Wan, my beloved, they could never make me hate you. And it's one of those things that, a lot of people are like, well, Obi-Wan wasn't a real Jedi. Obi-Wan wasn't a true Jedi. And I'm like, all you do is bitch. And all you do is be wrong. And for what? Like, we very clearly see here that Obi-Wan is the great Jedi, that Qui-Gon thought he could be, and that he is one of the Jedi. You get me? Like, I'm sorry. It could be my bias for Obi-Wan, but I'm an Obi-Wan Kenobi defender until the day I die. If there's no Obi-Wan Kenobi defender, I'm dead. Just so we're all clear.
Even in death, you're gonna be defending him, let's be real.
I am going to necromancy myself back to life. You can, Emily, if I'm in like the hospital bed in a vegetative state and they're about to pull my plug, all you gotta do is whisper into my ear, Obi-Wan wasn't a real Jedi, and I will come back to life.
That's the last thing you'll say before you like fucking die.
I am a simple person with simple anyway, we're not going to finish that sentence. Let's see, what else can I say? Just this first chapter alone, there's so much. And we're on such a time deadline. I need to hurry and go faster. And the thing that I also like about these chapters is that they'll be in like Obi-Wan's point of view, and then like a third person omniscient god point of view, and then like Anakin's point of view. Like, so if you're not fond of that narrative structure, this may not be the book for you. But I really feel like for this story in particular, it works so well, especially with fleshing everything out. Because like now because right after that we immediately go to Anakin's point of view, right? And Anakin is very, he's like, starfighter battles are usually as close to fun as he ever comes. This one wasn't. Not because of the overwhelming odds or the danger he was in. He didn't care about the odds, and he didn't think of himself as being in any particular danger. Yeah, so like he's just out here having a grand old time usually, except for this one. And it's because this is, of course, Palpatine has been kidnapped. Ooh, by General Grievous and Dooku. Ooh. And Anakin, bless his heart, is so afraid to be too late to Palpatine because he's been late before. If you remember, I want to say it was in episode 2. Yeah, it was episode 2. His mom, Shmi, died on Tatooine because he was too late to save her. He'd had these prophetic dreams, and we C and M's, you know how much I can get into this, so I'm gonna really try not to get into it because we'll add another 20 hours. But Anakin had prophetic dreams of his mom dying, and Obi-Wan was like, listen, bestie, they're just dreams. They're just dreams. Like, it's fine. You're just anxious. Like, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Instead, he worried about it. Anakin did it. And he went to Tatooine, and lo and behold, he was too late to save his mom, and his mom died a horrible death. And then Anakin went on to slaughter men, women, children, etc., etc., right? So that was like his first big, like, dark sider move. Pretty famous in his lore, as it were. So Anakin is still terrified of being too late. And we see that a lot in God, what's his face? Filoni's? I can never remember if it's Dave or David. Anyway, in Filoni's TV show, he's always so worried about leaving like Padme behind, or R2D2 behind, or Ahsoka, or Obi-Wan, or Palpatine as well, because Palpatine, who we hate, is unfortunately Anakin's bestie. And so in the book, he's kind of haunted by like being too late and not being able to save Palpatine. Definitely something that whole of like not being enough. We see it throughout the novel. It's very clear. Like that's one of his biggest sort of like not only regrets but insecurities, that he is in some way, shape, form, or fashion not enough, not fast enough, not strong enough, not powerful enough, not quick enough, etc., etc. I know I'm cutting off my sentences, but do you remember what we just read? The This is Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah.
There, Stover really enjoys that. So we do have a This is Anakin Skywalker section, and I'm not going to read all of it because this one is like, well, actually, I'm going to read all of it because it is very important. Like these little sections that Stover does for these characters of like, this is character name is really, really, it's such a nice and condensed look at the character. It's tender and it's vulnerable and it's just right at the heart of the character. You get me?
Yeah.
Page 25. This is Anakin Skywalker, the most powerful Jedi of his generation, perhaps of any generation. The fastest, the strongest, an unbeatable pilot, an unstoppable warrior. On the ground, in the air, or sea, or space, there is no one even close. He has not just power, not just skill, but dash. That rare, invaluable combination of boldness and grace. He is the best there is at what he does, the best there has ever been, and he knows it. Holonet features him. Holonet features call him the hero with no fear. And why not? What should he be afraid of? Except fear lives inside him anyway, chewing away the firewalls around his heart. Anakin sometimes thinks of the dread that eats at his heart as a dragon. Children on Tatooine tell each other of the dragons that live inside the suns. Smaller cousins of the sun dragons are supposed to live inside the fusion furnaces that power everything from starships to pod racers. But Anakin's fear is another kind of dragon. A cold kind. A dead kind. Not nearly dead enough. Not long after he became Obi-Wan's Padawan, all those years ago, a minor mission had brought them to a dead system. one so immeasurably old that its star had long ago turned to a frigid dwarf of hypercompacted trace metals hovering a quantum fraction of a degree above absolute zero. Anakin couldn't even remember what the mission might have been, but he'd never forgotten that dead star. It had scared him. Stars can die? It is the way of the universe, which is another manner of saying that it is the will of the Force, Obi-Wan had told him. Everything dies. In time, even stars burn out. This is why Jedi form no attachments. All things pass. To hold on to something, or someone, beyond its time is to set your selfish desires against the Force. That is a path of misery, Anakin. The Jedi do not walk it. That is the kind of fear that lives inside Anakin Skywalker, the dragon of that dead star. It is an ancient, cold, dead voice within his heart that whispers, all things die. In bright day, he can't hear it. Battle, a mission, even a report before the Jedi Council can make him forget it's even there. But at night, the walls he built sometimes start to frost over. Sometimes they start to crack. At night, the Dead Star Dragon sometimes sneaks through the cracks and crawls up into his brain and chews at the inside of his skull. The dragon whispers of what Anakin has lost and what he would lose. The dragon reminds him every night of how he held his dying mother in his arms and how she had spent her last strength to say, I knew you would come for me, Anakin. The dragon reminds him every night that someday he will lose Obi-Wan, he will lose Padme, or they will lose him. All things die, Anakin Skywalker. Even stars burn out. And the only answers he ever has for those dead, cold whispers are his memories of Obi-Wan's voice or Yoda's. But sometimes he can't quite remember them. All things die. He can barely even think about it. But right now, he doesn't have a choice. The man he flies to rescue is a closer friend than he'd ever hoped to have. That's what puts the edge in his voice when he tries to make a joke. That's what flattens his mouth and tightens the burn scar high on his right cheek. The Supreme Chancellor has been family to Anakin, always there, always caring, always free with advice and unstinting aid. A sympathetic ear and a kindly, loving, unconditional acceptance of Anakin exactly as he is. The sort of acceptance Anakin could never get from another Jedi, not even Obi-Wan. He can tell Palpatine things he could never share with his master. He can tell Palpatine things he can't even tell Padme. Now the Supreme Chancellor is in the worst kind of danger, and Anakin is on his way despite the dread boiling through his blood. That's what makes him a real hero, not the way the Holonet labels him, not without fear, but stronger than fear. He looks the dragon in the eye and doesn't even slow down. If anyone can save Palpatine, Anakin will. Because he's already the best, and he's still getting better. But locked away behind the walls of his heart, the dragon that is his fear coils and squirms and hisses. Because his real fear, in a universe where even stars can die, is that being the best will never be quite good enough.
I love the dragon imagery.
Right? Oh, it kills me. I just what a solid view of Anakin and his relationships in just such a short amount. Oh, I love it. I love it so
I have
much.
to say, does this dragon imagery come throughout the whole book? Because I actually kind of really like the idea of the dragon imagery.
Yes, this dragon imagery is any time that Anakin talks about his fear, it is this dragon, essentially. And it is such a good piece of imagery. I love it so much, and it makes so much sense for his character.
I liked how, like, at one point he was like, oh, it's like going through, like, he's afraid of losing them, but then he's also afraid that the people he loves are going to lose him, which I think is, like, interesting.
Yeah.
It's just, I love that. He's such a good, like, chosen one character.
Right? And I also think it's so interesting because, and you know, forgive me, it's been a while since I've watched Filoni's Clone Wars TV show. Like it's been a hot second, but I feel like that specific fear of them losing him isn't really anywhere in
Yeah.
that show from what I remember. It's always, oh my gosh, I'm going to lose them.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think that's such a nice, lovely little, like, you know, there is fear here of death, not just for the people that he loves, but that he himself will die. And I feel like that's one of those things that sort of gets brushed over. Like, yes, Anakin is reckless, and yes, he will do anything to save the people he loves, but he's still fierce for himself too, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But I think that was made really clear too within, like, I think when you read that, that is made clear.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And that's one of the things that I love about this novelization. There's so much that like is hinted at in the movie, which is fair because different mediums of giving information to people, totally understandable. But there are things that are only hinted at like on screen that can really be delved deep on page. You get me? They get to, they're fighting the vulture droids, they get to the big ship. And then on page 30, there's a line here that it's Obi-Wan talking to Anakin, and I feel like it's the thesis for this novel, essentially. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. But Obi-Wan says, Anakin, I understand. You want to save everyone. You always do. But you can't. Anakin's voice went tight. Don't remind me. Like, I feel like not only is that such a great little snapshot of their characters, but it's also such a perfect thesis for the entire book.
It's like his whole like character downfall, like in 2 sentences.
Exactly. And it's honestly it's Obi-Wan's character downfall too, cuz
Yeah.
Obi-Wan, as much as I love him, you may find people that love Obi-Wan as much as me and defend him as much, but never more than me. You get me? Um but Obi-Wan is blind in his own way as well. He's so focused on trying to make Anakin into a Jedi like he is, that he almost, in his own way, sort not throws away is too callous of a term, but he does sort of blind himself to the fact that Anakin spent 9 years, as a slave. Like he does not have the from birth essentially. Well, I think Obi-Wan came to the Jedi when he was like 1 or 2 years old. That's not the point, but essentially from birth of Jedi culture that the rest of the Jedi have. And this whole, you want to save everyone, you always do, but you can't. That is so anathema to everything that Anakin stands for. And it's just, I don't know, I just really enjoy it because they're so they're so they love each other so much, whether that's in a teacher student way, a brother way, a father son way, a romantic way. You can't deny that they love each other. They would go to the absolute ends of the galaxy for each other, and yet there are some fundamental things about them that just cannot gel, and I love that.
If only I had a relationship like that. Never mind.
Wow, okay. This isn't yearning hours. That's in like a couple chapters from now. See, okay? So
Real bitches are always yearning.
God, you're so freaking right.
Why is Javik coming to mind? Sorry.
Listen, Javik, my beloved. I will always be obsessed with Obi-Wan, but my current hyperfixation is Javik from Arcane, and like I'm seeing them everywhere. It's disgusting. But you know what?
The fuck? Oh,
Don't do it. See, we're not tangenting like this. We can tangent about other Star Wars things, but we're not hopping fandoms. We're not. We're staying. We're hyper focused. We're locked in. It's been an hour, and I'm only on page 38. Okay. Anyway, so there's one because chapter 1, there's just so much of Anakin and Obi-Wan. Obviously, it's the first chapter. It's what it's named after. But if I were a professor, I could genuinely teach like an entire like 3-hour lecture on just the first chapter of this book. So there's one more long section of this book. It's the very last section of the chapter that I'm going to read aloud to you guys, and then from there we should be getting a little faster. But I really think just sort of languishing in chapter 1 is good, just because the whole, now don't get me wrong, this is not me dissing Padme. I love Padme Amidala. I love her. Okay, I will never speak bad about her. I love her. You get me? Sometimes I don't agree with what she's doing, but I do love her. It's like I don't always agree with what Anakin is doing, but I love him. Same with Obi, like the trio, right? But at the heart of this book, the relationship is Obi-Wan and Anakin. Like, yes, Padme is there, and yes, Anakin would do anything for her, and yes, Anakin is deeply, deeply in love with her, and she is to him. But the crux of the relationship of this book is, I think, Obi-Wan and Anakin. To me, I could be wrong, and I'm okay with that. What about you, Ems? You've read the book. What do you think? Do you agree? Do you not agree?
I mean, obviously, I agree. Like, you can't have Anakin without Obi-Wan.
Right.
Not to diminish like Anakin's love for Padme, because like she's obviously very important to him, but like the tragedy isn't, well, I mean it is, but like the main tragedy isn't the falling out of their relationship.
Right.
It's Anakin and Obi-Wan's breakup.
Yeah, literally. Because if, like, I'm sorry, but Anakin and Padme could have broken up without there being a genocide. But obviously, Obi-Wan and Anakin can't break up without there being a genocide.
Yeah.
Shit. Okay. So, I'm going to read this. And like I said, just, absorb it because it's, this section packs a punch. Okay. This, then, is Obi-Wan and Anakin. They are closer than friends, closer than brothers. Though Obi-Wan is 16 standard years Anakin's elder, they have become men together. Neither can imagine life without the other. The war has forged their two lives into one. The war that has done this is not the Clone Wars. Obi-Wan and Anakin's war began on Naboo when Qui-Gon Jinn died at the hand of a Sith Lord. Master and Padawan and Jedi Knights together, they have fought this war for 13 years. Their war is their life, and their life is a weapon. Say what you will about the wisdom of ancient Master Yoda, or the deadly skill of grim Mace Windu, the courage of Ki-Adi-Mundi, or the subtle wiles of Shakti. The greatness of all these Jedi is unquestioned, but it pales next to the legend that has grown around Kenobi and Skywalker. They stand alone. Together, they are unstoppable, unbeatable. They are the ultimate go to guys of the Jedi Order. When the good guys absolutely, positively have to win, the call goes out. Obi-Wan and Anakin always answer. Whether Obi-Wan's legendary cleverness might beat Anakin's raw power straight up, no rules, is the subject of schoolyard fistfights, creche pool wriggle matches, and pod chamber stink wars across the Republic. These struggles always end, somehow, with the combatants on both sides admitting that it doesn't matter. Anakin and Obi-Wan would never fight each other. They couldn't. They're a team. They're the team, and both of them are sure they always will be.
I'm just like holding my head in my hands right now.
I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out.
That's more of a roundhouse kick than a punch.
Where's
Also, it's
the
like,
nearest 18-wheeler going 80 miles down the speedway? Because I'm done.
it's just like it hammers in so much that like they are a team. They're basically like two halves of the same whole, but it's like their entire relationship has been in the context of war. Like, would they even have that bond if like they were just two random guys?
Right, right. Oh, I love it. I love it so. And just the foreshadowing of the entire section. Whether Obi-Wan's legendary cleverness might beat Anakin's raw power straight up. Like we, I just, both are sure that they're the team and they're never gonna fight each. Oh, it hurts. It hurts me so bad.
Ugh.
What about you? See, are you enjoying it?
I'm like recovering from that roundhouse kick that just comes to your like fucking face or your crotch. I'm just trying to realize that it's come and what to do afterward.
Listen, it's like 20 separate roundhouse kicks. I got one to the face, one to the crotch, one to the heart, one to the chest, the other one to the other chest. Took out my knees from behind me. I remember. I know I'm really out here being like, well, I remember, but I do remember so viscerally the first time I read this book. Page 40, I got to that last line. I got to the end of chapter 1. I put this book down for like a month after. Like I couldn't do it.
You'll be
I
glad
still
to know I just ordered it on Amazon because I think it's something that I need to like actually sit down with.
This book is more important than the Bible. It should be in every hotel room.
Genuinely, listen, I'm never gonna run for any sort of office, but I swear to God, if I did, I would not put my hand on a Bible. I'd put my hand on a copy of this. Because I believe in this book more. Like, no offense. Like,
Full offense.
like I don't. When I go through tough times, I know there are a lot of people that family specifically, that is that in the back of their minds, what would Jesus do? But when I'm going through tough times, as cringe as it is, my first thought is genuinely, what would Obi-Wan do?
Listen, if it works, it works.
Right? It's like,
This podcast may not be for super religious people.
well, we never claimed it was gonna be, so it's okay.
True. But we didn't also give that warning ahead of time either. Oh
You
well.
know what? Not everything in life has to have a warning. Sometimes you just gotta be slapped in the face.
More like a roundhouse kicked in the crotch. Yeah.
God, you're so fucking right. I really said I wasn't gonna cuss, didn't I? Anyway, but yeah, and the because I annotate my books, right, with pens, highlighters, the whole deal. And so the annotation I have at the very end of chapter 1 is, I'm going to KMS, smiley face.
It'd be like that.
I was about to say, I am curious about your annotations throughout. So when you have interesting annotations, please remember to share.
It's a lot of LOL and oh my god and screaming, crying, throwing up. I'm not even gonna lie. There's a lot of that.
For me, I feel like there'd be knives just drawn throughout.
See, every time I try and draw a knife, it somehow ends up looking like a very, very flattened, oddly shaped, what can I say to get around YouTube? Eggplant. And I don't know why. Maybe it's just the lesbianism.
Sigmund Freud is calling.
Okay, so yeah, that is God. I really spent an hour essentially on the first chapter. I don't even care, but I am gonna try to go faster now. So hang on with me, but also don't be afraid to interrupt and tell me to shut the hell up so you can get a word in, because I know I be yapping, especially with Star Wars. Oh, I be yapping, especially with Obi-Wan. Now we have chapter 2, and it is Dooku, and it's Dooku's point of view, and I really think that having Dooku's point of view is so. It just elevates the story. I really do think it does, because Dooku is, of course, so sure of himself and so like, yeah, I've got the dark. This is a whole big trap. Because, for those of you that don't know, Palpatine was kidnapped by Grievous and Dooku. Grievous doesn't know that Palpatine is Darth Sidious, their boss. But Dooku does. Dooku knows that Palpatine is Darth Sidious, which makes sense because if you remember back in episode 2, when Kenobi was caught in that little whatchamacallit, Dooku was like, hey, by the way, you should know the Sith Lord is in fact in charge of the Senate, just so you know. I'm only saying this because I miss Qui-Gon. And you were like a son to Qui-Gon, no matter how badly he treated you. So yeah, just FYI. And Kenobi was like, that's stupid. Bless his heart. Kenobi was just like, I don't believe that. Anyway. Listen, I love him, but he's not always the sharpest tack in the box. Because God help us, if Kenobi, now, in Obi-Wan's defense, he did tell the council. We have Dooku's point of view, and he's all like, full of himself and like how society ought to be, and the treachery of the Sith in it. I don't know why I made him British. Dooku would serve an empire of man. Human beings are better than everybody else. The Order is crappy, and I'm Dooku, and I can't wait to be a fist of the Empire. Real classic stuff, right? The whole thing is a trap. They're trying to lure Skywalker and Kenobi into this big ship so Dooku can kill Kenobi in front of Skywalker, and that is how Skywalker will fall to the dark side. That Dooku is like, that's the plan, and then I will become like not the Emperor of the galaxy, that's for Lord Sidious, but I will become a very high-ranking member of the galaxy because I like power, and I really do think that the Order and the Republic, like in Dooku's slight defense, and I do mean slight. I mean slight defense. He really does think that the Republic is deeply, deeply compromised and essentially needs to be burnt down because it is so corrupted. And he is right. Like, the Republic is almost essentially irredeemably corrupted at this point, especially at this point. So in his defense, he's not exactly wrong, but I can't agree with the way he's going about it. Like, you're really gonna trade one genocide for another, huh? No, I think Dooku does know about Order 66. Emily, do you remember?
I don't remember at all.
That is fair. I feel like Dooku does know about Order 66, but I could be wrong. That could be the result of reading too much Star Wars fan fiction on my part. You
Right.
know, at this point sometimes I don't even know what's canon and what's not. I'm just here for the vibes. So that's the big old plan. You know, it even says right here, bottom of page 55, how can one defeat an enemy one thinks is a friend? And now, with a single brilliant stroke, his master, Sidious, would turn the Jedi Order back upon itself like an Ethrani Ouroboros devouring its own tail. This was the day, the hour, the death of Obi-Wan Kenobi would be the death of the Republic. Oh,
The death of the Republic.
right? And that's essentially chapter 2. Chapter 2 is essentially Dooku's point of view, going over how this is a trap and he needs to kill Kenobi, because if Kenobi dies, Skywalker falls, Republic falls. And I also really enjoy the sort of symbolism they're adding to Kenobi about like he is the Republic. Do I necessarily agree with that? No. But I do think it's like a sort of interesting tidbit about how, like, yes, Anakin is the chosen one, but so much rests on Obi-Wan Kenobi as well. And I think that's one of the reasons why, because there are people out there that are like, Obi-Wan Kenobi didn't do anything. You know, what was the point of his character? Da 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 da. And like, there are a lot of reasons why that is just a deeply stupid opinion. But one of them is that, like, it is so clear that as long as Obi-Wan stayed in the light, Anakin had every chance of also staying in the light, right? And why, like, if Kenobi ever did turn Sith, Anakin would have been right beside him, turning Sith too. It's one of the reasons why, like, you know, in fan fiction, there's Sith Obi-Wan AUs, and I love them as much as the next girly. I eat them up. But it is always so difficult for me on some level to really believe in a Sith AU, where, like, and I've written my own Sith AUs of where Obi-Wan, like, falls and joins the Sith as a way to sort of undercut them during the war. So at the final moment, he can, like, help the Jedi and Anakin kill Sidious. But I have such a problem with that because, like, even if Obi-Wan falls to the Sith as, like, a covert mission or whatever, Anakin wouldn't know that, and Anakin would fall too. I mean, we saw how Anakin went completely crashed out when Obi-Wan faked his own death to become some bounty hunter or something. Like, Anakin literally almost killed a bounty hunter Obi-Wan. Like, you, I'm just saying, you can't. It's hard to convince me that even if Obi-Wan fell as like a mission, Anakin wouldn't follow. What do you think?
I mean, I think he would. He's mentally unstable enough anyway.
He is. Bless Anakin's sweet little heart and that god awful dragon of his.
Mm.
God, I want to just depict his brain. Like, just go in it and pick it apart. Anyway.
Listen, I think you, given your profession, will really enjoy the Revenge of the Sith novelization on like a level that like I don't really, could just because like, and Emily too, I mean, y'all had the same base education. You know, there's a level that y'all kind of can kind of tweak it a little more than I can, just because I don't have that background, you know. So then we get to chapter 3, The Way of the Sith. Ooh. And this is essentially Obi-Wan and Anakin are on the ship and they're looking for Chancellor Palpatine. You know, it follows the movie, like I said before, very well. And there is one line right here that is so it's page 59 and we're in Anakin's point of view. He couldn't imagine not being at war. Anakin, Obi-Wan's voice had gone soft and his hand was warm on Anakin's arm. There's no other Jedi I would rather have at my side right now. No other man. Like, I just couldn't imagine not being at war. Oh, that hurts.
Yeah. And like even when he was a kid, like being a slave was like its own form of war that he was in.
Right. Like, cause you know, you gotta make sure friggin' Watto doesn't beat you or your mom, or you know, you don't accidentally get separated and sold from, well, accidentally. You don't muck up enough to like get sold and separated from your mom. Like, I can't Anakin has not had like a moment, I feel like, of actual rest.
Peace.
Yeah. Like, and it just, you know, and it's almost no wonder. It's almost no wonder. And that's one of the things that I love about this story in particular. Star Wars as a whole, but especially the prequel novels and the prequel stories. It's just so, of course this was how it was gonna end. Of course. Like, even without hindsight being 2020, like, of course this is how it was gonna end.
Yeah.
You know, when you just look at everything, even with no emotions. Like, yeah, They were never going to escape this. It's a tragedy because there was no other way out, but it's a tragedy because there was every way out, you know?
Yeah. Ugh,
Ugh.
I'm gonna jump.
Me too. I'm right behind you. And I also think it's important to note that in this chapter, specifically page 62, there's this passage. In the Force, he, Anakin, could feel the focus of Palpatine's eyes, the source of the fear that rolled off of him in billows like vapor down a block of frozen air. And he could feel the even colder wave of power, colder than the frost on a Minox's mouth, that slid into the room behind him like an ice dagger into his back. Funny, he thought. After Ventress, somehow I always expect the dark side to be hot. And I think that's so interesting. That the dark side is cold, because you see Anakin with his dragon, how his dragon is cold. The dark
Mhm.
side is cold. And then, if I remember correctly, at the beginning of episode 1, that first movie, when Anakin is at first presented to the Jedi Council, I think Yoda, Yoda, or maybe Mace Windu, was like, "Hey, Anakin, how you doing, bestie?" Or like, "What do you feel?" Or something along those lines. And Anakin was just like cold, very cold. And on the one hand, well, he's a desert kid and space is cold. Coruscant is probably freezing to him. But on the other hand, that's also the dark. You know, like, yes, the curtain is blue, but it's also depression. You get me?
Yeah.
There's nowhere I won't reach if I can, okay?
Don't go where I can't reach.
And then there's this really well written fight scene, and it genuinely is so well written. I personally think, between Dooku, Anakin, and Obi-Wan. And what I really like about this fight scene is, one, we get like an in-person not first person, but we get an immediate account of what Skywalker and Kenobi together on the battlefield are like. So on page 64, Kenobi was luminous, a transparent being, a window onto a sunlit meadow of the Force. Skywalker was a storm cloud, flickering with dangerous lightning, building the rotation that threatens a tornado. You know, like, we see both of them through the Force, how like Dooku and other people see them, right? Which I think is so interesting. You know, the whole like sunlit meadow versus threatening tornado. I thought
Mhm.
that was interesting. But we also see how they fight together, because Stover really had me going for a second, because Dooku is so sure of himself as a master, as he should be. Like, he is, I think he specializes in Makashi, and he is the master of that form. There's this one paragraph. It was a simple matter of countering their tactics, which were depressingly straightforward. Skywalker was the swift one, whooshing here and there like a spastic hawkbat, attempting a Jedi variant of neck in the middle so they could come at him from both sides, while Kenobi came on in a measured Shi-Cho cadence, deliberate as a lumber droid, moving step by step, cutting off the angles, clumsy but relentlessly dogged as he tried to chivvy Dooku into a corner. And I think that's so interesting, because this is the first time in this book that we've seen Anakin and Obi-Wan actually saber fight. You know, beforehand it was just in the Starfighters, right? And we already know through the introduction that, like, this is the team. And even the holonet is like, this is the team. You can't outfight them. They're gonna get you. Like, that's just how it goes. They're great. They're awesome. They're beautiful, perfect, amazing, gorgeous. And then we see them through Dooku's eyes, and Dooku's like, these guys ain't anything. Like, they're stupid. and, and I just think it's so nice, because it so perfectly encapsulates Dooku's own ego and his own holier than thou sort of thing. Because essentially we get a couple pages more and we find out that the team was playing at being stupid. Like, they were specifically doing bad Jedi saber fights because they were testing Dooku, essentially. Kenobi met every one of his, Dooku's, thrusts without so much as moving his feet, staying perfectly centered, perfectly balanced, blade never moving a millimeter more than was necessary, deflecting without effort, riposting with flickering strikes and stabs swifter than the tongue of a Gorolian ghost viper. And when Dooku felt Skywalker regain his feet and stride once more toward his back, he finally registered the source of that blinding defensive velocity Kenobi had used a moment ago. And only then, belatedly, did he understand that Kenobi's Ataru and Shicho had been ploys as well. Kenobi had become a master of Suresu. Dooku found himself having a sudden, unexpected, overpowering, and entirely distressing bad feeling about this. Like, that's what happens when you mess with Kenobi and Skywalker, you stupid bitch.
Wait, so how far into the week is this? I'm just trying to get a picture
This
of
is
like
like
how
still the
much
first 2 hours, CC, of day 1.
fuck.
Like this, we're still, we haven't even passed day 1 yet.
What a day to be alive.
Right. Let's see. And then, they're still battling, and Dooku is being like, the dark side, da 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 da. He's trying to block. Let's see. Ooh, Skywalker was a natural. There was a thermonuclear furnace where his heart should be, and it was burning through the firewalls of his Jedi training. He held the Force in the clench of a white-hot fist. He was half Sith already, and he didn't even know it. The boy had the gift of fury. And this is from Dooku's point of view. And then, of course, it ends with Anakin besting Dooku, and Palpatine being like, "Kill him! Call upon your fury and kill him, Anakin!" And Dooku is like, "Bitch, what?" Like, he's so confused. He's like, "What?" And then, of course, Anakin kills Dooku, who, at this point has no weapons. And chapter 4 is a great little summation. Like, the very first bit is, "This is the death of Count Dooku." A starburst of clarity blossoms within Anakin Skywalker's mind when he says to himself, "Oh, I get it now," and discovers that the fear within his heart can be a weapon too. It is that simple and that complex. And it is final. Dooku is dead already. The rest is mere detail. Like,
Damn.
truly, how terrifying is that? To like, to be so powerful, to be like, oh, he's already dead. The rest is detail. Like,
Mhm.
I have decided that this man is dead, so he already is, despite still living and breathing. Like, no wonder people were scared of him.
Yeah.
Of course, Filoni does a great job in the Star Wars show by like building up Anakin's like fear factor or whatever. Like, as the show goes on, you start to get a little more like, dang, Anakin, you good,
Mhm.
bro? I feel like this book does a really good job of it as well, because as we continue on and you really get into Anakin's thoughts and this dragon and the dark side and his and just he just such overwhelming fear. Like this man is not running on faith or love, or he's running on fear. Like, every one of his actions is based on, I mean, there's love there, but there's mostly fear. And when you have a character as powerful as Anakin, that is quite the bomb to be playing with, if you know what I mean.
He's ready to snap.
Right? And it's just chapter 4 is when Anakin murders Dooku, and he doesn't get to murdering Dooku until like 2 pages or so after the chapter 4 begins, right? So
Mhm.
it's really interesting because when he does kill Dooku, the Stover does this great thing where he sort of, Anakin is dissociating, and it's like, the murderer blinked. The murderer blinked again. Who am I? Was he
Yeah.
the slave boy on a desert planet, valued for his astonishing gift with machines? Was he the legendary pod racer, the only human to survive that deadly sport? Was he the unruly, high-spirited, trouble-prone student of a great Jedi Master, the star pilot, the hero, the lover, the Jedi? Could he be all these things? Could he be any of them and still have done what he has done? He was already discovering the answer at the same time that he finally realized what he needed to do, what that he needed to ask the question. So the whole thing is it's kind of dreamlike for Anakin. Like, it literally describes Anakin as waking up from a dream where that he
Yeah.
was having, that he was killing Dooku, and he's almost surprised when he looks down to be like, "Oh crap, I did that." Oh, now luckily Obi-Wan didn't see this. Obi-Wan is passed the heck out. I can't remember if I mentioned that or not. Obi-Wan, he got Dooku. The whole point was to kill Obi-Wan. Dooku wanted to kill Obi-Wan, so Dooku went a little harder on Obi-Wan and didn't kill him, but did definitely make him pass out. And now Palpatine is like, "Just leave him, Anakin. Just leave him." And Anakin is like, "No."
I
But
can't.
there's this, there's something so, I don't want to say childish about how Anakin is sort of dealing with this murder of Dooku, but there is something young about it, right? Because on page 85, in the Tuscan camp, he had lost his mind. He had become a force of nature, indiscriminate, killing with no more thought or intention than a sand gale. The Tuscans had been killed, slaughtered, massacred, but that had been beyond his control, and now it seemed to him as if it had been done by someone else, like a story he had heard that had little to do with him at all. But Dooku had been murdered by him on purpose. Here in the general's quarters, he had looked into the eyes of a living being and coldly decided to end that life. He could have chosen the right way. He could have chosen the Jedi way. But instead, he stared down at Dooku's severed head. He could never unchoose this choice. He could never take it back. As Master Windu liked to say, there's no such thing as a second chance. And he wasn't even sure he wanted one.
Damn.
Right?
I feel like every sentence ends on like a jaw dropping kind of, not to be dramatic, but like a jaw dropping kind of end to it.
I mean, again, if it helps, I am picking some of the better ones, but like this, I mean, there's a reason why this novelization has stood the test of time. Like, just from a form of writing itself, it is so clean, it's so accessible, even with all of the sort of science fiction rocketry, I hesitate to say mumbo jumbo, but all the fancy science fiction words. Because like I like science fiction, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't necessarily say that I am a science fiction aficionado. Like, I'm here for it, but there is a point where if the science fiction gets too science fiction, I'm kind of out, you know?
I feel that.
Oh, Anakin. So he's struggling with this, and Palpatine is like, we should definitely leave Obi-Wan. And Obi-Wan, no, Anakin is like, his fate, he said, in case Palpatine had not understood, will be the same as ours. Like, yes, go Anakin. Because, and again, a few lines later, this is what he'd been born for, saving people. And I feel like that line in particular is so telling. This is what he'd been born for, saving people. But he couldn't save his mom. He almost didn't save Palpatine. And he didn't save Padme. And
Yeah.
he certainly didn't save Obi-Wan.
If anything, he like the opposite of saved everyone. He doomed everyone.
Right? He did the exact opposite. By shunting the Jedi beliefs of, letting go, he really doomed everybody, by just being like, I can't let go. I can't let death have whatever death wants. And it's like, baby boy, nobody wants, their loved one to die. But death is death. Like, it's one of the few things in the universe that you cannot escape, no matter how hard you try. It comes for everybody. You get me?
Yeah.
And not even the chosen one can usurp it, as it were. And yeah, that is chapter 4. And so chapter 5 is aptly named Grievous, and in Grievous's point of view. And I think having Grievous's point of view is is good, because Grievous, especially in the movies, so one-dimensional. And like, don't get me wrong, I think it is okay for villains to be one-dimensional. However, Palpatine Palpatine is so evil, and I think we can all agree Palpatine is evil. He saw a traumatized slave boy, 9 years old, and was like, I'm going to groom that child to become a fascist, genocidal freak, essentially, right? No one with like a semi-decent moral code is going to be out here doing that, right? Palpatine is so one-dimensionally evil that it works for him. And that's why I think he's one of the best like villains of any series, cuz there is nothing that there's nothing to sympathize with. There's no tragic from what I know. I could be wrong. I don't care about Palpatine enough to know, you get me? But as far as I know, there's no tragic backstory. There's no sympathizing. There's no, oh well, my wife and my son died, so I had to turn evil. Like, there's none of that. It's just Palpatine doing his thing, being an evil motherfucker. And I love that for him. Like, I love having a villain that is just so uncomplicatedly evil that I just can clearly be like, I don't like that guy, and I don't have to justify it to nobody because it's so obvious that we're supposed to hate that guy, right? But I do think that making Dooku and Grievous and Ventress and all the little Sithly dudes have a little bit more of like oomph to them in terms of personality, I think it almost highlights Sidious's own evilness. Does that make sense?
Ye.
Okay, good, cause I really be yapping. Y'all gotta make sure I'm not yapping over you. I feel like I've been yapping all by myself for the past like 5 minutes, you know. So don't feel free to interrupt. Like I don't want to yap over you, you know.
See, here's the thing. I'm taking a lot in. I feel like there's a lot to take in this, and then you have to reflect, and then I feel like at some point I'm just gonna have a lot to say because
And
I feel
that
like
is,
it's taken.
listen, I am trying my best to fly through this because I know at least for you we're on a bit of a time crunch. So I want to get as much done with you while you're still here. So if I'm kind of flying through, that's why. So yeah, and you know and I'm not gonna read this one, but there is another. This is General Grievous. Like there was. This is Dooku. This is Obi-Wan. This is Anakin. And the thing to really take from this is that Grievous has a purpose, and it was quite literally built into him. He is built to intimidate, he is built to dominate, he is built to eradicate. He remembers back from, because you have to remember Grievous was once an actual like fleshy being, but
Mhm.
things happened and he essentially became mostly droid. You know, there's still some flesh in him, but now he's mostly droid. So when he says he is built to intimidate, dominate, eradicate, he's not kidding. He was quite literally built for it. And so he remembers, and there's a couple lines here at the end of it. He remembers joy. He remembers anger and frustration. He remembers grief and sorrow. He doesn't actually feel any of them. Not anymore. He's not designed for it. Like, so Grievous, even though he is such a one-dimensional, there's still enough there that I feel like sort of flips him back to 2D rather than 1D, if that makes sense.
Like I remember being a kid and watching Revenge of the Sith, and like my dad would be like, "Oh, that's Grievous," and I'd be like, "What's his deal?" And my dad like gave like a very watered down, like, "Oh, he was like some guy, and then like he got all those droid enhancements," and like even that little 8-year-old me was like, "Oh, that's interesting." Like they never go anywhere with that in the movie, but it definitely like stuck out to me.
Right? And it works too because it's just one of those. I think I can speak for a lot of Star Wars fans of our age when we say that when we first saw like Revenge of the Sith movie, Grievous was like low key terrifying. Like
Yeah,
more so than Maul was in the first episode, more than even Sidious was when he first appears on screen. Grievous was just, even Dooku wasn't as scary. There was the way that they animated him, the way that they just made his, for me it was his eyes, like the way his physicality and his eyes, the way they were just so like dead but not. Oh, it haunted me.
like when he's like spider climbing like out like the outside,
Yes.
it's like
Oh, I hated it.
they told
Oh,
these fuckers, but you know.
When
yeah.
I watched this for the first time, I had like half my face covered every time like he popped out.
Yeah, Grievous, I love, they made Grievous so intimidating and it paid off. Like like I said, even as a kid, I was like ew Dooku and ew Sidious, but Grievous, I was like, ugh, I
Yeah,
really don't want to see him in my room at like 3 a.m., you know?
yeah. Someone does, but
But it's not me. And I know some people do because I've been on every single corner of this Star Wars fandom. I've seen some things. My curiosity has led me to places I wouldn't even go with a gun. Can I say gun on YouTube or do I have to say pew pew? Oh, stupid.
Pew
who knows?
pew, just like the Boo Boo Mobile.
Right? Listen, no one's listening to this except hi mom. But yeah, so that is chapter 5. Chapter 5 is essentially Grievous being Grievous and being like, oh no, the Chancellor's gone, Dooku's dead, where the hell are Kenobi and Skywalker? Find them, get them back. I need to kill all of them at this point. I'm tired of this, you know? So chapter 6, we go back to Anakin and Obi-Wan, of course. You know, they're in the that truly iconic scene with Anakin's butt, essentially.
Hell yeah.
At the end of page 101, Obi-Wan Kenobi opened his eyes to find himself staring at what he strongly suspected was Anakin's butt. It looked like Anakin's butt. Well, his pants anyway, though it was thoroughly impossible for Obi-Wan to be certain, since he had never before had occasion to examine Anakin's butt upside down, which it currently appeared to be, nor from this rather uncomfortably close range.
I remember reading that as a kid and being like, this is the funniest shit ever.
Like, I love it. Because you have to remember, at the end of the day, this is still for Star Wars has always been at the end of the day for kids, you know, and it's important as you grow older, but you still interact with Star Wars to remember that and to have the butt jokes every now and again, or the silly lightsaber bits, or you know,
We're here to have fun and also cry a little bit.
right, right.
How much is it going to go into the depth about the butt?
Oh no, that's all the butt we get. But was that
Damn.
not enough? Was that just like the perfect amount of butt jokes?
Maybe a little bit more. No.
Hey, listen, it's Obi-Wan looking at Anakin's butt. Come on now, that's one of the most iconic scenes in this book.
The thought that just came to my mind that I cannot say right now, but oh my god.
Say it,
Squish
see.
it.
What?
I said squish it.
Squish it? I'm glad you said what you were thinking, because I was thinking of something far worse and far more adult, so good for you.
I was probably thinking more along the lines of inappropriate.
Right? Like, see, this is why you just have to say what's on your mind, because you're with good people. Like, trust me, whatever you're thinking, I've already upped the disgusting, perverted adult factor by like 12.
Well, I'm also mindful of what we're on, but yes.
See, I'm not. Okay, listen. Yes, we're uploading this to YouTube, but I don't expect anybody, hi mom, to listen to it, really, right? If this silly little show ever did anything like as drastic as make money, I would be the first to be the most surprised. You get me? I don't expect anything to come. So at this point, I don't even care. I'm not gonna censor myself. I'm gonna say stupid shit.
Obi-Wan should have eaten his ass.
Obi-Wan should have eaten his ass.
Maybe that would have calmed him down.
Maybe if Anakin Skywalker had just gotten pegged, whether it was Obi-Wan or Padme doing it, I think a lot of things would have turned out different. I'm just saying. Or, you know, maybe if Obi-Wan had let Anakin get him. I don't know. I'm just saying. It could go either way. They could switch. I don't care. It could be an OT3 situation. I am no stranger to Obi Amidala. Do not come for me. Anyway, listen, I've been shipping Obi-Wan with like just about every bitch under the sun since about 2008, 2009. Okay, I am no stranger to the Obi-Kin, Obi Amidala, Obi-Dala, Quiobi. There are even some really deeply funny fan arts of Grievous x Obi-Wan, which is very fun. Obi-Wan / Maul. Didn't think I'd be into it, but it's not that bad depending on the iteration of it. Okay, there, like I could go on. Don't even come for me.
All that matters is that no matter who you ship him with, they all die and he's gonna be sad.
Yeah, exactly. Either way, he's alone in a cave by the end of it. I'm so sad. Don't even look at me. I'm gonna jump and I'm gonna do a flip.
We can't look at you.
Anyway, hi mom. Anyway. Oh god, okay. There's this, da 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 da. They're trying to escape, da 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 da. And then there's this fun little line. There are so few things a Jedi ever. I'm sorry, I'm still on Obi-Wan's relationship. I'm sorry. Anyway, there are so few things that a Jedi ever owns. Even his lightsaber is less a possession than an expression of his identity. To be a Jedi is to renounce possessions, and Anakin had tried so hard, tried for so long, to do just that. You know, because we're talking about, let's see, because then he goes over about, like, you know, Padme and their wedding day a little bit, and how he had given Padme C-3PO, and Padme gave him R2-D2 in return, like, instead of, like, those were their gifts to each other, right? And it's one of the reasons why he keeps going back for R2-D2, because that is also, you know, Padme, and R2-D2 having a droid is one of the few things that, like, you know, it's okay to have as a Jedi because they're a tool, like the lightsabers. Oh my gosh, I need a drink. Listen, I've got a water bottle, I've got some orange juice, I've got some Dr. Pepper, and I even have an adult fun fruity drink too, okay? I am drinked out, and it is only almost 11 a.m. where I am.
The
So,
combination of those together does not sound pleasant.
listen, I'm here for a good time, not a long time, and I've been up for almost 48 straight hours because of the Hat Man and tornado warnings. Don't even come for me.
The Hat Man.
Listen, I think I owe him money because he was not leaving me alone a few nights ago. Okay, I'm just gonna read. And this is Anakin's POV. He had then one thing that he truly owned, that he had earned, that he was not required to renounce. One gift he could give her to celebrate their love. The culmination of the ceremony of Jedi knighthood is the severing of the new Jedi Knight's Padawan braid, and it was this that he laid into Padme's trembling hand. One long, thin braid of his glossy hair, such a little thing of no value at all, such a little thing that meant the galaxy to him. And the thing I like about that is that traditionally Padawans give it to their masters when they become knights themselves. And I think it's kind of heartbreaking in its own way that Anakin didn't give it to Obi-Wan, because Obi-Wan never had the opportunity to give Qui-Gon his own braid. And now Obi-Wan doesn't even have Anakin's braid to as that symbol of like, okay, I did do a good job, like I did do this, you know? And it sort of harkens back to Obi-Wan always feeling like a Padawan. Like he never he still hasn't quite moved on. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I just think that's a fun little screaming, crying, throwing up moment.
Also, like the whole like Jedi don't have anything they can own, like something something Anakin slave trauma. Like he's never been able to have like his own thing. Like even his self like was never like truly his.
Right? I mean, listen, you had a 9-year-old boy who was calling his slave master master, and then 2 seconds later he's supposed to call Qui-Gon and or Obi-Wan master, but like out of respect. Like,
Yeah.
I don't care how well they explain that to a 9-year-old Anakin. There's no way that that went over as well as anybody thinks it did, you know? Honestly, I would love to read an entire novel where it's just Obi-Wan and Anakin getting therapy. Like, genuinely, I would love that so much.
Me too.
They need it.
And
Right.
I'm curious of how that therapist would approach that therapy. Not to get into my interests deeply.
Right? God. Okay, and so then they're still trying to escape this god awful ship with Obi-Wan, Anakin, and oh my god, what's his face? Palpatine. And so then we get to chapter 7. It's Obi-Wan and Anakin 2. And I love it so much because no, I actually this is arguably one of my favorite chapters in the book, chapter 7, because we get this entire thing with Obi-Wan and like the light and how the light sort of looks to him and how the force looks to him. He doesn't even need to reach into the force. He has already let the force reach into him. You get me? The force flows over him and around him as though he has stepped into a crystal pure waterfall lost in the green coils of a forgotten rainforest. When he opens himself to that sparkling stream, it flows into him and through him and out again without the slightest interference from his conscious will. The part of him that calls itself Obi-Wan Kenobi is no more than a ripple, an eddy in the pool into which he endlessly pours. Like I just love that. And the fact that it does go on to explain how like as the years have gone by, it has been harder and harder to sort of connect with the force, as the war has gone on, and we all know that that coincides with Palpatine, Sidious, all that jazz. And then there's this one little bit over here that on page 121, he is all these things, but most importantly, he is still Obi-Wan Kenobi. This is why he can simply stand, why he can simply wait. He has no need to attack or to defend. There will be battle here, but he is perfectly at ease, perfectly content to let the battle start when it will start, and let it end when it will end, just as he will let himself live or let himself die. This is how a great Jedi makes war. I just think that's so interesting, especially compared with like to Anakin's. He has already decided Dooku will die. The rest is detail.
Yeah.
It's like It's the way they interact with the Force is very similar, but it's those slight differences that really change everything. Essentially, Eventually, they get to Grievous and they're fighting Grievous, and The ease with which Kenobi had taken command of the situation was frightening. More frightening was the fact that of the two, Skywalker was reportedly the greatest warrior, and even their R2 unit could fight. The little astromech had some kind of aftermarket cable gun it had used to entangle the legs of a super droid and yank it free off its feet. And now it was jerking the droid this way and that, so that its arm cannons were blasting chunks off its squad mates instead of the Jedi. Grievous was starting to think less about winning this particular encounter than about surviving it. So again, we see that, it seems that a lot of the time they just underestimate our boys, especially Kenobi. They're like underestimating him, and I'm just like, listen, that's on purpose. He's playing you. He's playing you like a dog. Come on now.
He's playing chess. We're playing checkers.
Right? Like, there's a reason they call him the negotiator. There's a reason he is the master of Sarasu. There's a reason that he was, at one point, one of the youngest to ever be elected to the Jedi Council. It's not just for show. I'm telling you guys. Let's see.
Are your annotations in this just screaming right now?
Are what?
Are your annotations in this just screaming right now?
There's a lot of screaming. There's a lot of, okay, I'm going to read this line. Yet this battle had been fought to save Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. They had won the battle, but now, as Nita stood watching helplessly, he couldn't help feeling that they were about to lose the war. Like, that little bit of foreshadow. And that specific line wasn't from Anakin's or Obi-Wan's point of view. It was from some Lieutenant Nita on, like, one of the bigger ships of the Republic being like, hey, where's the Chancellor? Because, they called Grievous to be like, if you give us the Chancellor, we won't shoot. And Grievous is like, go fuck yourself. Anyway, the foreshadowing genuinely kills me. There's so much foreshadowing, and I love it because that's the point. It's the tragedy. It's the Shakespeare. It's the Ouroboros. It's the circle. It's they can't escape the narrative. Even when they know they're in the narrative, they cannot escape the narrative. The narrative is all they have. I love it.
The book literally opens with, "This has already happened. You can't change it." Like,
right? And I feel like some people may be like, oh, Stover was too ham-fisted with that, but I don't think he was. I really feel like it was the perfect amount, because if you take in the Star Wars series as it's meant to be, a big-ass space opera, very Shakespearean, very dramatic, this is perfectly in line with the overall tone of the entire story, Especially during this time before we got to Rey and Kylo and all of them, and this is before Filoni, I think, right? Because
I believe so.
Yeah, because Filoni's show didn't start and that's not the point, but it's in a very specific time period where all we had was the 6 movies and whatever novelizations, and depending on what you thought was canon at the time, whatever other novels were written about, like, the first trilogy, right? I just love knowing that it's one of my Achilles heels. Like, I love a narrative that you can't escape, even if you know what narrative you're in. It's already been done. And then there's this, and then speaking of last lines, of a chapter where, in Anakin's point of view, he will land this ship. He will save his friends. Between his will and the will of the Force, there is no contest. Like,
Ugh.
oh. Even the foreshadow of that alone. Oh.
Yeah.
Also, just the writing is just. I like how he uses will in so many different ways too.
Right? It's like I said, this is a very accessible book. Like, even if you don't read Star Wars novels, even if you've only seen the movies, but you only saw the movies like 20 years ago and you haven't really touched them since, this is a Star Wars novel that I would recommend to anybody who's just like, yeah, I kind of want to get back into Star Wars, and you cannot go wrong with this novelization. So page 136, that is the end of part 1. So as you can see, the entirety of part 1, all 136 pages, are focused on those first, 20-30 minutes of the movie, where they're flying around Coruscant, they're getting into the ship, they're fighting Dooku, they're freeing Palpatine, they're getting Grievous, all that stuff, right? And now we're at the point where Anakin, where Obi-Wan is like, well, we're still flying half a ship, LOL, So, part 2, seduction, ooh. And then we have...
Okay, I was about to ask, for the chapters, is it just one word for each chapter?
No, sometimes it's Obi-Wan and Anakin.
Okay.
So, but yeah. So part 2, seduction, and we have another little sort of prologue bit that I'll read for you. The dark is generous and it is patient. It is the dark that seeds cruelty into justice, that drips contempt into compassion, that poisons love with grains of doubt. The dark can be patient because the slightest drop of rain will cause those seeds to sprout. The rain will come, and the seeds will sprout, for the dark is the soil in which they grow, and it is the clouds above them, and it waits behind the star that gives them light. The dark's patience is infinite. Eventually, even stars burn out.
Ugh.
Oh!
It reminds me of this, like, I don't know, it was like early days Tumblr. Some like Tumblr post I saw that was like someone's interpretation of the Force as this like almost like void that you like actively have to avoid like falling into, and it's like always there. Where it's like the dark side and the light side, it's like you have to actively fight to be on the light side, whereas it's like if you just let yourself exist, like the dark side will be like, hi.
Yeah, it's like a black hole. I
Yeah.
remember that post. We see each other.
Yeah.
What about you, C? Are you hanging in there?
I am. I'm a little like lost when it comes to the Tumblr stuff, but I can kind of imagine. Can one of you guys send me the post? When
I'll
I'm
see if I
curious.
can find it.
Yeah, if you're able to, let me know. If not, no worries.
Well, Ems, do me a favor and don't do it now, but make a note.
I will.
And if you do happen to find it, send it to me too. Why not?
Hell yeah.
Put it in the group chat for the vibes. So that is the beginning of part 2, seduction. Even stars must burn out, which and I kind of love, I'm only realizing this now hysterically enough, but I kind of love how like the dark is patient, but we just had Obi-Wan being like, I am patient, I'm a Jedi are patient, I can just da 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 da, and it really goes to show just how like entwined the dark and the light are, like it just, as kind of as you were saying, Ems, like how you have to actively choose to the light side to be good, to have this power and use it for good and stay on this certain path and not be seduced, lol, by the dark side. The
I still
next,
love how it's called the dark side, but it's light.
it do be like that. That's Star Wars for you.
Yeah, it's really interesting the wordplay here.
I really think if you take a second and you really go into like Star Wars like lore and how the Force works, like there's some very interesting things in there and some very interesting ideas and maxims and all that. I remember in my earlier Tumblr days, I'm thinking like 2010, 2011, 2012, I got really deep into it and like all the stuff that like this could be based off of and like how it reflects real life religion. Da, 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 da. I was going through it. Let's just put it at that. So, chapter 8, fault lines, and we have the first point of view of Mace Windu, who I love. Like, as a I love him when he appears. Does that make sense? Like, he doesn't appear
Yeah.
a lot, especially in the time period we are now of like just having the 6 movies. He's not there a lot, but when he is, he commands. Like you cannot take his eyes off him. I love Mace Windu. Mace Windu is great. I love him. And having his point of view is just such a breath of fresh air almost, because don't get me wrong, it's very nice to have like Dooku's point of view and Grievous's point of view, but to have a point of view of a Jedi that is on par with both Anakin and Kenobi in various ways, and to have like Mace Windu's insight, and even how, because he's such an insightful character, but the dark is so omnipresent, I think is the word,
Mhm.
that even he is blinded. Like, and this is coming from a man who I believe it's pronounced Vapad. That's his saber form, where he literally like uses the dark and sort of like lets it flow through him. I believe is kind of the description. It's somewhere in here. For even him to be blinded by the dark, I just thought was real. It just goes to show just how dark it really was, like how dark Coruscant and the Jedi Temple really was by the end of it. Like the Jedi were so blind to so much, and they were like frogs. They didn't even really realize it until it was slapping them in the face with genocide.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting because this is the first time. This is right after Anakin has killed Dooku, right? So, in Mace's point of view, inextricably, young Skywalker looked distinctly uncomfortable. That newly confident presence of his collapsed as suddenly as an overloaded deflector, and instead of meeting Mace's eyes, his gaze flicked to Palpatine. Somehow, Mace didn't think this was modesty. He looked to the Chancellor as well, his elation sinking, becoming puzzlement tinged with suspicion. And then a few lines later, no one on the Jedi Council had ever been comfortable with Skywalker's close relationship with the Chancellor. They'd had more than one conversation about it with Obi-Wan while Skywalker had still been his Padawan, and Mace was less than happy to hear Palpatine speaking for the young Jedi, who seemed unprepared to speak for himself. So it's so close yet so far, because we even get another page. um Now he saw the three men together, Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Palpatine, and the intricate lattice of fault lines and stress fractures that bound them each to the other was so staggeringly powerful that its structure was beyond calculation. Anakin was somehow a pivot point, the fulcrum of a lever with Obi-Wan on one side, Palpatine on the other, and the galaxy in the balance. But the dark cloud on the Force prevented his perception from reaching into the future for so much as a hint of where this might lead. The balance was already so delicate that he could not guess the outcome of any given shift. The slightest tip in any direction would generate chaotic oscillation. Anything could happen. Anything at all. And the lattice of fault lines that bound all three of them to each other stank of the dark side. Like,
They stinky.
well, yes, hysterically. Stinky bitches. But it just, I don't know, it's just so quietly heartbreaking that
It
it was
also
right
goes back
there.
to like it also goes back to like the I think it was when he killed Dooku, you were saying it's like he's like almost childish. The whole like, oh,
Mhm.
Anakin's like nervous, like he can't even speak for himself, so like Palpatine has to do it for him. When it's like it's very contrasting because it's like, oh, he's just like super confident, like he's the chosen one, like he's perfect, like everyone loves him, but then it's like he can't even speak for himself when it matters.
Right. And and I've always said that, Anakin is one of those almost deceptively okay. Anakin and Obi-Wan, both characters are almost deceptively complex, I feel like. I feel like a lot of interpretations and fandoms sort of break them down to their sort of base components, which is fair enough, I guess. Like Anakin being a bit hot-headed and Obi-Wan being too much of a rule stickler. But yeah, but at their hearts, that's not what they're doing. Like both of
Yeah.
them are so complex, and it just, I don't know, it just breaks my heart a little bit that Mace Windu was right there and he could so clearly see it, but but the dark was just so overpowering and so blinding that it was just that one little bit that he couldn't he quote unquote spoiler alert, but
Mhm.
Mace Windu in this novel, and this is one of the reasons why I love that we have his point of view. We see him make that connection. We see him make that connection finally. That, oh my god, it's Palpatine. It was Palpatine the whole time. Holy shit! But too little, too late.
Yeah.
And it's just, oh, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. It's such a tragedy, and I love it so much.
What was
Like
your reaction to this when you first read it, finding this out?
What was my what?
What was your reaction the first time you read this book?
I mean, if
This
we're
piece,
talking about what I just read, I
yeah.
mean, it was like oof, but it wasn't. It wasn't as. My reaction was not as like I kept going.
Okay.
And I kept reading, like I didn't put the book down because for me, just it was so novel to have Mace's point of view. I was like so in it that I didn't want to put his point of view down, essentially. But I do remember that there is on the next page. It's right here, like one of the last lines of this particular section, and this is Palpatine speaking. I have no doubt of it, Palpatine strolled along, seemingly oblivious, but we should never underestimate the deviousness of the Separatists. It is possible that even the war itself has been only one further move, he said with elegant, understated precision in some greater game. Like, this story is a prison. Like, it's right there. And even earlier, just a couple paragraphs up, Palpatine is like, absolutely not. Palpatine drew himself up, straightening his robes. A negotiated peace would be a recognition of the CIS as the legitimate government of the rebellion systems, tantamount to losing the war. No, Master Windu, this war can only end in one way, unconditional surrender. And while Grievous lives, that will never happen. Like, you could have ended the war right then, but God forbid. God
Yeah.
forbid that you recognize, a bunch of systems that don't align with your view as like as having the audacity to want to be their own thing and not ruled by you. What other real life example does this remind me of? Oh, it pisses me off. This story is a prison, and I love it.
It's funny you say that because throughout listening to this, I've been thinking of an escape room where you just
An
can't escape.
escape plan from what? Reality? Existence? Give it to me.
I would argue existence.
I mean, that's pretty easy. I can't say what I want to say on YouTube. Never mind.
I can only guess.
It involves a parking garage, if that helps.
Oh god.
I'm sorry. So sorry.
Oh my
Listen.
God.
Listen. Anyway, so we continue. We ignore what I've just said. Oh, and page 152. Mace's jaw locked. The only reason Palpatine's not a suspect is because he already rules the galaxy. Hello? Oh, Mace,
Like,
you were so close.
you're like about to connect the dots. You are connecting the dots.
Right? You've connected the dots, and at the very last second, you smashed into an 18-wheeler and lost your head. Kind of sounds like something else that's also happening in real life, doesn't it, bestie? But you kind of see why reading this book now, it's quite it's there were emotions that I hadn't felt as fresh while reading this as I did when, like, the first few times I read this, if that sentence made any sort of sense,
Yeah.
So we continue on with Mace's point of view. And Mace is like, listen, I don't trust these bitches. That's essentially what happens. Mace pulls Obi-Wan aside and is like, hey, Obi-Wan, listen. And he says, let's see. You haven't been here, Obi-Wan. Mace stared bleakly down at his hands. You've been fighting the war in the Outer Rim. You don't know what it's been like dealing with all the petty squabbles and special interests and greedy, grasping fools in the Senate. And Palpatine's constant, cynical, ruthless maneuvering for power. He carves away chunks of our freedom and bandages the wounds with tiny scraps of security. And for what? Look at this planet, Obi-Wan. We have given up so much freedom. How secure do we look? Like, I'm sorry, reading that in 2025, I about crashed out in my cubicle at work.
Yeah.
I'm about to crash out now just rereading it to you guys. Like, even without the various context, does that not hit a little too close to home?
Yeah, it definitely does.
Yeah. What about you, C? Are you living?
In 2025 in general, like connecting all these dots is
Mm-hmm.
rough. And reading in your cubicle, I can only imagine how much you had to bite your tongue, like to the point where it fucking bled. Whoa, shit.
Oh, listen, I bit my cheek bloody. Let's put it at that.
I can imagine.
And this is why, like, a few days ago, when a certain somebody decided to have a global trade war, I and many others of my ilk were like, LOL, it's just like the first episode of Star Wars. Ha 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 ha. Because, like,
Yeah.
the parallels are not hard to find. Let's just put it that. But it does make sense when you look at Star Wars as a whole and how Star Wars, it has always been at its heart very political. Though it has been for children, it's still been very political and still been like a mirror of our times. And it's kind of like how Star Trek has been a mirror of our times as well. And it's so sad that when then episodes 1, 2, and 3 came out, it was such a mirror of the times then, and it's once again relevant now because it hasn't been that long. It's been what, 20 years? The whole thing
Yeah.
that we talked about earlier of Revenge of the Sith 20th year anniversary. It's only been 20 years, and we're doing this again. It's screaming, crying, throwing up, essentially.
We live in a society society.
We be living in a society. Anyway, Star Wars. So so we get back to Anakin's point of view. We're still in the same chapter, and Anakin, is like, "Oh my god, where's Padme? What's happened? Did something happen? Did somebody touch her?" Also, I hate the Senate. and he's also like, "Palpatine, stop talking to me. I need to find my wife." Um and then yeah, so Anakin leaves to see where the hell Padme is, and there's this beautiful little bit right here at the very end of chapter 8. Ah, the Jedi Council. Palpatine slid an arm around Anakin's shoulders and gave him a camaraderie squeeze. I believe I can be of some use to you in this problem after all. You can? I should be very surprised if I couldn't. Palpatine's smile was still warm, but his eyes had gone distant. You have noticed I have a certain gift, he murmured, forgetting my way. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. I've never hated a man more than I hate Palpatine. Oh, God.
He's
Are you
so
sure? Look at the current administration there.
Okay, we're talking about fictional people?
I had to after all the.
I mean, you're right, but we're looking at fictional people right now. So, Palpatine, go fuck yourself. Anyway, I hope it's not even enjoyable. Anyway, so chapter
I mean,
9.
somehow had a kid.
Oh God! Oh, I forget. Don't make me remember that. Ems, you're killing
You know what?
me.
That didn't exist at this time. It's not real. It can't hurt us.
Palpatine doesn't fuck in this period, okay? Unfuckable.
He is.
So, oh my God, I need to hurry the hell up. We're only like a quarter of the way through. Oh my God, see, I think you're gonna miss the end of it, which is the worst because it's the best. You know what? I'm gonna try and go turbo. Okay, are you guys ready? I'm gonna fail spectacularly, but I'm really gonna try. So stay with me.
Go turbo like the snail.
I'm gonna be turbo like the snail, baby girl. So, chapter 9, Padme. um, they meet because it's just like the movie. Padme's sort of hiding out in that dark little ballroom or whatever. And there's another section of this is Padme Amidala. Da, 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 da. And again, it's a really good moment of like who Padme is, how she views the world. It's one, and again, I love this repetition, this structural repetition. I really, really dig it. There's this one line in Padme's point of view where it's like, her husband needs to be a Jedi. Saving people is what he was born for. To take that away from him would cripple every good thing in his troubled heart. Oh, Padme. And then, everybody is so insistent that Anakin needs to save people. But did we ever think for a moment that maybe Anakin needs to save himself first so he could save other people? I'm just freaking saying.
Put your mask on before you put other people's mask.
Right? Right? Not that it'll help when the Boeing collapses mid-flight, but we don't talk about that. Then we get the moment where Padme is like, "Hey, Anakin, I'm pregnant," and I know it was unclear in the movie, but just so we're all clear, according to the book, she's been pregnant for 5 months at this point. So she is 5 months pregnant with twins, and Anakin is of course overjoyed. Huh?
I said, couldn't be me with the pregnant.
No. And Anakin is of course overjoyed, but he's also really afraid because I can't lose you. You're all I live for, which like the dangers of living for one person, anybody. And it's just it is just very sweet. It's very like, I love you, we love each other, we're going to get through this. Da, 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 da. And then there's this whole thing, because there's this whole thing in the Star Wars fandom for people that have like really only watched the movies and such, that are like, well, why? I mean, Coruscant, it wasn't like Coruscant is not the equivalent of, say, a third world country, right? Coruscant is like the creme de la creme. It is the heart of the Republic. It is the planet to live on, right? So yes, it has its slums. Don't get me wrong. But Padme is also a senator. She was also a queen. She also has access to Naboo's healthcare, which is also very good, let alone Coruscant's healthcare. So why is Anakin freaking out about she's going to die in childbirth, right? And so on page 168, Padme is like, This is Coruscant, Annie, not Tatooine. Women don't die in childbirth on Coruscant, not even the Twilighters in the down levels. And I have a top flight medical droid who assures me I am in perfect health. Your dream must have been some kind of metaphor or something. And then Anakin is like, listen, Padme, my dreams are literal. And I don't want to stay in the order. Like, that is his whole thing. He doesn't want to stay in the order. But, like, also, he has to be a Jedi, according to everybody and himself. And Padme is like, well, can't you, if you have to tell someone, you need to tell someone. You need to get this off your chest. Can you confide in Obi-Wan? And Anakin is like, what does he say? He says, I'm not sure he even stands up for me with them. Speaking of the council, I'm not sure he's on my side. Padme is like, I can't believe that. And Anakin is like, it has nothing to do with believing, he murmured, softly bitter. It's the truth. And my biggest question is, how do you know it's the truth? You're not
Yeah.
you're not in there with him if he is defending you, which, to be clear, he is. There's a passage at some point that is like, yeah, Obi-Wan has defended Anakin to the council a few times. But the whole thing is essentially, the whole chapter can be summed up with, Anakin, I love you. Padme, I love you. Anakin, I'm pregnant. Oh my god, that's so great. But also, I've had dreams where you die in childbirth. Well, they're just dreams because I've got great health care, but my dreams are more literal than that. I mean, look at my mama. Well, maybe you should just talk to Obi-Wan. Maybe that'll get some of this off your chest. I don't trust Obi-Wan. I don't think he does shit for me, actually. Oh, well, I can't believe that. He loves you. Well, that's not enough. But I love you. I love you too, Annie. That's chapter 9. We love to see it, don't get me wrong. And again, I'm really trying to speed through, okay? So, chapter 10, Masters. This is Obi-Wan. And it's Obi-Wan and Mace Windu and Yoda. And oh, I hate Yoda so much, but that's a different rant for a different
It's
time.
the Y slur.
He's the what?
He's the Y slur.
He is. He is. Sometimes when I think too hard about Yoda and all the hate I hold for him in my heart, I literally have a hot flash, and like my fight or flight kicks in.
To let you go on a rant about.
Listen,
About-
and you guys know that my fight or flight is geared towards flight. I'm running away. I don't care if that makes me. I'm out. I'm good. I'm goodbye. You get me? But when it comes to Yoda, it switches on to fight, so I get like a little adrenaline burst. It's really bad. Like, I'm actually sweating right now because I hate him so much. But that's a different. Oh, we're on such a time crunch. That's a different thing for a different time. Okay. It's Obi-Wan and Yoda and Mace Windu, who we love, sort of talking and being like, what exactly is happening? The darkness, the order, da-da-da-da-da. Palpatine is low-key becoming a dictator, and it literally says, we are afraid that they will continue to do so until one day he, Palpatine, he's forced to reluctantly accept dictatorship for life. And then Obi-Wan is like, as it has surrounded and cloaked the Separatists since even before the war began, if the Chancellor is being influenced through the dark side, the whole war may have been, from the beginning, a plot by the Sith to destroy the Jedi Order. Right? So at this point, they all kind of agree that, like, okay, we think that the dark side is influencing Palpatine, but they have not connected the dots that Palpatine is Sidious. But they also can't do much because, like, this is treason and they'll get their ass kicked, right? You're so close. You're so close. Ugh. And then later on, but Obi-Wan protested numbly, you're talking about treason. I'm not afraid of words, Obi-Wan. If it's treason, then so be it. I would do this right now if I had the Council's support. The real treason, Mace said, would be failure to act. And that's talking about how, like, they should completely remove Palpatine from power. And, like, listen, reading that in, like, 08, 09, 2010, whenever it was, that hit, but it didn't hit as hard. Reading that in 2025?
That hits.
There's a lot of things I want to say, but I'm afraid that if I say what I want to say, my work wouldn't take kindly to it, so I'm not going to say some things, but I'm thinking they can't wreck my ass for things that I never said.
I want the unedited version of you.
I think we all want the unedited version of me. It's far more entertaining.
You said it, not me.
Listen. And then let's see. And then, on page 177, we're back in Grievous's point of view, and he actually says something that still hits a little too close to home, even though he's on the bad side. Neutrality in these times was a joke. A planet was neutral only so long as neither the Republic nor the Confederacy wanted it. So I'm just gonna leave that as it is. That also hurt.
Yeah.
So Grievous gets
Hurting.
this whole thing of to like go to Utapau, and Dooku is dead and you need to kill Kenobi, and Dooku and Grievous is like, yeah, that sounds okay. And then we get Anakin again. He is he's doing Anakin things. He's actually going to Palpatine for like talking or something. Ooh, and there's this awful bit of foreshadow on page 182. As though if he tried to save Padme, he could end up, blankly impossible though it was, killing her himself? But to do nothing, to simply wait for Padme to die, could something be more than impossible? Like, oh, Anakin, baby girl, even.
Buddy.
Oof, buddy. Oh, I'm sorry. He's talking to Yoda. Ugh, disgusting. Da 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 da. Ba 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 ba. Then he's talking to Obi-Wan, who we love and adore. And Obi-Wan is like, "Hey, listen, bestie. Listen, the council doesn't want me to tell you this, but like, you're my bestie, you're my brother, you're my lover, you're my whatever the hell you want to put Obi-Wan and Anakin as. I have no compunction. I'll ship them just as quickly as I won't ship them. They're everything. They're a force dyad. They're two sides of the same coin. They're one person. They're the team." He goes to Obi-Wan, and Obi-Wan is like, "Listen, by the by, just so you know, we be suspecting some things about the Chancellor, maybe." And Anakin is like, "No, you're not, though." Anakin is like, "He's my bestie, so you're actually not." And Obi-Wan is like, "Well, could you just maybe be, careful of your own feelings? Be careful of him, Anakin. I am concerned that he may not be yours, as in your friend." Then Anakin goes to Palpatine's office, Palpatine's, and they have, this whole little bit. And like I said, I'm really trying to just summarize because I know we're on a bit of a time crunch. Da, 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 da. And this entire section is just essentially Palpatine laying the groundwork, the seeds, even as we saw right after part 2 seduction, that little introduction, the seeds of doubt. Anakin is like, "Well, the Sith are the definition of evil," and Palpatine is like, "Or so you have been trained to believe. I have been reading about the history of the Sith for some years now, Anakin." And I'm like, sure, why not? I guess you evil,
Sure,
evil,
buddy.
evil fucker. And then,
It's like
oh,
almost comical how like simply manipulative he is.
right?
Like such like a simple. He's just like Anakin's like, these are the bad guys, and he's like, but are they? And then Anakin's like, whoa, maybe he's right. And it's like, dude,
Right, and
but like it works.
it's so bonkers because Obi-Wan does the same thing. Obi-Wan is always like, "Well, from a certain point of view," and Obi-Wan, and who I love and adore, as we all know, he can be a manipulative little shit too. Like, there's a reason why he's the negotiator. You get me?
Yeah,
And I just think it's so interesting that like Palpatine is on purpose manipulating Anakin, but I don't think Obi-Wan, I could be wrong, I don't think Obi-Wan ever, when it comes to the big things, like things of this nature, he never on purpose manipulates Anakin. He's always like, "Well, that is one point of view, but from also don't forget these point of views over here." Like, it's like he teaches in a very it's kind of Socratic, he's always sort of questioning, like, "Are you sure? Because these points over here."
yeah.
But Anakin,
Just
bless his heart, is kind of dense.
just
Um,
casually pulling out my DSM-5 to look up, diagnosis for
as one
him.
does, as a therapist would. And you know what? Let me hit you with this, even. You, Chancellor, you can't be serious. Well, not entirely, Palpatine sighed and shrugged and lowered himself once more into the chair. It's only an example, Anakin. I would do anything to return peace to the galaxy. Do you understand? That's all I mean. After all, he offered a tired, sadly ironic smile. What are the chances of an actual Sith Lord ever walking through that door? Gesturing to the door of his office. "Oh, shut up! Just shut up! Just be quiet!" Oh, he pisses me off. And then we're back in Anakin's point of view. Palpatine had somehow seen into his secret heart and had chosen to offer him the one thing he most desired in all of the galaxy. He didn't care about the council, not really. That was a childish dream. He didn't need the council. He didn't need recognition, and he didn't need respect. What he needed was the rank itself. All that mattered was mastery. All that mattered was Padme. Because and it glosses over this a little in the movie, but it lays it out really well here in the book. The reason why Anakin is okay with doing this to become a master, even though he shouldn't be, is because as a master, he gets that rank allows him access to the Sith holocrons and like the Sith books and all the Sith knowledge that the Jedi have in the archives that no one that isn't a master can get their hands on. And Palpatine is like, listen, the dark side isn't all that bad. I've read a lot of stuff. There is things in there that can help you save Padme's life. And Anakin being Anakin, if it's going to help him save Padme, that's what he's going to do. Damn the consequences, as we know. And then chapter 11, politics, we immediately go into Obi-Wan's point of view. And Obi-Wan is talking to the council saying, yes, of course I trust him, he said patiently. We can always trust Anakin to do what he thinks is right. But we can't trust him to do what he's told. He can't be made to simply obey. Believe me, I've been trying for many years. Something about that is just so... We can trust to do what he thinks is right, but what he thinks is right is not always... He doesn't care for the greater republic. He doesn't care for the greater people. He only cares about the people he cares about. And at this point, it's Padme, Obi-Wan, Palpatine, give or take in that order.
Yeah.
I feel like Palpatine and Obi-Wan sometimes but Padme is always first.
Defiance and narcissism combined, maybe.
I just, and I don't even know if he's really. I can't agree that he's a narcissist because Anakin is so kind, but all he's known is slavery and war, and even his internal struggles are at war with each other, because on the one hand, during slavery, he learned that he had to keep hold of the ones that he loved. He can't let them go without scratch marks, essentially, right? Like, he has to keep them close because that's all he has. But the Jedi is the exact opposite of that, of letting people go, of, when they die, they die. I mean, it's very sad, but it's the will of the Force. It's their time, and so Anakin's entire life, he's so sympathetic because Anakin's entire life is just a constant battle of right, wrong, his right, his wrong, his morality versus others' morality, etc., etc. It really is just one endless war with him. This chapter is a big scene of politics, which I really enjoy, because you can't like the prequels without enjoying the political aspect of it. To completely ignore the political aspect of it is to ignore like 3/4 of the entire story. So I don't understand how people keep being like, oh, Star Wars isn't political, remove political from Star Wars. Bestie, Star Wars is right there. I'm just fucking saying. How do you do that? I don't know. But Obi-Wan continues. Then we should use someone else's eyes, Obi-Wan said. Forgive me, Master Yoda, but you just don't know him the way I do. None of you do. He is fiercely loyal, and there is not a gram of deception in him. You've all seen it. It's one of the arguments that some of you, here in this room, have used against elevating him to master. He lacks true Jedi reserve. That's what you've said. And by that, we all mean that he wears his emotions like a holonet banner. How can you ask him to lie to a friend? To spy upon him? You're asking him to use that friendship as a weapon, to stab his friend in the back. Don't you understand what this will cost him, even if Palpatine is entirely innocent, especially if he's innocent? The relationship will never recover, will never be the same, and that, Mace Windu said, may be the best argument in favor of this plan. I have told you all that I have seen what I have told you all what I have seen of the energy between Skywalker and the Supreme Chancellor. Anything that might distance young Skywalker from Palpatine's influence is worth the attempt. It's just... Listen, I love Mace Windu. I've said that before. I love him. But I don't understand why the Council wouldn't go with Obi-Wan on this. Like, Obi-Wan, I understand Obi-Wan is perhaps too close to him. Obi-Wan is blinded by his love for Anakin to Anakin's faults. Like, this is true. However, he is still a Jedi Master. He still knows what he's talking about, and he still knows Anakin better than anybody in that room. Like, Anakin is never going to take the betrayal, him betraying the person that he loves, well. He will hate himself for doing it, and he will hate the person that makes him do it too. So this was never a good plan. This was never going to go down. What they should have done personally is ship I don't know, grab Padme and be like, hey, listen, we need you to keep him on Naboo for like 4 or 5 months. Use any excuse possible. We need him gone. We just need him over there. And if you can keep him away from the Holo News, that'd be the best too. And then take care of the problem. I don't know. That's just me.
Like, she's pregnant. Could have been like, Anakin, go take care of her while she's pregnant.
Well, they don't know that because, God forbid. It,
Yeah,
honestly, so much could have been avoided if Anakin had just trusted Obi-Wan for like 5 seconds.
literally.
He's a trustworthy guy.
Again, I'm so biased for Obi-Wan, so my bias is blinding me essentially when it comes to Obi-Wan. But I think Obi-Wan, in my heart of hearts, I really think Obi-Wan would have sat down and been like, what the fuck? And had his like 5-second freak out, and then he would have gone into fixer negotiator mode. And he could have, and I think he could have done it. I think he could have essentially solved everything if Anakin had just sat down and been like, Obi-Wan, listen, I don't want to be part of the Jedi Council. I don't want to be part of the Jedi anymore. I don't want to be at war anymore. I just want to live with Padme. Also, she's pregnant. Also, I keep having dreams where she's dying. Help. And I do think Obi-Wan would have pulled a great plan out of his ass.
Yeah.
My boy is not stupid. He just doesn't have all the fucking information available. Then we get a little bit of Bail Organa's point of view, mostly to just this whole subplot, I should say, of the movie that was removed, where Padme is sort of with the rebellion in the Senate with Mon Mothma and Bail Organa, and it's a whole thing, and that a lot of that was removed for the runtime, but in the book it's not. In the book we get, Bail Organa being like, yo, Padme, da-da-da-da-da, Padme being like, ooh, da-da-da-da-da, and yada yada yada, right? Anakin is with the Jedi Council, and he is so angry. It wasn't anger he was hiding. His anger was only camouflage. Behind his anger hid the dragon. So, like, his anger, he uses anger a lot to cover his fear. Because, again, as I've said, I think a lot of how Anakin reacts is just that, reactionary. It's very fear-based. And he covers it with anger and bravado and arrogance. The council's like, listen, we need you to spy on Palpatine, and that's arguably the worst thing they could have said, because Anakin just got back from conversing with Palpatine, where Palpatine was like, yeah, the Jedi don't trust me, they're trying to overthrow me, can you spy on them for me? Because they don't like me, and I think you need to spy on me. And Anakin was like, but now he gets to the Jedi, and the Jedi are like, we don't like Palpatine, we need you to spy on him for us. And that essentially just greenlit everything Palpatine said. It even says, page 201, Palpatine had been right. He seemed to be right about a lot of things these days. In fact, now that Anakin came to think of it, he couldn't remember a single instance when the Supreme Chancellor had been wrong. Like, no, Anakin. Then but the council is like, we'll let you be on the council, but we're not going to give you the title of master, which pisses Anakin the fuck off, because again, he only wants mastery so he can get those Sith holocrons and save Padme. And he even says, it didn't sound like him at all, and it smoked with fury. How dare you? How dare you? Anakin stood welded to the floor, motionless. He wasn't even truly aware of speaking. It was as if someone else were using his mouth. And now, finally, he recognized the voice. It sounded like Dooku, but it was not Dooku's voice. It was the voice of Dooku's destroyer. No Jedi in this room can match my power. No Jedi in the galaxy. You think you can deny mastery to me? Anakin is about to go off. Like, he's genuinely about to physically attack Mace Windu, which would have been bad, when Obi-Wan is like, Anakin, Obi-Wan said softly. He gestured to an empty seat beside him. Please. And something in Obi-Wan's gentle voice, in his simple, straightforward request, sent his anger slinking off ashamed, and Anakin found himself alone on the carpet in the middle of the Jedi Council, blinking. He suddenly felt very young and very foolish. It hurts me. It hurts me. It really does.
Yeah.
And then, God, and he's already siding with Palpatine, because a few paragraphs later, Padme, oh, Padme, what are we going to do? He didn't know. He didn't have a clue. But he knew one thing he wasn't going to do. He wasn't going to give up. Even with the council against him, even with the whole order against him, he would find a way. He would save her, somehow. Like, and then to hit even deeper, we go back to Padme, and she is with Bail Organa and a few other people, such as Mon Mothma, and they're all talking about the politics, right? Bail leaned forward. His eyes were hard as chips of stone. Palpatine no longer has to worry about controlling the Senate. By placing his own lackeys as governors over every planet in the Republic, he controls our systems directly. He folded his hands and squeezed them together until his knuckles hurt. He's become a dictator. We made him a dictator.
Oof.
I wonder what real life
Yeah.
that mirrors, Emily. What about you, C? Can you figure it out? Because I can't.
This is a little bit too getting too close to home right now.
Right? Oh,
Ugh,
and even
I
my
so
annotation was like, hits different in 2025, huh?
the word dictator kind of like scarred me.
Yeah, yeah, and then and it goes on like there's an like this entire section with Padme and all of them talking politics hits different in 2025. Like there's this none of us likes where anything is going, Bale said, half rising. That's exactly the point. We can't let 1,000 years of democracy disappear without a fight. A fight? Padme said. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Bale, you sound like a separatist. Like it's just ugh. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. But eventually Padme agrees to be part of this whole little shindig of trying to make sure Palpatine doesn't continue getting power and maybe even taking him out of power. And she can't tell Anakin. And she's really cut up about this, right? We flip back to Anakin and Obi-Wan, and it's the reaction immediately outside the chamber. And Anakin is so mad. He's all like, this is outrageous. How can they do this? Padme doesn't have time for this. I didn't ask for this. I don't need this. So if I wasn't friends with Palpatine, I'd be a master already. Is that what you're saying? Obi-Wan looked pained. I don't know. And this is something that is really interesting because I do like how this book harkens back to episode 1. Because Anakin says, that's right, it has nothing to do with me. It has to do with them all being against me. They always have been. Most of them didn't even want me to be a Jedi. And if they'd won out, where would they be right now? Who would have done the things I've done? Who would have saved Naboo? Who would have saved Kamino? Who would have killed Dooku and rescued the Chancellor? Who would have come for you and Alpha after Ventress? And then, of course, Obi-Wan's like, yes, 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 da 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 da. No one questions your accomplishments. It's your relationship to Palpatine that is the problem, and it is a very serious problem. And of course, once again, that is not the right way to address Anakin because his relationships are essentially the only thing keeping him going. They're the only thing that he, physical objects, like we've said before, yes, there's even R2 and C3PO I wouldn't count as physical objects despite them being droids. It's his relationship with them that keeps them
Mhm.
close. And then it's the whole thing and Obi-Wan is like, Anakin, stop. Listen to yourself. Your thoughts are of jealousy and pride. These are dark thoughts, Anakin. Dangerous thoughts in these dark times. You are focused on yourself when you need to focus on your service. Your outburst in the council was an eloquent argument against granting you mastery. How can you be a Jedi Master when you have not mastered yourself? And I love that line so much because even outside the context of Revenge of the Sith, when Emily, when we watched the Kenobi TV show,
Yeah.
and how everybody, that final fight with Vader and Kenobi, and everybody was like, oh, Kenobi's not gonna win, da 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 da. But of course, Kenobi was going to win. Kenobi was
Mm.
always a master, even when he lost his way. He was still a master, and
Yeah.
not and before Order 66, he had mastered himself. And yes, afterward, he didn't, but he mastered himself again. And that is why, one of the big reasons why he was able to win against Vader, because Vader has never once mastered himself. Vader has always fought to win, not necessarily to fight to end the fight. You get me? Where Obi-Wan is fighting to end the fight. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Obi-Wan. Um, so they're going back and forth. Obi-Wan looked tired too. He looked as tired and sick as Anakin felt. And you have to remember, this is like the day right after that they just crashed that big ass ship. So we're really moving at like lightning speed essentially. And there's this whole passage where this whole couple pages really where Obi-Wan is it's a nice comparison to Palpatine in the nicest way possible because we saw earlier Palpatine had an entire section where he's manipulating Anakin to be like, oh, the Sith, maybe they aren't that bad. Whereas in this here, Obi-Wan is, really his negotiator is coming out essentially to appeal to Anakin's loyalty to, Obi-Wan, if nothing else, to get him to agree to spy on the Chancellor, but also not tell the Council that Obi-Wan has had this conversation with him. It's a whole thing, and we can see that Anakin is not Obi-Wan is not above manipulation. Now, whether or not his manipulation is excusable because he's doing it with not necessarily Anakin's best interest at heart, but with the Republic's best interest at heart, I'll leave that for you to decide. I just enjoy seeing a little bit of the negotiator come out to play. I just love to see it. And then so Anakin is all like, reluctantly agrees, da 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 da, and he's like, I'll do it for Padme. I'll do anything to save Padme. And my little annotation is, uh-oh.
I love the annotations that you throw into this.
Oh, indeed.
Yeah. And then, oh my gosh. See, I'm so sorry. I'm not gonna make it. Like, you're not gonna be here for the best part. I'm sorry.
That is heartbreaking.
Well, I told you to get the whole day for this. I told you that, like, the other books that we do, I probably won't have near as much to say. But like I told you for Obi-Wan, you need to clear out a good few hours. So, I tried to warn you is all I'm saying.
No, that's fair, but then my parents were like, "We're coming." I was like, but how about not?" They're like, "Well, we're coming." I'm like, "Okay, then."
Man, I hate it when parents do that. Just respect the boundaries I put in place. Goodness gracious. Sometimes your children actually do have a life outside of you, unfortunately. Sorry. Like anyway, so let's see. We go back to Obi-Wan and Yoda and Mace Windu. And they are in a gunship streaking through the Capitol sky. I'm assuming heading towards the Senate building, question mark. Obi-Wan is so sad. Obi-Wan is like, "You weren't there," he said. "You didn't see his face. I think we've done a terrible thing." "We don't always have the right answer," Mace Windu said. "Sometimes there isn't a right answer." And like, yeah, I guess. Then, then Mace says something. He says, "Jedi create light, but the Sith do not create darkness. They merely use the darkness that is always there, that has always been there. Greed and jealousy, aggression and lust and fear. These are all natural to sentient beings. The legacy of the jungle, our inheritance from the dark." "I'm sorry, Master Windu, but I'm not sure I follow you. Are you saying, to follow your metaphor, that the Jedi have cast too much light? From what I have seen in these past years, the galaxy has not become all that bright a place. All I am saying is that we don't know. We don't even truly understand what it means to bring balance to the Force. We have no way of anticipating what it may involve." Which hurts. They didn't know. They had no. Oh, God. Okay. And I'm about to read a very long section. It's the end of this chapter, but I think it's worth it because all of my annotations are hearts, and I've highlighted a lot. And the very end, I've just put in all caps, "Baby, no." So
Not surprising, your annotations, baby. No.
you're welcome. So we're on page 214 for anybody that wants to follow along. "I trust him with my life," Obi-Wan said simply, "and that is precisely the problem." The other two Jedi Masters watched him silently while he tried to summon the proper words. "For Anakin," Obi-Wan said at length, "there is nothing more important than friendship. He is the most loyal man I have ever met. Loyal beyond reason, in fact. Despite all I have tried to teach him about the sacrifices that are the heart of being a Jedi, he will never, I think, truly understand." He looked over at Yoda. "Master Yoda, you and I have been close since I was a boy, an infant. Yet if ending this war 1 week sooner, 1 day sooner, were to require that I sacrifice your life, you know I would." "Good. As you should," Yoda said. Hey, look, me and Yoda finally fucking agree on something. "As you should," Yoda said. "As I would yours, young Obi-Wan, as any Jedi would any other in the cause of peace." "Any Jedi," Obi-Wan said, "except Anakin." Yoda and Mace exchanged glances, both thoughtfully grim. Obi-Wan guessed they were remembering the times Anakin had violated orders, the times he had put at risk entire operations, the lives of thousands, the control of whole planetary systems to save a friend. More than once, in fact, to save Obi-Wan. I think, Obi-Wan said carefully, that abstractions like peace don't mean much to him. He's loyal to people, not to principles, and he expects loyalty in return. He will stop at nothing to save me, for example, because he thinks I would do the same for him. Mason Yoda gazed at him steadily, and Obi-Wan had to lower his head. Because, he admitted reluctantly, he knows I would do the same for him. Understand exactly where your concern lies, I do not. Yoda's green eyes had gone softly sympathetic. Named must your fear be, before banish it you can. Do you fear that perform his task he cannot? Oh no, that's not it at all. I am firmly convinced that Anakin can do anything, except betray a friend. What we have done to him today, but that is what Jedi are, Mace Windu said. That is what we have pledged ourselves to. That is what we have pledged ourselves to. Selfless service. Obi-Wan turned to stare once more toward the assault ship that would carry Yoda and the clone battalions to Kashyyyk, but he could only see Anakin's face. If he asked me to spy on you, do you think I would do it? Yes, he said slowly. That's why I don't think he will ever trust us again. He found his eyes turning unaccountably hot, and his vision swam with unshed tears. And I'm not entirely sure he should. Oh!
Ooh, maybe no.
Baby, no!
Packing a punch.
Obi-Wan, baby, no! I love it. I love it so much. Chapter 12, Not from a Jedi. And we're in Anakin's POV. And he's sort of fantasizing about leaving the Order today. He's with Padme. They're talking about, if the baby is a girl or a boy. They're talking about the meeting with the Chancellor. Anakin is like, yeah, I have to spy on the Jedi, but I also have to spy on the Chancellor. And Padme's sort of shocked, like, what, the Jedi don't trust the Chancellor? And Anakin says, that doesn't mean much. They don't trust me either. They fear my abilities, he said bitterly. And, that's fair, honestly. You are deeply powerful. And you are not necessarily going towards the right side of history at the moment. Let's see. And then Padme nodded sadly, disengaging from Anakin's arms and drifting away. Sometimes I wonder if we're on the wrong side. The wrong side? You think everything I've accomplished has been for nothing? He frowned at her. You can't mean that. She turned from him, speaking to the vast airway beyond the veranda's edge. What if the democracy we're fighting for no longer exists? What if the Republic itself has become the very evil we've been fighting to destroy? Oh, this again. Anakin irritably waved off her words. I've been hearing that garbage ever since Geonosis. I never thought I'd hear it from you. Go on for a little bit, and Anakin's whole thing is that, quote, everybody complains about Palpatine having too much power, but nobody offers a better alternative. Who should be running the war? The Senate? You're in the Senate. You know those people. How many of them do you trust? All I know is that things are going wrong here. Our government is headed in exactly the wrong direction. You know it is too. You just said so. And so they're fighting about politics, and it hurts more in 2025 than it did in like 2010. And
Yeah.
I was about to say the democracy we're fighting for may not actually exist or doesn't exist. Is really, really a punch right now.
yeah, and all of this is happening, and I really do feel bad for Anakin. Like, he genuinely cannot catch a break, because he says, on page 220, everyone is only asking, everyone wants something from me, and I'm the bad guy if they don't get it. Like, I can see why he crashes out. Do I respect the way he crashed out? Absolutely not. His crash out it was just such a long time coming, And then they're both like, well, all we need is you and me in love. Hee hee hoo hoo. And I'm like, baby girl, that is not gonna work. Let's see. We get a bit of Palpatine's POV, and he just sounds genuinely like absolutely bonkers. And he really is so manipulative. Like on page 224, for any lessons, as I recall. But it's a pity. You should have paid more attention. To understand politics is to understand the fundamental nature of thinking beings. Right now, you should remember one of my first teachings. All those who gain power are afraid to lose it. The Jedi used their power for good, Anakin said, a little too firmly. Good is a point of view, Anakin, and the Jedi concept of good is not the only valid one. Take your Dark Lords of the Sith, for example. From my reading, I have gathered that the Sith believed in justice and security every bit as much as the Jedi. Jedi believed in justice and peace. in these troubled times, is there a difference? Like, I don't know. The politics is killing me. The politics is killing me, guys. It
Yeah.
hurts. And then Palpatine is and Anakin is like, the Jedi are good. That's the difference. I don't care who sees what. And Palpatine is like, listen, what the Jedi are is a group of super powerful human beings. And you may be loyal to them, but are your friends loyal to you? You know. And it's just this nice little manipulation of Anakin. Would a true friend ask you to do something that's wrong? I just need him to shut the hell up. I really just need Palpatine to shut the hell up.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of this. Oh well, good is this. No, I mean, I kind of understand. Listen, I understand what he's saying. Good is a certain point of view. Like, to me, good is punching a Nazi, right? Like, that's a good thing. If you punch a Nazi, you're correct. Like, if the Nazi was just standing there looking at a cloud and you just went up and punched his ass, that's correct to me, right? But from
Yeah.
the Nazi's point of view, I don't know. Killing a bunch of people, that's a good thing, right?
Mm.
Genociding, but that's a good thing. So I get it, but also, like, that's wrong because genocide is
Yeah.
wrong. Like, one is vastly different than the other in terms of what good is.
Yeah.
Oh my god. There's so much morality being and that's why I like this book. Like, it really does take the time to sort of flesh out these arguments between characters that the movie just didn't have time to, which is fair. And then we end the chapter with Anakin and Padme, and he is finally, well, he says he's going to rest, but that is like a lie. He literally says the lie was that he was going to rest, that he was going to even try. How could he rest when every time he closed his eyes he could see her screaming on the birthing table? So yeah, he doesn't get like any sleep that night. So this is like what, day 3, day 2 of him
Yeah.
having little to zero sleep. He's just like me for real, guys.
And he's like, what? I didn't even think about this, but the entire time he's like, what, early 20s?
He's at this point, I believe he is 23.
Jesus.
Right? Like,
Like, oh.
I mean, I'm not saying he's a child, because he's not.
Yeah.
But,
Like,
I
young.
forget how young he is.
Yeah. Ugh.
I know. Like I'm sitting here, I'm about to turn 28. I got like, what, 4 more days of 27 before I turn 28. And I think about 23-year-old me sometimes, and like just how silly and kind of stupid, but she was doing her best, with what she had. I cannot
Yeah.
imagine 23-year-old me being the linchpin of like a democracy, a republic, the council, being a Jedi, being in a war, being a general, like all of these, and then about to become a parent,
Mhm.
and just that, I just feel for him, I do. And like, it's nothing new. Anakin is such a sympathetic character. He's also infuriating because at essentially, there's almost every other chapter, there's a point where he could have told Obi-Wan something, or he could have told Padme something, or he could have said, actually, Palpatine, you're a piece of shit, go fuck yourself. And he
Mhm.
doesn't. He chooses not to. And that is so deeply infuriating to me. Like, you had all the possibility to be a good person, and you kept choosing wrong.
Yeah.
Like, because you were running so hard on just fear and adrenaline and reactionary responses, essentially, that it drove you to the exact thing you didn't want to do. And so at one hand, I'm really sorry for him, but at the other hand, I want to kick his nuts, like
Like, you played yourself.
like I want him to fuck himself with a cactus. Like, I need him to fuck off. So you were 23 years old and you got really angsty, and now an entire culture has been genocided because of you. How make it make sense? Make it make
Yeah.
sense. What kind of crash out? How could one person crash out so badly that that's what they do? And where is any sort of justice in that? And congratulations, you didn't even save Padme. Like, have
Yeah.
fun, you stupid piece of shit. That's what, so it's like, oh, but he was just a boy. No, he wasn't. He was 20 fucking 3. Well, he'd been manipulated his entire life. Yes, he had been. And I'm not saying that that's a good thing. Like, yeah, he'd been manipulated his entire life. He had trauma that he never fully addressed. He had secrets that he never told anybody, that never fully got addressed. And on some level, you know, the Jedi and to some degree Obi-Wan did kind of abandon him when he needed them most on some level, like emotionally, I'm saying, not necessarily
Mhm.
physically because they were with him, but like emotionally, the Jedi, given their teachings, they couldn't quite get there. You get me? And
Yeah.
but at the end of the day, Anakin still made choices. He didn't have to crash. He didn't have to be like, I'm gonna sacrifice an entire like hundreds of children and Jedi and the entire democratic quote unquote democratic free world to
Mhm.
one guy because I want to save my wife, my secret wife, by the way. Like you couldn't have just said, "Hey Jedi, go fuck yourself. I don't care if I'm a war hero. I've done enough. I'm going with my wife back to Nabil." Would
Mhm.
there have been consequences? Absolutely. But guess what consequences there wouldn't have been? A genocide. Like maybe
Yeah.
I'm simplifying it, but God. I'm just, oh, I'm gonna pause real quick. Yay, we're back. I
Hell
think. I
yeah.
think it's a yay. Woo. Wait, failed to resume recording? Oh, that's okay. That's just C. She's not here. She doesn't need to be recorded right now. I wonder if I can cancel her. I mean, but anyway.
Wow.
We're just gonna keep going. Watch this not like actually be recording. I think it is though. Anyway,
Looks like it is to me.
yeah. I think we're officially like a little more than halfway there. So,
Hell yeah.
yeehaw. Okay, so chapter 13, The Will of the Force. And I think it's important to note that Anakin, that remember, this is part 2, seduction. So this is very much a seduction of Anakin. We're in the thick of it essentially. Chapter 13 begins with Padme. It actually begins with a truly iconic scene because if you remember in the Revenge of the Sith movie, there was a deleted scene where Obi-Wan comes to Padme and is like, really sad about it's before the Order 66 obviously, but he's trying to just be like, "Yo, what's happening by the way?" Because I know Anakin's having a really stressful time and I know y'all are besties, wink wink nudge nudge. So what's happening? So this is that scene essentially. Padme panics for a minute because she's like, "Oh my gosh, has something happened to Anakin?" But she can't even say it because how would she explain why this was the first thing out of her mouth? So even with Obi-Wan, they still don't say that they're in a relationship, even though Obi-Wan very much, I feel like, understands that they're in a relationship. Now,
Yeah.
married? Probably not, but he very much knows. But Padme, I love this little insight to Padme's thought. A primary rule of Republic politics: tell as much truth as you can, especially to a Jedi. And that's just so interesting. Like, tell as much truth as you can, especially to a Jedi. I don't know. I just think that's neat. Like that's just like a little bit of politicking that I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like I imagine that reflects her and how she does the rest of her political dealings that we never get to see. Kibitz for a little bit, and she's like, oh gosh, he must know. And he'd come to comfort her, to bring their whole lives crashing down around their ears. She ached for Anakin, but her face showed only polite curiosity. And she's like, well, what can you tell me about your Jedi business? And he's like, Senator, Padme, please. He gazed into her eyes with nothing on his face but compassion and fatigued anxiety. I am not blind, Padme, though I have tried to be for Anakin's sake, and for yours. What do you mean? Neither of you is very good at hiding feelings either. Obi-Wan, Anakin has loved you since the day you met in that horrible junk shop on Tatooine. He's never even tried to hide it, though we do not speak of it. We pretend that I don't know. And I was happy to, because it made him happy. You made him happy, when nothing else ever truly could. He sighed, his brows drawing together. And you, Padme, skilled as you are on the Senate floor, cannot hide the light that comes to your eyes when anyone so much as mentions his name. If you can hear a gigantic plane on your end from my side, it's because there's a truly gigantic plane going over that. Like it is low key shaking the foundations of the house.
Wow.
Just so we're clear. It just keeps getting louder. Oh, it's probably one of those big ones that like has a plane within a plane. What was I saying? Oh, right. Okay. So what I really like about this bit is that we pretend that I don't know.
Mhm.
Obi-Wan, Obi-Wan, listen. Anakin is great. He's got some great insights. And he is smart. Emotionally, I would not say he's the smartest person around, are you sure that he knows that y'all pretend to know? Like, are you certain that he's in on this? Or does he just genuinely think that you don't know shit? Because, it kind of seems like to me that he doesn't know that you know, and that it's just something y'all don't talk about, but that, like, you're still safe to be around. You get me?
Yeah.
Like, I need both these bitches to learn communication.
Like they just need to for all the time they spend together, they just need to like actually talk. Like
Right? Right,
they're
and
just one good deep conversation away from like solving a lot of this.
they are, and the worst part is, honestly, the worst part is, I think even if they had the time to have that conversation, they'd still misinterpret everything. Like, I genuinely think for at least the first time, they would be ships in the night. Like, they would just talk past each other.
Yeah.
Because there are just literal years of like misinterpretation and assumed thoughts and assumed meanings behind this, that, and the other. I think that if they had a moment, nothing, I think it would make it worse actually. I think they would definitely need like a very skilled mediator, which is
Oh
hysterical
yeah.
given what Kenobi is, for them to actually like sit down and truly talk. But then would listen, what I love Obi-Wan, but would Obi-Wan actually ever be that vulnerable with a stranger in the room?
Probably not.
Exactly. So either way,
They're doomed.
they're doomed, and I love them, and I hate them, and I love them. Oh God, I want to drive them. I want to drive over them with an 18-wheeler, but I also just want to wrap them in bubble wrap and like give them hot chocolate and just make them sit down and watch Bluey. I think if they watched the entirety of every single season of Bluey, it would be more helpful than therapy for them.
God.
I think that would fix them actually. What is the Star Wars equivalent of Bluey, and how can we beam it into the Star Wars verse? Specifically for Obi-Wan and Anakin to watch.
Oh my God.
Cody's confident. He can take the war. Between Cody and Rex, I think they could be okay. Like,
They can handle
honestly, if
it.
we let Cody do his thing, the war would already be over. He's that competent. I believe in him.
God.
But maybe that's also the truly sickening amount of Cody Wan fanfic that I've consumed over the course of my life. You know? So yeah, Obi-Wan being like, listen, I don't know what's gonna happen. like, like, oh, I kind of want to read the entire thing out. I won't though. But you know, at some point, Obi-Wan is like, well, Padme's like, why? That seems unlikely, doesn't it? What about this prophecy the Jedi put so much faith in? Isn't he the chosen one? Very probably, but I've scanned this prophecy. It says only that a chosen one will be born and bring balance to the Force. Nowhere does it say he has to be a Jedi. And then Obi-Wan goes on to say, the simple truth, if any truth is ever simple, is that we do not truly know what the will of the Force may be. We can never know. It is so far beyond our limited understanding that we can only surrender to its mystery. And I think, I don't know, I really love these moments where we get bits and pieces of like Jedi philosophy and how they interact with the Force that we just
Mhm.
don't have time to get in the movie, you know?
Yeah.
And I love this whole thing that like Anakin doesn't have to be a Jedi. Like he genuinely doesn't. Nowhere in this prophecy, if it even is, you know, a real prophecy, says that he
Mhm.
has to be a Jedi. You know, he has done enough. He doesn't have to keep going. And I think if Anakin wanted to leave and he told Obi-Wan, Obi-Wan would make it happen. Like I really think, you know, it might be hard, but I think Obi-Wan would be like, "All right, Council, go fuck yourselves. He's leaving. He's going to leave. He doesn't have to be part of the war anymore. Go fuck yourselves." But you know, they be talking right past each other, unfortunately. And then, oh my gosh, and then we've got this iconic Padme, he said softly, gently, almost regretfully. I will not tell the council of this, any of it. I'm very sorry to burden you with this, and I hope I haven't upset you too much. We have all been friends for so long, and I hope we always will be. Thank you, Obi-Wan, she said faintly. She couldn't look at him. From the corner of her eye, she saw him incline his head respectfully and turn to go. For a moment, she said nothing, but as his footsteps receded, she said, Obi-Wan? She heard him stop. You love him, too, don't you? When he didn't answer, she turned to look. He stood motionless, frowning, in the middle of the expanse of buff carpeting. You do. You love him. He lowered his head. He looked very alone. Please do what you can to help him, he said, and left. What?
Oh.
Ah! Like, oh my god, Obi-Wan has never once turned to Anakin and said, I love you. And you know
Yeah.
that if he did that, Anakin would immediately like stop all this foolishness with the Chancellor. I know he would.
Ugh.
God, all it needed is for some emotional maturity from anybody involved. Anybody involved. But at the same
Literally.
time, I mean, you can blame them. Don't get me wrong. I'm not letting them off scot free. But also, can you blame them? I mean, it's been 4 years of official war. But as
Mhm.
we've heard before, Anakin has essentially been fighting a war his entire life, and to some extent, so has Obi-Wan. Like I know I've info dumped about you, about Obi-Wan's
Yeah.
backstory. Like he's been fighting a war essentially his entire life too. And Qui-Gon was given, you know, depending on what you take as Qui-Gon canon and not canon, Qui-Gon was not necessarily the most emotionally decent person.
Yeah.
No, like I think Qui-Gon teaching maybe like an older teenager to a younger 20 something, I think that's great. But I don't think a 12, 13-year-old Obi-Wan, I don't think he was a good master. I don't think he's a good master to younglings. Like it's kind of like,
Mhm.
okay, so parents, right?
Yeah.
Some parents are really good at parenting the younger ones, like age 0 to, I don't know, let's say 5. Like they're
Yeah.
so good, they're so patient and understanding, and they're kind, and they can just do that. They're really good at parenting that age. But some parents are just better at parenting once the kid hits like 13, 14, 15, 16, like the older bit of kid, or of course the middle bit of childhood too. And I feel like this is kind of reflected in Qui-Gon. I feel like if Obi-Wan had come to him and they'd been Master and Padawan when Obi-Wan hit like 18, I think
Mhm.
they could have been really good for each other. But I don't think Qui-Gon was good, was emotionally, mentally well enough to handle a very young Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah. A teenage boy.
Right? Like I just, and that's it's no fault of his own. It do be like that. Like me for dogs. I love puppies are cute. Don't get me wrong. I can't stand puppies though. I don't want one. I
Yeah.
don't want to have to potty train one. I don't want to have to deal with them when they're 2 years old and they're teething. They're very cute and I love it. But I am not a good dog owner if that is the age of dog that I get. However,
Mhm.
if I get an older dog, like I'm talking even like adult to senior dog, I'm a very good dog owner to those dogs. And I don't
Yeah.
think there's anything wrong with that as long as you
Yeah.
understand that, like, okay, that's what, like I will never go out and get a puppy essentially.
Like, I'll never go out and get a rabbit again. Rabbits are cute. Uh-uh.
Right, like,
I don't
we live and we
do
learn
that.
essentially.
Yeah.
And unfortunately Obi-Wan and Anakin lived and learned and was not able to realize things.
Yeah.
They
They
lived, but
suffered.
I don't think they learned until it was too late. Let's put it at that.
Yeah.
Where are we? All right. So there's a bit with Obi-Wan and Mace, and they're just talking about like the council and Grievous and Anakin and who is going to go after Grievous. It is, of course, Obi-Wan. And we've got some more bits with Padme and Bail and their sort of resistance little effort. And again, if you really like, again, this book is really for the politicking. Like I really really enjoyed the politicking bits. I know a lot of people, for whatever reason, a lot of people don't, which is interesting when it comes to Star Wars because sure, maybe the first movies, 4, 5, and 6, it has been,
Mhm.
god, it's been so long since I've watched any of those movies. But from what I remember, there wasn't a lot of politicking. It was pretty much just we need to fight and blow shit up.
Yeah.
Which fair, I love a good fight and blow shit up movie as much as the next bitch. But I do love a good political thriller. And I think that the prequels are, if you come at them purely from like a political thriller point of view, are they still bad movies? Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't care. I love them. They're some of my favorite movies.
Yeah.
But this book itself really handles the political aspects of it well. Like I really like what Stover did, and I cannot emphasize enough. If you have ever watched Revenge of the Sith and you were sort of left wanting politically, read the book. Read the novelization. You will not be disappointed, I don't think. So Padme is with her little freedom buddies, and they're talking about how they need to include like one Jedi to really get the full picture of what's happening. And Padme says, "One Jedi, then," Padme offered to the others. "At least let me speak the truth to my love. At least, please," she pleaded with them silently. "There is one Jedi, one whom I truly know all of us can trust absolutely." Her voice trailed off into appalled silence when she realized that she wasn't talking about Anakin. This had been all about him when she'd started, all about her love, her need to be open with him, the pain that keeping this secret stabbed her heart at each and every beat. But when the thought had turned to trust, when it became a question of someone she knew, truly and absolutely knew she could trust, she discovered that she was talking about Obi-Wan. Anakin. Something was breaking inside her. Oh, my love, what are they doing to us? Like, I love it. I love it. I love that bit. I love that she's already grieving Anakin.
Hmm.
She's grieving the Anakin she knew because just in this moment it sort of hits her that like I can't trust him anymore, and that is arguably the worst thing that could have happened because the whole point, like they're supposed to trust, they're all each other have. They're the only ones that
Yeah.
really know of their relationship, all this stuff, and it is heartbreaking. Like I really felt for Padme here, essentially. Like, good God, you know.
Good fucking god.
Fucking God. There's so much of this book that's just me and my annotations. It's just like, good fucking God. I hate this
Wow.
for me. Hate this for them. Hate it for everything. And then we go back to Anakin and Obi-Wan as we do. Da 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 da. And this is them. Like this is when Obi-Wan is leaving for Utapau. And this might be different for you, but the scene where Obi-Wan leaves for Utapau is like one of the most dread-inducing scenes of the entire movie. What about you?
Yeah. That's like their last goodbye, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when it's like, oh, like when Obi-Wan's like hanging off the ship and he's like saying goodbye to Anakin, I'm like, maybe this time they'll say something. And it never happens.
Right? Like, oh
Oh.
God, it hurts. I hate everything about this. I mean, I love it, but like I hate everything about this.
Ugh.
Oh gosh. Okay, so we're in Anakin's point of view. Somewhere down there was all the power he would ever need. So no, it wasn't that he wanted to go. It was more, inexplicably, that he wanted Obi-Wan to stay. There was a cold void in his chest that he was afraid would soon fill with regret and grief. And what I like about that line is not only him admitting to himself that he wants Obi-Wan to stay, but the mentioning of the cold. Because remember,
Yeah.
the dragon is cold, the dark side is cold. Like, Anakin doesn't realize just how far he is into the dark side already. And I think
Hmm.
that's so interesting because I know for some fans, when you think of like, oh, succumbing to the dark side, you think like it should be obvious. Like their eyes go yellow like a dark sider,
Yeah.
like a Sith, you know, but this book shows that it's really not. It's not necessarily one decision that takes you to the dark side or one desperate decision. It's a frog boiling in water and not even
Yeah.
realizing it. It's putting a turtle in your fridge in your freezer because it has to hibernate and the turtle falling asleep, not even necessarily realizing that, oh, okay, it's time to hibernate, you know?
It's like a slow descent into the dark side.
Yes, exactly. Oh my god, this line always hurts me as like an Obi-Wan stan. Not for the first time, Anakin found himself wishing that Obi-Wan could be a little more like the late Qui-Gon. Like,
Oof.
boy, he was doing his best. He was 25 years old when Qui-Gon died, and he killed the first Sith in a millennia, and now he's got this traumatized 9-year-old kid that he didn't even really want in the first place, but now he feels obligated, and he also does feel bad because he's kind of treated you a little bit like shit, so he does genuinely feel bad about them, but also you're the chosen one, and also you're traumatized to hell and back. Obi-Wan is traumatized to hell and back, depending on what backstory you believe he has, and depending on on how you view Qui-Gon, and it's just on and on and on. Like no, like like you have heard my rants about this.
Yes.
And then let's see. Though he'd known Qui-Gon for mere days, Anakin could almost see him right now, brow furrowing as he gently inclined his head over his shorter Padawan. He could almost hear his gentle baritone instructing Obi-Wan to be mindful of the currents of the living force. To do one's duty is not always to do right. Concern yourself with the right action. Let duty take care of itself. But he couldn't say that. Though he'd passed his trials many months ago, to Obi-Wan he was still the learner, not the master. All he could say was, "I have a bad feeling about this." Obi-Wan was frowning as he watched a clone deck crew load his blue and white starfighter onto the assault cruiser's flight deck. "I'm sorry, Anakin, did you say something?" "You're going to need me on this one, Master." And he could feel an unexpected truth there too, that if he were to go along, if he could somehow bring himself to forget about Padme for a few days, if he could somehow get himself away from Palpatine and the Council and his meditations and politics and everything here on Coruscant that was dragging him this way and that way and sucking him under, if he could just tag along and play the Kenobi and Skywalker game for a few days, everything might still be all right. If only.
Ugh. If only, like, just go.
I'm gonna crash out! If only! Ah! If only, Ems!
I
Ah!
know. Like, maybe this time he'll go.
Maybe this time!
But he won't.
But he won't. Or maybe if he went instead of Obi-Wan, but he won't. Oh god. And you know, it's a bad idea to split up the team. I mean, look what happened last time. Like, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. And by that I mean I love it. I adore it. I love because you know, I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. You know, I love it when you can't escape the narrative.
Yeah.
I love it. Even as tragic as this is, even as doomed as this is, as everything that it is, I love it so much. But I still,
It's
there's
good.
still like 8-year-old me that is screaming, just
Yeah.
let him come with you.
Yeah.
Maybe this time. God. And then Obi-Wan says, "All right, bad example," Obi-Wan admitted, his smile shading toward rueful. Yet years later, here we all are, still alive and still friends. My point, Anakin, is that even when we work separately, we work together. We have the same goals: end the war and save the Republic from the Sith. As long as we're on the same side, everything will come out well in the end. I'm certain of it.
Ugh.
Screaming, crying, throwing up. Well, Anakin sighed, "I suppose you could be right. You are, once in a while. Occasionally." Obi-Wan chuckled and slapped him on the shoulder. "Farewell, old friend."
Ugh.
Master, wait! Anakin turned to face him fully. He couldn't just stand here and let him walk away. Not now. He had to say something. He had a sinking feeling he might not get another chance. "Master," he said hesitantly, "I know I've disappointed you in these past days. I have been arrogant. I have not been very appreciative of your training, and what's worse, of your friendship. I offer no excuse, Master. My frustration with the Council. I know that none of it's your fault, and I apologize. For all of it. Your friendship means everything to me."
Like, ugh.
"You are wise and strong, Anakin. You are a credit to the Jedi Order, and you have far surpassed my humble efforts at instruction." Anakin felt his own smile turn melancholy. "Just the other day you were saying that my power is no credit to me." "I'm not speaking of your power, Anakin, but of your heart. The greatness in you is a greatness of spirit. Courage and generosity, compassion and commitment. These are your virtues," Obi-Wan said gently. "You have done great things, and I am very proud of you." Oh, Anakin found he had nothing to say. "Well," Obi-Wan looked down, chuckling, releasing Anakin's hand and arm, "I believe I hear General Grievous calling my name. Goodbye, old friend. May the Force be with you." All Anakin could offer in return was a reflective echo. "May the Force be with you." He stood, still and silent, and watched Obi-Wan walk away. Then he turned and slowly, head hanging, moved toward his speeder. The Chancellor was waiting.
Ugh. Just like ending it with the Chancellor was waiting. It's like, yeah, he was.
Yeah, he was. Like, what a death knell. Like,
Yeah.
it's so ominous, it's not even ominous anymore. It's like the sound of a guillotine dropping.
Yeah.
Like that for me, this really is the moment that there was nothing else that could have happened. Like
Yeah.
the moment Obi-Wan left, that was it. essentially.
Yeah.
Like, Anakin was always going to fall. There's nothing that could have happened other than Obi-Wan, halfway through being like, wait, I'm gonna go back, actually, screw Grievous. That would have changed anything. This was it.
Yeah.
May the force be with you. The Chancellor is waiting. I'm gonna
I'm gonna be on the news.
I'm gonna be on the news, Emily. My crash out is gonna be so bonkers. It's gonna land me on the news. National news, even not local, national. In fact, let me dream bigger. I'm gonna end up on international prime time television. I'm so depressed.
I'm glad I'm sober. Like, I would be losing my goddamn mind if I wasn't.
Right? Like, yes, do I have a fruity little drink? Yes, but it is not a high concentration fruity little
Yeah.
drink, if you get my meaning. So I'm
Yeah.
still essentially like fully sober. And I'm so sad.
No.
Like, I'm gonna start crying. And people say reading is boring. Could never be me. Ugh.
Literally.
Like, yeah, some books are boring. Like, yeah, but then you got masterpieces like this.
Reading is boring. Person who lives with me.
I'm in your walls and I'm strangling him as we speak. I'm sorry, he'd probably be into that. Anyway, should I edit that out?
I was gonna send this to him, so maybe.
No one knows who he is. It's fine. You know what? Fine. Tit for tat. He'd probably be into it. Maybe so would I. There we go.
We'll never know fully.
We'll never know. I'm too asexual for any of it. But that's hysterical though, because I was, Alizé, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, YouTube's Alizé. I was watching one of her more recent videos. She was covering like Colleen Hoover's Reasons of Merit or whatever the hell. And this was as I was falling asleep, so I didn't really get a lot of it. But I do viscerally remember at one point she was making fun of a line, and she like abruptly stopped herself from speaking, and you could see the gears sort of turn in her face, and then you could see, and then she was like, "Fuck it, something. My daddy issues would never something." There we go. Oh no, it wasn't daddy issues. I'm sorry. She said something. My daddy kink would never something. I was like, there we go.
You know what?
So, I feel okay with leaving all of this in, is what I'm saying.
Hell yeah.
Because if she can say it with her full face, I can say it with my no face. You get me?
Yeah.
Chapter 14, Free Fall in the Dark. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, let's see. So we've got the Chancellor, and frankly, I don't care about the Chancellor. I think we all know. But we have Anakin, and we do care about him. So, and this is specifically the chapter that really sort of homes in on like how much time has passed, okay? What he felt was a memory of hot pride at being the focus of so many eager Holonet crews, anxious to get even the slightest glimpse of the man who had conquered Count Dooku. How many days ago had it been? He couldn't remember. Not many. When you don't sleep, days smear together into a haze of fatigue so deep it becomes a physical pain. The Force could keep him upright, could keep him moving, keep him thinking, but it could not give him rest. Not that he wanted rest. Rest might bring sleep. What sleep might bring, he could never bear to know. So this man is exhausted.
Yeah.
Like, this man is literally sleep deprived, and he probably has been for years at this point, but like now it's really coming to fruition. It's coming to a point,
Yeah.
I'm halfway surprised he's not like hallucinating at this point, because I think in the narrative it's been at least 2 or 3 days. And to think that all of this happened in, again, even, the span of a week might even be too much time. It may have been like 5 days. Like, this is a work week. Could you imagine?
God. I would die.
You go to work on Monday and everything is kind of okay, except there's stuff exploding in the atmosphere. And then you go to work, and then you end work on a Friday afternoon, 5 p.m., only to realize that a fascist dictator has named himself emperor and a genocide has happened, and the Jedi no longer exist and are somehow also the enemy now for whatever reason. Like, could you imagine?
God. I hope I can't imagine anytime soon.
I mean, from a certain point of view. Like, there's so much I want to say, but I can't because of work. But anyway, we've got Anakin talking to Palpatine, as always, Palpatine is saying his spiel, being like, da 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 da, the Jedi are trash, da 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 da, ba 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 ba. Anakin let his chin sink once more to his chest, and his eyelids scraped shut. It seemed like he was always somebody's last hope. Why did everyone always have to make their problems into his problems? Why couldn't people just let him be? How was he supposed to deal with all of this when Padme could die? He said slowly, eyes still closed, "You still haven't told me what this has to do with Obi-Wan." Ah, that. Well, that is the difficult part. The disturbing part. It seems that Master Kenobi has been in contact with a certain senator who is known to be among the leaders of this cabal. Apparently, very close contact. The rumor is that he was seen leaving this senator's residence this very morning at an unseemly hour. Who? Anakin opened his eyes and sat forward. Who is this senator? Let's go question him. I'm sorry, Anakin, but the senator in question is, in fact, a her. A woman you know quite well, in fact. Anakin really like, Obi-Wan's gay. What are you talking about? Like, Anakin, Obi-Wan's gay. What do you mean? Of course it's a him. What do you mean it's a her? Like, Anakin, that's bisexual erasure. First of all. Second of all, I just love that the immediate thought was just like, but Obi-Wan's gay.
Yeah. It's like, what do you mean, her?
Yeah, like what do you mean? And right before this, Palpatine had confided in Anakin that there's this group of people who want to overthrow him essentially, hint hint nudge nudge and all that. So that's why, oh, if these rumors are true, you really are our last hope. And Anakin is like, "Oh my god, stop making all this shit my problem." Which, is a great manipulation tactic because if you're overwhelmed, you don't know, you can't clock that you're being manipulated if you're that overwhelmed and that exhausted. Like, I hate to say it, but Palpatine did very well.
Yeah.
And then the last line of the, because he's talking to Palpatine. The last line of this is Anakin saying, "I know who my friends are." I'm like, buddy,
Hey, buddy.
do you? So then he goes to Padme's apartment, and he's all pissed because he can like feel Obi-Wan's presence or Force presence or whatever the hell in the Force. The whole apartment stank of Obi-Wan, and that little dragon of his is like, "That's a little close for casual conversation." And I didn't mention this earlier, but during one of the other meetings of like her secret resistance buddies, one of the senators had like a cup of hoy broth, and Obi-Wan is highly, violently allergic to hoy broth, and Padme hates hoy broth. So now Anakin is like, okay, so not only was she sitting way too close to Obi-Wan, but she had other visitors here, and she hasn't been telling me any of this. So now he's angry, and he's jealous, and he's exhausted, and he's stretched thin, and he's terrified that she's gonna die, and he's betraying like all of his friends on 12 different levels. He's not having a good time. Oh, and then, oh my gosh, Padme comes home and they're trying to talk this out, but Anakin is so mad. And Anakin, why are you acting like this? One long stride brought him to her. He towered over her. For one stretching second, she looked very small, very insignificant, very much like some kind of bug that he could crush beneath his heel and just keep on walking. Like, Anakin,
Like, bro.
bro, is that not the love of your life? What? Did
Not
you
very feminist of you, Anakin.
Right? Like, did you not just say multiple times that you would ruin the entire galaxy just to be with Padme, and now you want to crush her like a bug? I understand that you're overwhelmed, exhausted, terrified, all these emotions, but you don't get to do that.
Yeah.
Like, bro, I need you to calm the hell down. I need you to take a dip into like, I don't know, an icy pool or something. Like, she's a senator, she's got pool access, surely.
Yeah.
Cold, dip him in there, maybe he'll cool down. Jesus. They talk some more, da 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 da, and Anakin's like, "I need to save you," and Padme's like, "You don't need more power, Anakin. I believe you can save me from anything, just as you are." Mm, 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 as my granny would say. And then the first line, I love how Stover just so easily foreshadows shit. Like this next
Yeah.
line, "A shroud of twilight lowered upon galactic city." Like, How do you put that much meaning into that simple of a line?
Yeah.
I don't know, but he did it. And I hate him for it, but I also love him for it. A shroud of twilight lowered upon Galactic City. Yeah, in like 20 different ways. Stover,
Yeah.
when I find you.
Give me some of what you were on.
Right?
But also,
Like,
I would die.
what were you taking when you wrote this script? And can I have some so when I'm writing my book, I can also. We can keep it a secret between us, Mr. Stover. I won't tell anybody except, Emily. It's fine.
Yeah.
But I
I won't
tell her
tell
everything,
anyone.
so she's the caveat.
And I won't say shit. I'll forget.
Yeah. Like she's like me. Our minds are not steel traps. Once we say stuff, we'll just immediately forget it. It'll be like I never met you. Especially if you don't sign the book, then it'll really be like I never met you.
Yeah.
I swear, if I don't, I don't know anything about Matthew Stover. Like, is he still alive? Is
I have
is
no
he a
idea.
Republican? Do I need to hate him on principle? Is he a
I almost
weirdo?
don't
Is
know
he a freak?
anything
Is
about
he
it.
just some guy? I don't know anything about him. So don't cancel me for being like Matthew Stover. Your Revenge of the Sith novelization was so good. I don't know him.
Yeah.
I don't plan to know him. I don't plan to seek out any author or talk to any author. I'm literally just here to yap about what they've given me on the page. That's it. So let's see. Then, Padme and her little group of resistance fighters have a meeting with the Chancellor. And who is standing behind the Chancellor all menacingly like? It's Anakin in a horrible little physical foreshadow of how he will be as Vader, just standing
Yeah.
menacingly behind the Chancellor. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. It's so good though. See,
I
at
know.
the very oh my god. And I thank you, Senator Amidala, and your friends, Palpatine lifted the document reader containing the petition, for bringing this to my attention. The senators turned reluctantly and began to file out. Padme paused just for a second to meet Anakin's eyes with a gaze as clear as a slap on the mouth. He stayed expressionless, because in the end, no matter how much he wanted to, no matter how much it hurt, he couldn't quite make himself believe he was on her side.
Ugh.
You've got to be kidding me, Anakin! You've done all of this. You are about to betray every single principle that you know, every person you know, and the entire culture that took you in when you were a slave. You're about to betray all of it to save Padme, and
Yeah.
you don't even know if you're on her side. If not, listen. If all of this had happened and the story still went on like it did, but Anakin in that moment had been firmly on Padme's side, I'm not saying I could forgive any of it, but I am saying that, like, I don't know, I don't know if it'd be better or worse if, like, he's still firmly on her side but he's still doing all this.
Yeah.
You're about to do all this and you're not even on her side. What are you doing?
It's like, bro.
Bro, I know you haven't slept in like 72 hours, but you're about to commit a genocide for her. The least you could do is be on her side. You
Yeah.
know? Like, it's the bare minimum at this point. Like, genuinely the bare minimum. What do you mean this old man has you on a shorter leash than your own wife does? Come on now. I'm just saying. Oh, there's so many things I could say that the YouTube audience would not let me say. Oh. Then we get to chapter 15. I'm so tired, but I'm not. I'm gonna go a little quick on the Utapau sections because we all know what happens on Utapau. So chapter
Yeah.
15, Death on Utapau, we get sometimes we're in Grievous's point of view, sometimes we're in Obi-Wan's, and Grievous has essentially set the perfect trap for Obi-Wan, like the perfect effective textbook example of a trap. Irresistible bait, a remote, nearly inaccessible location, and out of the way of the actual Jedi itself. Have somebody else kill the Jedi for you. And then the fourth effective Jedi trap, massively overwhelming force of combat troops who are willing to burn the whole planet down. So, Grievous is he's pretty confident in himself. He's got this. And Obi-Wan is just kind of like, la 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 la. But he's also a dramatic bitch, He felt it in his bones. Utapau was a planet for endings. Like,
Ugh.
yeah. And then we get a crumb of Cody Wan. I can keep them distracted for quite some time, Obi-Wan had told Cody on the flight deck of Vigilance. Just don't take too long. Come on, boss, Cody had said, smiling out of Jango Fett's face. Have I ever let you down? I'm here for the crumbs, what can I say? Cody Wan, my beloved. The Battle of Utapau, like, it's really just like it was in the movie, except we get to see a little bit more of Obi-Wan's thought process, Grievous's thought process, and then we also get bits of Mace Windu back on Coruscant, dealing with essentially dealing with Anakin and dealing with all of this bullshit that has happened. Anakin goes to talk to Palpatine again, and Obi-Wan is befriending Boga, that lizard creature who we love and adore. Boga actually has some like actual characteristics in here that I enjoyed, I always love it when the animal companion gets a little judge. And then we get this absolutely heartbreaking line. And when the Force layered into his consciousness the awareness of the structure of the Great Hall itself, he became aware, without surprise and without distress, that the entire expanse of vaulted ceiling above his head was actually a storage hive filled with combat droids, which made him also aware, again without surprise and without distress, that he would very likely die here. Contemplation of death brought only one slight sting of regret, and more than a bit of puzzlement. Until this very moment, he had never realized he'd always expected, for no discernible reason, that when he died, Anakin would be with him. How curious, he thought, and then he turned his mind to business. Oh god, and the foreshadow of that, because in episode 4, Anakin
Yeah.
was with him when he died.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all one tragedy after another. But what I do really enjoy about this chapter, though, because the movie did very well with this chapter, again, it's not really anything new in terms of physicality, but we do again get a very good idea of how Obi-Wan interacts with the Force and how he uses the Force to help him interact with fighting an opponent as powerful and as quick as Grievous, which I really enjoyed, because I just love anything with how different Jedi use the Force in different ways. And I think Obi-Wan's use of the Force really reflects his whole like sunlit meadow and the whole like Soresu being the a deceptively simple combat style. I just it fits is all. So then we get back to Anakin. Anakin is questioning some stuff. He's like, Palpatine, what are you doing? Something, something, da 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 da. And Palpatine is all the council is about to make its move. If we don't stop them, the Jedi will take over the Republic by this time tomorrow. And Anakin is honestly like, Anakin burst into astonished laughter. Like at this point, I really feel like he's so exhausted that like it says astonished laughter, but I read it as like almost hysterical laughter. Like when you're 72 hours worth of exhaustion and you're just like,
Yeah.
like it's got that little edge of hysteria on it. Let's see. Anakin could only shake his head in disbelief. Sir, I know that the council and you have disagreements, but this is far beyond any personal dispute between me and the members of the council. This is a plot generations in the making, a plot to take over the Republic itself. Anakin, think. You know they don't trust you. They never have. You know they have been keeping things from you. You know they have made plans behind your back. You know that even your great friend Obi-Wan has not told you what their true intentions are. It's because you're not like them, Anakin. You're a man, not just a Jedi. Anakin's head drew down toward his shoulders as though he found himself under enemy fire. They wouldn't. Ask yourself, why did they send you to me with this news? Why? Why not simply notify me through normal channels? And take careful note of his reaction. We will need full account. Sir, no need to fumble for an explanation, he said gently. You already as much as admitted they've ordered you to spy on me. Don't you understand that anything you tell them tonight, whatever it may be, will be used as an excuse to order my execution? I hesitate to say masterful about how Palpatine just sort of lays it all down like that. I guess his patience is masterful, I would say.
Yeah.
Because like I said earlier that like it's interesting to see how patient Palpatine is versus how patient Obi-Wan is, because that's two very defining traits for both of them. And I think it's interesting that like the lightest character and the darkest character both have that in common with each other.
Yeah.
But I do think that like it is very persuasive. I can see why somebody in the fandom, I can see why someone in the fandom who maybe doesn't have a lot of media literacy, doesn't understand a lot of like the symbolism and all this stuff. I can understand how they would succumb to Palpatine's idea that the Jedi are actually the bad guy and that Anakin was the good guy and Anakin going dark was a good thing. It was freeing in some way. Because like not to pull up from a certain point of view, but from a certain point of view, they're not wrong. Like Anakin was freed from his duty as a Jedi. Like he did free himself, but like at what cost? You know, like at a very obviously bad cost. And Palpatine is very obviously not the good guy. So at one hand, I can understand, but on the other hand, I can't understand. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Yeah. I also like the like where Palpatine's like, "You're a man," and like it that calls back to the kind of like childish like he was like, "Oh, he lowered his head." It's like he's not a man. He's just a scared kid at the end of the day.
Yeah, and to go further on that point, I don't even necessarily think it's kid versus man. I think he is a kid in the body of a man. Because
Yeah.
again, 23 is very much young, but not a
Mm,
kid. But you know, on terms of manliness, you know,
yeah.
I don't think he's still the same 9-year-old scared ex-slave boy. Like I feel like maybe he's 10 or 11, like he did
Mhm.
emotionally move on a little bit. But I don't
Yeah.
think emotionally, like mentally, obviously, yes, he's 23, but like emotionally, I don't think he's nearly as emotionally obviously stable or competent to be in all of these high powered influential positions that he finds himself in.
Yeah.
You know, like so yeah, I agree with you. Like you're a man, not just a Jedi. And it's also that othering that like Jedi are
Yeah.
no better than droids, which, you know, Palpatine we've seen before doesn't give a hoot about droids. They're
Yeah.
just robots to him, where Anakin very much sees them as sentient living beings with souls and all that jazz, you know? I really do think if Anakin wasn't so exhausted, he would have seen right through this. Because Anakin is not a stupid guy.
Yeah.
Like, he's not, but he is blinded by his deep exhaustion. He is blinded by these perceived betrayals. He is blinded by years of grooming from Palpatine. He's blinded most intensely by his absolute terror of losing Padme. And he's, unlike all the rest of the Jedi, he's just blinded by the dark in general.
Mhm.
It really is no surprise that he did end up falling, especially when the one person that could have talked him out of everything, that could have kept him on an even keel, is gone and on the other side
Yeah.
of the galaxy. Like, I get it. I hate it, but I get it.
Yeah.
And even on page 276, when had he last eaten? He couldn't remember. It might have been before the last time he slept. Like, so he's also starving too? Like, he this hangry motherfucker. Like, there's
Yeah.
not, as much as I don't think that we can push Anakin's own autonomy aside, we do need to take into account that he was essentially, from his own point of view, starving,
Mhm.
exhausted, and while he may not have known it, groomed from a very young age. And of course, again, the trauma with being a slave and losing his mom and losing
Mhm.
Qui Gon, because they did have quite the bond. Despite it only being like for a day or a day and a half, you know, Qui Gon left enough of an impression on him for him to mourn him, you know. I think we just need to take all that in, and the fact that Anakin at the end of the day really was just a man. Like, yes, he was a Jedi, but he was also a man. But that doesn't excuse any of it either.
Yeah.
Like,
Like he still made the choice.
right. And that's what I think, at least from what I've seen, there's a certain subsection of like the Star Wars fandom that seems to forget about that. That seems to be like, well, it wasn't Anakin's fault. It was Obi-Wan's fault. It wasn't Anakin's fault. It was Palpatine's. It was the Jedi. It was the war. It was da 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 da. And I'm not saying that all of them don't have their own finger in the pie. You get me? Like,
Yeah.
yes, to some extent, it was Obi-Wan's fault. To some extent, it was Palpatine's. To some extent, it was the Jedi Council's. To some extent, it may have even been Padme's fault, you know? Like, but at the end of the day, he's 23. He still made his choice. He's not a child. He
Yeah.
knows right from wrong, obviously. Even more obviously, because he can literally feel the dark side of the Force versus the light side of the
Yeah.
Force. But God, I don't even know where I'm going with that. I'm just laying out, you know?
Oh yeah.
Oh God, he's so sympathetic. And it's one of the reasons why I hate him so much.
Like that's what makes the tragedy good. It's like
Yes.
it's both his fault and not his fault, but like it is his fault, and it's like, ugh.
Right. It's so deliciously complex. And it
Yeah.
really boggles my mind when people try to downplay the complexity, or when people try to just throw it from 3D to 1D, because
Mhm.
you can do that with Palpatine. You can absolutely one-dimensional that man to hell and back. Easy peasy. But you cannot do that to Anakin.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people do in fact do that to some extent, which is kind of sad, because he's not my favorite character, but he's
Mhm.
deliciously complex, and I do love him for that.
Yeah.
And that this entire bit is just is is Palpatine seducing Anakin.
Mhm.
The final seduction, well, the second to last seduction
Yeah.
of the dark side, because and on multiple parts of this bit starts on page 272, and it goes, well, I'm on page 280, but it goes to page 283, I believe, right? This entire section of Palpatine and Anakin, and all of those pages, it is just Palpatine manipulating Anakin to the dark side, literally seducing him. It's just so, the dread of every paragraph, it just grows and grows, and I love it. And most of my annotations are just the manipulation, or holy fuck, or oh god, or Anakin, no.
Yeah.
um, there's this one exchange. This would all be easier to comprehend if the nightmares of Padme didn't keep screaming inside his head. And in exchange, he asked finally, what do I have to do? You have to tell me what you want. What I want? Yes, Anakin. Yes, exactly that. Only that. Do the one thing that the Jedi fear most. Make up your own mind. Follow your own conscience. Do what you think is right. I know that you have been longing for a life greater than that of any ordinary Jedi. Commit to that life. I know you burn for greater power than any Jedi can wield. Give yourself permission to gain that power, and allow yourself license to use it. You have dreamed of leaving the Jedi Order, having a family of your own, one that is based on love, not on enforced rules of self denial. I can't. I can't just leave. But you can. Anakin couldn't breathe. He couldn't blink. He sat frozen. Every thought was impossible. You can have every one of your dreams. Turn aside from the lies of the Jedi and follow the truth of yourself. Leave them. Join me on the path of true power. Be my friend, Anakin. Be my student, my apprentice. Anakin's vision tunneled again, but this time there was no light at the far end. He pulled back his hand, and it was shaking as he brought it up to support his face. I'm sorry, he said. I'm sorry, but as much as I want those things, as much as I care for you, sir, I can't. I just can't. Not yet, because there's only one thing I really want right now. Everything else will just have to wait. I know what you truly want, the shadow said. I have only been waiting for you to admit it to yourself. A hand, a human hand, warm with compassion, settled onto his shoulder. Listen to me. I can help you save her. You, Anakin blinked blindly. How can you help? Do you remember that myth I told you of, the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? The shadow whispered. The myth. Yes. Yes, I remember. The shadow leaned so close that it seemed to fill the world. Anakin, it's no mere myth. Anakin swallowed. Darth Plagueis was real. Plagueis was my master. He taught me the key to his power, the shadow said, dryly, matter of fact, before I killed him. Only gradually did Anakin come to understand that this was his lightsaber and that it was in his hand. You, he said. Suddenly he was neither dizzy nor tired. Suddenly everything made sense. It's you! It's been you all along! In the clean blue light of his blade, he stared into the face of a man whose features were as familiar to him as his own, but now seemed as alien as an extragalactic comet. Because now he finally understood that those familiar features were only a mask. He had never seen this man's real face. I should kill you, he said. I will kill you. Palpatine gave him that wise, kindly uncle smile Anakin had been seeing since the age of 9. For what? You're a Sith Lord. I am, he said simply. I am also your friend. The blue bar of energy wavered just a bit. I am also the man who has always been here for you. I am the man who. you have never had to lie to. I am the man who wants nothing from you but that you follow your own conscience. If that conscience requires you to commit murder simply over a philosophical difference, I will not resist. Like, excuse me? I hate it. It's so good. And I hate it
I
so
know.
much. And the worst part is that Anakin literally could have done that. He could have left at any point. That's the point. Anakin
Yeah.
could have left at any fucking point he wanted to. But he doesn't. And it pisses me off. And also just that whole if that conscience requires you to commit murder simply over a philosophical difference, I will not resist. Like, what else does that feel like in today's political climate?
Yeah. I wonder who that sounds
I
like.
wonder what that sounds like. Certainly couldn't be a specific political party in the United States, could it? So, yeah, that is essentially the first seduction of Anakin. You know, he does not obviously kill Palpatine. He sits down and he hears him out, essentially, right? And then we go back to Obi-Wan and Grievous. Obi-Wan's doing his thing. He's yada yada and you know, I know I'm just going through it pretty quick, and I'm skipping over it essentially, but it really is a great fight scene. And Grievous isn't dead yet, but Obi-Wan's chasing after it. And we go back to Anakin, and I love this bit right here. Page 290. This is how it feels to be Anakin Skywalker right now. You don't remember putting away your lightsaber. You don't remember moving from Palpatine's private office to his larger public one. You don't remember collapsing in the chair where you now sit, nor do you remember drinking water from a half-empty glass that you find in your mechanical hand. You remember only that the last man in the galaxy you still thought you could trust has been lying to you since the day you met. And you're not even angry about it, only stunned. What? Oh,
Like,
I hate it. He's so. Ugh. And this entire section I really love because it's all in the second person. Like, it really is. Like, usually when you use the second person, you know, the use of you, it's not going to end well. It's just not. Like, you have to really know how to use that second person narrative to actually hook the reader, because most readers are not like, oh, you know, you went to the grocery store. I don't go to the grocery store. I get my groceries delivered. What the fuck? I'm not reading this anymore. You know, I really like that Stover used second person here. It really shows the dissociation, the shock, the, you know, you're not even in your own body anymore. You're just doing things. You're just saying things. Like, Anakin is so shooketh, as the
yeah,
youths say.
if they still say that.
Right?
Even the like drawing attention to like, oh, your mechanical hand, it just like further emphasizes that like out of body experience.
Right, right. And then page 292. Words will not fit themselves into the answers you need. If only Obi-Wan were here. Obi-Wan would know what to say, what to do. Obi-Wan could handle this. Right now, you can't. Ah,
Yeah.
he's sobbing. That's why you don't break up the team, bestie. And then right now, you know you can't. I'll turn you over to the Jedi Council. They'll know what to do. I'm sure they will. They are already planning to overthrow the Republic. You'll give them exactly the excuse they're looking for. And when they come to execute me, will that be justice? Will that be bringing peace? They won't. They wouldn't. Well, of course I hope you're correct, Anakin. You'll forgive me if I don't share your blind loyalty to your comrades. I suppose it does indeed come down, in the end, to a question of loyalty, he said thoughtfully. That's what you must ask yourself, my boy. Whether your loyalty is to the Jedi or to the Republic. It's not like that. Palpatine lifted his shoulders. Perhaps not. Perhaps it's simply a question of whether you love Obi-Wan Kenobi more than you love your wife. Listen, even if you don't ship them romantically, that went hard.
Yeah. Like,
I'm gonna stare out my window like a poor Victorian child.
I'm gonna fucking Bella Swan it in New Moon.
Right? Oh, there's a possibility. There's a possibility that then it doesn't happen, and then everything is okay, and Anakin like passes out from exhaustion, and Obi-Wan comes back and is like, bro, what the fuck? And then we go back to Obi-Wan. speaking of my boy, let's see. It's sort of a flashback to Obi-Wan. Okay, well, it's kind of like a quick little meditation on Obi-Wan's saber. Obi-Wan is simplicity itself. That is his power. And then Mace Windu is like, in fact, Obi-Wan, I believe that you, of all living Jedi, you have the best chance to defeat him, Grievous. You know, so that's nice, you know, my boy getting praise. That is so like you, Master Kenobi, the Korun Master had said, shaking his head. I am called a great swordsman because I invented a lethal style. But who is greater, the creator of a killing form or the master of the classic form? I'm very flattered you would consider me a master, but really, not a master, the master, Mason said. Be who you are, and Grievous will never defeat you. And my little caption was like, "Oh my god, my boy!" So yeah, and then Obi-Wan and Grievous are fighting again, and again, like I know I'm not going into it, but it really is. It's a great fight scene. Like it genuinely really is. The movie covered it well, and it is in fact a fight scene. So there's not much to say, right? Except page 305. He's killed Grievous. He's said his so uncivilized line. And then, as has been said, the textbook example of a Jedi trap is the one that was set on Utapau for Obi-Wan Kenobi. It worked perfectly. The final element essential to the creation of a truly effective Jedi trap is a certain coldness of mind, a detachment, if you will, from any desire for a particular outcome. The best way to arrange matters is to create a win-win situation. For example, one might use as one's proxy a creature that not only is expendable, but would eventually have to be killed anyway. Thus, if one's proxy fails and is destroyed, it's no loss. In fact, the targeted Jedi has actually done one a favor by taking care of a bit of dirty work one would otherwise have to do oneself. And the final stroke of perfection is to organize the Jedi trap so that by walking into it at all, the Jedi has already lost. That is to say, a Jedi trap works best when one's true goal is merely to make sure that the Jedi in question spends some hours or days off somewhere on the far side of the galaxy, so that he won't be around to interfere with one's real plans, so that by the time he can return, it will already be too late. Killing me! Killing me! Whew, and just when you think it can't get any worse, Chapter 16, Revelation, Mace Windu, my beloved. Mace Windu is chilling and just received confirmation that Kenobi is successful, Grievous is dead, when Anakin comes out of nowhere and is like, oh my god, I need to speak to Master Windu. But also, no, I don't. I need to speak to Obi-Wan. Where's Obi-Wan? And Windu is like, bestie, you can't right now. Like, he's busy. Like, he's busy. Anakin is like, listen, you have to listen to me. You can't, it has to be an arrest. You can't kill him. And Mace is like, bro, what the fuck? Anakin collapsed forward, face into his hands. Mace reached into the Force, opening the eye of his special gift of perception. What he found there froze his blood. The tangled web of fault lines in the Force he had seen connecting Anakin to Obi-Wan and to Palpatine was no more. In their place was a single spider knot that sang with power enough to crack the planet. Anakin Skywalker no longer had Shatterpoints. He was a Shatterpoint. The Shatterpoint. Everything depended on him. Everything. Mace said slowly, with the same sort of deliberate care he would use in examining an unknown type of bomb that might have the power to destroy the universe itself. Anakin, look at me. Skywalker raised his head. Are you hurt? Do you need? Mace frowned. Anakin's eyes were raw and red, and his face looked swollen. For a long time, he didn't know if Anakin would answer, if he could answer, if he could even speak at all. The young Jedi seemed to struggle with something inside himself, as though he fought desperately against the birth of a monster hatching within his chest. But in the Force, there was no as though. There was no seemed to be. In the Force, Mace could feel the monster inside Anakin Skywalker. A real monster. Too real. One that was eating him alive from the inside out. Fear. This was the wound Anakin had taken. This was the hurt that had him shaking and stammering and too weak to stand. Some black fear had hatched like like fever wasps inside the young knight's brain, and it was killing him. I love you, but also it's already too late, bestie.
I know. You couldn't have realized this like 20 years ago.
Right? Like, I need you to, even 10 years ago at this point, like,
Yeah.
come on. And this is when, like, I've loved Mace Windu's point of view of this entire book, but this is when, like, this chapter onward, Mace Windu's point of view is just delicious. It is delicious. This is the moment that defines Mace Windu. Not his countless victories in battle, nor the numberless battles his diplomacy has avoided. Not his penetrating intellect, or his talents with the Force, or his unmatched skills with the lightsaber. Not his dedication to the Jedi Order, or his devotion to the Republic that he serves. But this, right here, right now. Because Mace, too, has an attachment. Mace has a secret love. Mace Windu loves the Republic. Many of his students quote him to students of their own. Jedi do not fight for peace. That's only a slogan and is as misleading as slogans always are. Jedi fight for civilization because only civilization creates peace. For Mace Windu, for all his life, for all the lives of 1,000 years of Jedi before him, true civilization has had only one true name: the Republic. He has given his life in service of his love. He has taken lives in its service and lost the lives of innocents. He has seen beings that he cares for maimed and killed, and sometimes worse, sometimes so broken by the horror and the struggle that their only answer was to commit horrors greater still. And because of that love now, here, in this instant, Anakin Skywalker has 9 words for him that will shred his heart, burn its pieces, and feed him its smoking ashes. Palpatine is Sidious. The Chancellor is the Sith Lord. He doesn't even hear the words, not really. Their true meaning is too large for his mind to gather in all at once. They mean that all he's done, and all that has been done to him, that all the Order has accomplished, all it has suffered, all the galaxy itself has gone through, all the years of suffering and slaughter, the death of entire planets, has all been for nothing. Because it was all done to save the Republic, which was already gone, which was already fallen, the corpse of which had been defended only by a Jedi Order that was now under the command of a Dark Lord of the Sith. Mace Windu's entire existence has become crystal so shot through with flaws that the hammer of those 9 words has crushed him to sand. But because he is Mace Windu, he takes this blow without a change of expression. Because he is Mace Windu, within a second, the man of sand is stone once more, pure Jedi Master, weighing coldly the risk of facing the last Dark Lord of the Sith without the Chosen One, against the risk of facing the last Dark Lord of the Sith with the Chosen One eaten alive by fear. And because he is Mace Windu, the choice is no choice at all. Anakin, wait in the council chamber until we get back. What? Master, that's an order, Anakin. But the Chancellor, Anakin says desperately, clutching the Jedi Master's hand. What are you going to do? And it is the true measure of Mace Windu that, even now, he is still telling the truth when he says, only as much as I have to. What if I throw myself out the window?
What if I throw myself out the window?
What if we just throw ourselves out the window? Like,
Yeah.
what if we just got into our cars and we drove to the tallest building and we just threw ourselves off of it? Huh?
Yeah.
Could they
If I
stop
just
us?
drove to a tree.
And you have a copy of this book and I have my copy, and we could both be holding the book as we plummet down to
Yeah.
our demise.
Perfect.
Like, what if? What?
Oh,
Screaming.
that's something to do.
You know, it's a fine Sunday for such a fun activity. I'm like actually crying, bestie. I'm gonna KMS. Fine. It's fine. Part 3, Apocalypse. It's fine. Part 3, Apocalypse. It's fine. The seduction is over. The apocalypse has begun. And I hate that also because Part 3, Apocalypse, man, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that in this moment Anakin went back to Mace.
Yeah.
It's already been done. It's
over.
done. It's been done since the moment Obi-Wan went to Utapau. All of this is just detail.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna KMS. club, bestie.
Anakin should have been at the club.
Anakin should have been shaking his ass in the club.
If he was shaking his ass at the club, this wouldn't have happened.
Right? If he had been shaking his ass in the club, none of this would have happened. If he had had his silly little death sticks, his silly little alcohol, his silly little music, and his silly little club scene, and all the lustful pitfalls it entails, none of this would have happened. He should have been shaking his ass at the club. Oh, it pisses me off. And where's Palpatine? Palpatine should have been in a geriatric home. He should have already been in a coffin. Oh, I hate him. On that note, part 3, Apocalypse. The dark is generous, and it is patient, and it always wins. It always wins because it is everywhere. It is in the wood that burns in your hearth, and in the kettle on the fire. It is under your chair, and under your table, and under the sheets on your bed. Walk in the midday sun, and the dark is with you, attached to the soles of your feet. The brightest light casts the darkest shadow.
Oh,
I'm taking like physical damage at this point.
I've been taking like poison damage this whole time.
Right? I've been shot by a Weedle and have been taking poison damage this entire time. The only thing keeping me alive is Obi-Wan, my own toe. Okay, bestie. Chapter 17. The Face of the Dark. Depowered lamp discs were rings of ghostly gray floating in the gloom. The shimmering jewelscape of Coruscant haloed the knife-edged shadow of the chair. This was the office of the Chancellor. Within the chair's shadow sat another shadow, deeper, darker, formless and impenetrable, an abyssal umbra so profound that it drained light from the room around it, and from the city, and from the planet, and from the galaxy. The shadow waited. It had told the boy it would. It was looking forward to keeping its word. For a change. And then the next line, Night held the Jedi Temple. Stover, when I find you!
Yeah.
Stover, when I find you! I'm gonna crash out. I'm fine. It's fine. Okay. We've got the Jedi Masters going to the temple, and they're at like they're leaving the temple, and and they're discussing like, maybe we should wait for Obi-Wan, maybe we should wait for Yoda, and Mace is like, listen, there's not enough time, we need to go now, the four of us, we can do this, da 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 da. And the last line of this section, once the hatch had sealed behind him, the Jedi Temple belonged entirely to the night.
Ugh.
Stover, when I find you,
I will steal your knees.
I'm gonna steal your kneecaps. I'm stealing your left shoes and I'm shitting in them, buddy. We can get through. We're on page 319 of what? 420? We can do this. Blaze
There's
it.
only one
Anyway,
left.
blaze it like Anakin's about to blaze the Jedi Temple.
Yeah.
And then we get to a part where Obi-Wan, where Anakin is, he stayed in the chamber of the Jedi Council, and he's wrestling with his dragon, and he is losing, baby girl. Nothing had prepared him for this. He wanted to rip open his chest with his bare hands and claw out his heart. What have I done? The question started as a low moan, but grew to a howl he could no longer lock behind his teeth. What have I done? He knew the answer. He had done his duty. And now he couldn't imagine why. When I die, Palpatine had said, so calmly, so warmly, so reasonably, my knowledge dies with me. Everywhere he looked, he saw only the face of the woman he loved beyond love, the woman for whom he channeled through his body all the love that had ever existed in the galaxy, in the universe. He didn't care what she had done. He didn't care about conspiracies or cabals or secret pacts. Treason meant nothing to him now. She was everything that had ever been loved by anyone, and he was watching her die. And now he felt her, really felt her in the Force, as though she could have been some kind of Jedi too. But more than that, he felt a bond, a connection, deeper and more intimate than he'd ever had before with anyone, even Obi-Wan. For a precious eternal instant, he was her. He was the beat of her heart, and he was the motion of her lips, and he was her soft words as though she spoke a prayer to the stars. What if I throw myself out a window?
Yeah, I'll be right behind you.
Yeah, we can hold hands while we do it together. And then it goes on, da da da, how can I let her die? The dragon, on the other hand, did. You know what? Let me just. And her purity and her passion and the truth of her love flowed into him and through him, and every atom of him screamed to the Force, how can I let her die? The Force had no answer for him. The dragon, on the other hand, did. All things die, Anakin Skywalker. Even stars burn out. And no matter how hard he tried to summon it, no wisdom of Yoda's, no teaching of Obi-Wan's, not one scrap of Jedi lore came to him that could choke the dragon down. But there was an answer. He'd heard it just the other night. With such knowledge, to maintain life in someone already living would seem a small matter, don't you agree? Anakin stopped. His agony evaporated. Palpatine was right. It was simple. All he had to do was decide what he wanted. Stover, when I find you, you're gonna make me into the Joker, Stover. The Coruscant nightfall was spreading through the galaxy. I can't. Like, listen, part 3 is like the worst, best, most horrific part, and I love it, and I hate it. I'm gonna KMS, and I'm gonna crash out, and I love it.
Just tattoo it onto my chest.
I'm gonna tattoo the entirety of this book onto my chest. And then Mace Windu and the rest of the Masters step into Palpatine's lair. Why, Master Windu, said the Shadow. What a pleasant surprise. And then we get a nice little glimpse of Shakti. And Anakin is like, Shakti, I need you to get the hell out of my way. And Shakti is like, baby girl, the temple is sealed. The door is code locked. And Anakin is like, you're in the way. I'm the chosen one. I have to be there. I'll do what I'm supposed to do. Dun dun dun. And then there's a transcript recording of what happens in the in Palpatine's little lair. You know, Palpatine is saying stuff. Mace Windu is correct, as he always is. You know, you're under arrest. You're a Sith Lord. We're not going to argue with you. Come with us now. Don't try to resist. And then, see, the thing is that this is only an audio recording. So what people don't know, because this is going to be an evidence, of course, as we see later in the series. Oh, this is after Mace Windu is like, don't try to resist, there's a sound of a lot of lightsabers going off. Palpatine has a lightsaber too, a nice gnarly red Sith Lord lightsaber, but everybody's like, oh, it's the Jedi lightsabers. And then Palpatine is like, resist? How can I possibly resist? This is murder, you Jedi traitors. Oh my god, how can I be any threat to you? Oh my god, you're a Taliban. What am I thinking right now? Oh my god. Help, hear me, help me, someone, treason. Die faster. And then we've got that entire transcript, but like in narrative form, what's actually happening. So, you know, the guy that can like read minds, well, Palpatine is reading his mind back and like giving him massive psychic damage and yada, 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 right? So then we get to Anakin and he's speeding towards the Senate chamber, da 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 da. Within the public office of the Supreme Chancellor of the Galactic Republic, a last Jedi Master battled alone, blade to blade, against a living shadow. And then we have Vapad, Mace Windu again with Vapad, and it's like it's a very nice little like meditation on Vapad, because you know Mace Windu is very much fighting for his life and for like the Republic that he loves, you know, yada yada. And then I really enjoyed this little bit. To use Vapad, a Jedi must allow himself to enjoy the fight. He must give himself over to the thrill of battle, the rush of winning. Vapad is a path that leads through the penumbra of the dark side. Mace Windu created this style, and he was its only living master. This was Vapad's ultimate test. What's interesting about that is sometimes I wonder, and I'm sure this has already been answered by multiple people, and I don't care, but what would have happened if, I mean, Anakin still could have been Obi-Wan's Padawan, but what if instead of training him and like, God, what is Anakin's main? It's not Ataru. It's
I
not.
would not.
I think it's Gem Cell. Anyway, instead of training Anakin on that, what if Obi-Wan had been like, "Hey, Windu, can you train this bitch on Vapod, please? Because I'm getting the boogie woogie from it." I'm
I'm
sorry.
getting the
Listen, we're like 4 hours and 30 minutes in. I'm exhausted. I am on the edge of my seat. I don't know if that would have helped or hurt Anakin in the long run, being close to the dark like that, and
Mhm.
being through the penumbra of the, traveling through the penumbra of the dark side. But like Anakin likes fighting, and it would allow him to enjoy the fight and not feel bad about it. Maybe he would be able to handle it, especially if he was taught young. I don't know. It's just one of those things. Because, like, do I think Windu would have been a good master for him? Not really. But also, maybe he would have. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe I'm in the wrong. Maybe my love of Obi-Wan is blinding me to the fact that Obi-Wan wasn't the best choice for a master for Anakin, I've been wrong before, and I'll be wrong again. Sorry, I'm like really sad now. The Anakin arrives, and Anakin is like, "Holy shit, there is no Jedi restraint here. Mace Windu was cutting loose." It's literally word for word what he thinks, and I respect it. And Mace Windu is cutting loose. He had faced his darkness and had learned that the power of the darkness is not to be feared. He had learned that it is fear that gives the darkness power. And then they're battling, Palpatine and Mace, and Palpatine's like, "Oh my god, look, he's killing me. Shut the fuck up." And then Mace Windu is like, "Broski, we have to kill him. Like, if you could have taken, like, Mace yanked his arm free. He's too dangerous to be left alive. If you could have taken Dooku alive, would you have?" Skywalker's face swept itself clean of emotion. That was different. And, so that's a fun little accidental dig that Mace did that he didn't even realize he was doing. He had been so intent on Palpatine's Shatterpoint that he'd never thought to look for Anakin's. Dark lightning blasted away his universe. He fell forever.
Ugh.
Mace, no! God damn it!
I'm gonna fall too.
God fucking damn it! And then this whole horrible thing, and then we get to Anakin's point of view, and Anakin is like, "What the fuck have I just done? What have I done? What have I done?" And Palpatine is like, "You couldn't have. They cloaked themselves in deception, my boy, because they feared your power. They could never trust you. Obi-Wan trusts me, not enough to tell you of their plot. Me. I do not fear your power, Anakin. I embrace it. You are one of the greatest of the Jedi. You can be the greatest of the Sith. I believe you, Anakin. I believe in you. I trust you. I trust you. I trust you." Oh my god, shut the fuck up, Palpatine. Oh, it pisses me off. Oh, I need him to die. I need him to die so much quicker than he dies in canon. Oh! Anyway, I'm fine. It's fine. It's fine. The awful, awful, awful part of everything. "Kneel before me, Anakin Skywalker." Anakin dropped to one knee. He lowered his head. "Is it your will to join your destiny forever with the Order of the Sith Lords?" There was no hesitation. "Yes." Darth Sidious laid a pale hand on Anakin's brow. "Then it is done. You are now one with the Order of the Dark Lords of the Sith. From this day forward, the truth of you, my apprentice, now and forevermore, will be Darth—" A pause. A questioning in the Force. An answer, dark as the gap between galaxies. He heard Sidious say it. His new name. Vader. A pair of syllables that meant him. "Vader," he said to himself. "Vader." "I am Darth Vader," he repeated as he ground the dragon's corpse to dust beneath his mental heel, as he watched the dragon's dust and ashes scatter before the blast from his furnace heart. "And you are nothing at all." He had become, finally, what they all called him, the hero with no fear. And we immediately get the scene where he starts killing younglings.
Fun times.
And then it's, oh god, chapter 18, Order 66.
Ugh.
Ugh. There's Obi-Wan. There's, that little hint of a Cody one. Where Cody gives him back his saber. Hee hoo hoo. Let me have this. There's nothing else I have right now. And then there's this really darkly funny bit. A holoscan appeared on the palm of his gauntlet, a hooded man. "It is time," the holoscan said. "Execute Order 66. Cody responded as he had been trained since before he'd even awakened in his Krish school. "It will be done, my lord." The holoscan vanished. Cody stuck the comlink back into its concealed recess and concealed recess and frowned down toward where Kenobi rode his dragon mount into selflessly heroic battle. Cody was a clone. He could execute the order faithfully, without hesitation or regret, but he was also human enough to mutter glumly, "Would it have been too much to ask for the order to have come through before I gave him back the bloody lightsaber?" Cody, no! It's funny, but Cody, no! Oh god, and then we get Bale's point of view when he's like, "What the fuck is happening? I've got a bad feeling about this." And then, oh, and this part hurts. This part hurts so much. He goes to like one of the landing platforms of the Jedi Temple, and there are clones there. And a burst of blaster fire ripped through the smoke and scattered into the dawn outside. Bale stared with an open mouth as a Jedi flashed out of nowhere and started cutting down clones. No, not a Jedi. A boy. A child no more than 10 years old, swinging a lightsaber whose blade was almost as long as he was tall. More blaster fire came from inside, and a whole platoon of clones came pelting towards the landing deck, and the 10-year-old was hit and hit again, and then just shot to rags among the bodies of the troopers he'd killed. And Bale started backing away, faster now, and in the middle of it all, a clone wearing the colors of a commander came out of the smoke and pointed at Bail Organa. "No witnesses," the commander said. "Kill him." Bale ran. Like, and now I'm gonna read another snippet. Are you ready? This one hurts because it's Order 66, so this is all just painful. No matter how many times I see Order 66, or I read Order 66, or I experience Order 66, it never doesn't hit. Like,
Yeah.
you would think at some point it would be overplayed and overdone. And I know there are Star Wars fans out there who think it is. I know that there are some that are so goddamn tired of Order 66. But I'm not
It
one
hit.
of them. It hits every time. It hurts every time. It doesn't matter that I've read this book 1,000 times. This chapter always devastates a part of me. And I don't even necessarily stand how you can get tired of it, because this was a genocide. This was
Mhm.
the epic climax of this entire thing. Like, this is the moment, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe it's just me and my masochistic tendencies, but I can't get through any iteration of Order 66 without tearing up a little, like, even to this day. Order 66 is the climax of the Clone Wars, not the end. The Clone Wars will end some few hours from now, when a coded signal sent by Newt Gunray from the secret separatist bunker on Mustafar deactivates every combat droid in the galaxy at once. But the climax. It's not a thrilling climax. It's not the culmination of an epic struggle. Just the opposite, in fact. The Clone Wars were never an epic struggle. They were never intended to be. What is happening right now is why the Clone Wars were fought in the first place. It is their reason for existence. The Clone Wars have always been, in and of themselves, from their very inception, the revenge of the Sith. They were irresistible bait. They took place in remote locations on planets that belonged primarily to somebody else. They were fought by expendable proxies, and they were constructed as a win-win situation. The Clone Wars were the perfect Jedi trap. By fighting it all, the Jedi lost. When the Jedi Order overextended, spread thin across the galaxy, each Jedi is alone, surrounded only by whatever clone troops he, she, or it commands. War itself pours darkness into the Force, deepening the cloud that limits Jedi perception. And the clones have no malice, no hatred, not the slightest ill intent that might give warning. They are only following orders. In this case, Order 66. Holdout blasters appear in clone hands. ARC 170s drop back onto the tails of Jedi starfighters. AT-STs swivel their guns. Turrets on the hover tanks swung silently. Clones open fire, and Jedi die. All across the galaxy, all at once, Jedi die. I'm dying. It's fine. It's fine. And then we get the scene where Cody commands the troops to shoot Kenobi out. And Cody is like, "I need to see the body because I know this bitch, and if I don't see a body, he ain't dead."
Fair.
Yeah. And then we get a scene with C3PO and R2D2 and Anakin and Padme. And there's this awful little bit between C3PO and R2D2. Reaching the starfighter, he said, "R2, are you all right? What is going on?" The astromech squeaked and beeped. C3PO's auto-translator interpreted, "Nobody tells me anything." "Of course not. You don't keep up your end of the conversation." A whirring squeal. "Something's wrong. The factors don't balance." "You can't possibly be more confused than I am." "You're right. Nobody can be more confused than you are." "Oh, very funny. Hush now. What was that?" The senator was sitting now, leaning distractedly on one of the tasteful, elegant bistro tables that dotted the veranda, while Master Anakin stood above her. "I think he's saying something about a rebellion. That the Jedi have tried to overthrow the Republic, and, oh my goodness, Mace Windu has tried to assassinate Chancellor Palpatine. Can he be serious?" "I don't know. Anakin doesn't talk to me anymore." C3PO shook his cranial assembly helplessly. "How can Master Windu be an assassin? He has such impeccable manners." "Like I told you, the factors don't add up. I've been hearing the most awful rumors. They're saying the government is going to banish us. Banish droids. Can you imagine?" "Don't believe everything you hear." "Shh, not so loud. I'm only saying that we don't know the truth." "Of course we don't," C3PO sighed. "And we likely never will." I hate that.
Yeah.
I hate that. Of course we don't, and we likely never will. I'm gonna crash out. And then we get, of course, the talk between Anakin and Padme. Ken is like, "Oh, I love you so much." Da 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 da. What about Obi-Wan? She looked stricken, pale and terrified. It made him love her more. He shook his head. "Many of the Jedi have been killed." But she stared out at the rivers of traffic cross-hatching the sky. "Are you sure? It seems so unbelievable." "I was there, Padme. It's all true. But how could Obi-Wan be involved in something like that?" He said, "We may never know." Oh my god, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. And they fight back and forth, and it's like, they were your family. And Anakin is like, "They're traitors. You're my family. You and the baby. How can all of them be traitors? They're not the only ones. There were senators in there too. But don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you." She's like, "But I've publicly opposed the war. I opposed Palpatine's emergency orders. I publicly called him a threat to democracy." And he's like, "Don't worry about it. You're in the clear, and you're in the clear because I say you are. I'm not a Jedi anymore. There aren't any Jedi. There's just me." Two liquid gems, indescribably precious, because they were his. He had earned them, as he had earned her, as he had earned the child she bore. He had paid for them with innocent blood. "I love you," he said. "This won't take long. Wait for me." Fresh tears streamed onto her ivory cheeks, and she threw herself into his arms. "Always, Anakin, forever. Come back to me, my love, my life. Come back to me." He smiled down on her. "You say that like I'm already gone." "Because you already are. Sometimes I struggle with Padme because I really do like her as a character. But I'm sorry. If the man that I loved, and, well, first of all, ew, a man. Second of all, ew, pregnancy. But if a man I loved and who I was going to have a child with came to me and did all this, I'd be like, "We're done, actually." Like, I
Yeah.
don't believe. But on the other hand, coping mechanism. Maybe she just can't handle and she has to. I mean, she's 5 months pregnant. We have to remember, at this point, she is 5 months and some change pregnant, because this has still only been, like, this is all happening within like a week,
Yeah.
maybe a week and a half. It's been at least, what, 3-4 days at this point, maybe 5. But this is she's not over here like 8 months or 9 months pregnant. Like, she is 5 months pregnant. I don't think a baby can survive necessarily out of the womb at that point without like medical attention, incubators and shit. I could be wrong. I don't know enough about that. So maybe she's just saving the crash out for later, which she kind of is, really, if you think about it,
Yeah.
since we know what's happens. And then we get to Obi-Wan, and he's like reckoning with what's happened, and he's in the water, and it's just like, we get to see 3PO again, and things are happening. And then Bail Organa, and he's like, "We need to go to Kashyyyk to rescue Oba." Fuck. Yoda. Ew. Um And then we see Obi-Wan again, and how he escapes Utapau. And I love this little sentence. Obi-Wan blinked in mild astonishment. He had never entirely grown accustomed to the way the Force always came through for him, but neither was he reluctant to accept its gifts. Like, I love that little line, because it almost is like Yeah, Anakin is the Force's child, but maybe Obi-Wan is its favorite.
Yeah.
There are a few AUs. There are only a handful of AUs, I feel like, that I've seen on AO3. And, I did my time on, like, LiveJournal and fanfiction.net,
Yeah. He
um,
didn't.
right? And even Wattpad and DeviantArt.
Yeah.
Uh, like, I've been through the fan fiction trenches. But even through all my years of fan fiction, there are only a handful of fan fictions that I've come across where, like, Obi-Wan is the chosen one, not Anakin. And I love those. I really think there needs to be more. I kind of want to write my own. But I think it's just a fun, silly idea of, like, everybody and their mother thinks that, like, Anakin is the chosen one, but at some point during the war, something happens, and everybody realizes that, oh shit, it's Obi-Wan. And I just think it's interesting because Anakin, if nothing else, he's always been sure, like, oh, I've got the power, I'm the chosen one. And
Yeah.
in this AU, maybe he's not the chosen one anymore, but he does have the power, but it's still such like a foundation shaking revelation for both of
Mhm.
them, because Obi-Wan is always like, well, I'm not good enough, he's so, like, even in the book he's like, well, I'm not the master, and Mace is like, well, baby boy, you're the master of Celestia, could you go fuck yourself for a minute, like, shut the fuck up. Like, I don't know, I just think it'd be a great little, it's just a fun little idea, and I do really enjoy it. I love it as much as I love the Sith Obi-Wan AUs. Like, is it realistic? Maybe not, but I still love it.
Hell yeah. It's what fan fiction is, baby.
Fanfiction, my beloved. And then we've got Yoda, who I hate and should have died earlier. So we're skipping him entirely.
Hell yeah.
And then we've got Obi-Wan, and he meets up with, let's see, he's meeting up with Bail and with Yoda, disgusting. And then a curve of knuckle, skinned, black scab corrugated with dirt and leaking red, the fringe of fray at the cuff of a beige sleeve, dark, crusted with splatter from the death of a general, the tawny swirl of grain in wine-dark tabletop of polished Alderaanian crin. These were what Obi-Wan Kenobi could look at without starting to shake. The wells of the small conference room on Tantive 4 were too featureless to hold his attention. To look at a wall allowed his mind to wander. And the shaking began. The shaking got worse when he met the ancient green stare of the tiny alien seated across from the table from him. For that wrinkled leather skin and those tufts of withered hair were his earliest memory, and they reminded Obi-Wan of friends who had died today. The shaking got worse still when he turned to the other being in the room, because he wore politician's robes that reminded Obi-Wan of the enemy who yet lived. The deception, the death of Jedi masters he had admired, of Jedi knights who had been his friends, the death of his oath to Qui-Gon, the death of Anakin. Ah!
Oh, buddy, it hasn't even gotten that bad yet.
Like, yeah, I'm sorry, Obi-Wan, but it's about to get so much worse. The loss of Anakin stabbed him. Then he let that go too. Because he's a consummate Jedi. He is the Jedi. He is the example of a Jedi, and he knows when to let go, even when it hurts and it kills me. Okay, 19. The face of the Sith. So in this funny little chapter, hee hee hoo hoo, we've got the we've got the introduction of Mustafar, and then Bale is like, "We gotta fix this," essentially, and everybody's like, "It's gonna be a trap," and everybody's like, "Yeah, of course it's gonna be a trap." And then Anakin kills everybody on Mustafar, like that whole little. Sand Hill recoiled, hands flipping like panicked birds sewn to his wrists. He had time to gasp, You're Anakin Skywalker, before a fountain of blue-white plasma burned into his chest, curving through a loop that charred all three of his hearts. The Separatist leadership watched in frozen horror as the corpse of the head of the intergalactic banking clan collapsed like a depowered protocol droid. The resemblance, Darth Vader said, is deceptive. Like,
Ugh.
the boy can turn to the dark side, but he can't get away from the sass.
Yeah.
And then we've got Bail doing something or other, and Yoda and Obi-Wan sneaking into the temple, and Bail doing more things, and something with the Senate, and da 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 da, and the Senate, and da 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 da, and the Galactic Empire voting in Palpatine, and I'm really going over it because I don't like the way it sounds in 2025.
Yeah.
So this is how liberty dies, she was saying to herself, with cheering and applause. I'm going to actually throw myself out the window. And then, Padme, what are you talking about? What we're not Padme, what you're talking about, what we're not talking about, it could take 20 years. Are you under suspicion? What are you going to do? Don't worry about me, she said distantly. I don't know I'll live that long.
Ugh.
Clone troopers in the temple, it's really sad. La 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 la. Darth Vader again. Oh god, I'm skipping so hard. Oh god. And then page 378, Obi-Wan's Obi blah, blah, blah. Then the caped man turned to meet a cloaked figure behind him, and he was Obi-Wan, staring, wished that he had the strength to rip his eyes out of his head. But even blind, he would see this forever. He would
Ugh.
see his friend, his student, his brother turn and kneel in front of a black-cloaked Lord of the Sith. His head rang with a silent scream. Oh, and then Yoda, who I hate, but on this one he makes a genuinely decent point. Chose this, Skywalker did. Like, yes, Anakin chose this. I hate it. And then, don't make me kill Anakin, he said. He's like my brother, Master. The boy you trained, gone he is, twisted by the dark side, consumed by Darth Vader. Out of his misery, you must put him. To visit our new emperor, my job will be. And then, chapter 20, Chiaroscuro. Um,
Kiara Kuro.
there's, Kenobi sneaks on to Padme's ship. We all know what happens.
Yeah.
Padme's like, I won't help you. And then, of course, we get Padme's POV for a hot second. And then Darth Vader, of course. Darth Vader, da 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 da. He couldn't shake a certain creeping sensation, a kind of cold, slimy ooze that slithered up the veins of his legs and spread clammy tendrils through his guts, almost as though he was still afraid. She will die, the dragon whispered. He shook himself, scowling. Impossible. He was Darth Vader. Fear had no power over him. He had destroyed his fear. All things die. Yet it was as though when he had crushed the dragon under his boot, the dragon had sunk venom fangs into his heel. Now its poison chilled him to the bone. Even stars burn out. He shook himself again and strode toward the holocom. He would talk to his master. Palpatine had always helped him keep the dragon down. I am actually gonna chuck myself out the window. His master, but it's not Obi-Wan. I'm okay. And then this really funny line where he's talking to Palpatine. You're the one who should be mindful, my master. I am a disturbance in the Force.
Me when I'm like 12 and angry.
Right? Like, go get it, boy. Things happen. Yoda is involved, and I don't like to talk about him, so we're ignoring him. And Anakin and Padme meet up, and I'm mostly going over this so quickly because we all know what happens. Like, everything
Yeah.
else was like, oh, we didn't, in the movie at least, oh, Mace Windu didn't get, and there were point of views, da da da. But we all know what happens now, so I'm kind of flying through so I can focus on the good kush.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan, she smeared tears from her cheeks. He told me you turned to the dark side, that you murdered Jedi, even younglings. Just having gotten the words out made her feel better. Now all she had to do was rest in his arms while he held her and hugged her and promised her he would never do anything like any of that. And she started half a smile aimed towards his eyes. But instead of the light of the love in his eyes, she saw only reflections of lava. He didn't say, I could never turn to the dark side. He didn't say, murder younglings? Me? That's just crazy. He said, Obi-Wan's alive? Oh god, it's the whole thing, don't you see, we'll rule together, we'll be heroes. Then Obi-Wan appears and it's like, no, and then, he Obi-Wan he made a fist and she couldn't breathe. I loved you too much to see what you are. A veil of red descended on the world. She clawed at her throat, but there was nothing there her hands could touch. Let her go, Anakin. His answer was a predator's snarl over the body of its prey. You will not take her from me. She wanted to scream, to beg, to howl. No, Anakin, I'm sorry, I love you. but her locked throat strangled the truth inside her head, and the world veil of red smoked toward black. Let her go. Never! The ground fell away beneath her, and then a white flash of impact blasted her into night. And then we get Yoda, and we don't care about him. But so we go back
Oh.
to. Oh, God. Peace is here. My empire is peace. Your empire? It will never have peace. It was founded on treachery and innocent blood. Don't make me kill you, Obi-Wan. If you are not with me, you're against me. Only Sith deal in absolutes, Anakin. The truth is never black and white. Like, I do really love the change in dialogue. Like, I love how it's a little bit more, like it's a little bit more,
Yeah.
God. And then C-3PO is there for whatever god-awful reason. I don't give a fuck. Unfortunately, this is Yoda. And this is one of the few things that once again, one of the few things I actually agree with him with, despite how much I viscerally hate him. Finally, he saw the truth. This truth, that he, the Avatar of Light, supreme master of the Jedi Order, the fiercest, most implacable, most devastatingly powerful foe the darkness had ever known, just didn't have it. He'd never had it. He had lost before he started. He had lost before he was born. The Sith had changed. The Sith had grown, had adapted, had invested 1,000 years intensive study into every aspect of not only the Force, but Jedi lore itself, in preparation for exactly this day. The Sith had remade themselves. They had become new. While the Jedi had spent that same millennium training to refight the last war. The new Sith could not be destroyed with a lightsaber. They could not be burned away by any torch of the Force. The brighter his light, the darker their shadow. How could one win a war against the dark when war itself had become the dark's own weapon? It's the second decent point he's made in this entire fucking book.
Yeah.
And reading it in 2025 hurts. Don't look at me. So hey, Emily,
Yes.
how you feeling?
I'm feeling.
Are you feeling?
I'm feeling. I'm definitely gonna like stare out the window after this and just ponder.
Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
I'm feeling it.
Do you want to feel it harder?
Yes.
Are you ready?
No.
Blade to blade, they were identical. After thousands of hours in lightsaber training, they knew each other better than brothers, more intimately than lovers. They were complementary halves of a single warrior. In every exchange, Obi-Wan gave ground. It was his way, and he knew that to strike Anakin down would burn his own heart to ash. I'm okay. I'm not affected by it. It doesn't hurt.
It's just words.
It's just words. Sticks and stones might break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Oh, and do you want to hear something that really... Okay, do you remember a few months ago when Trump was first elected? And it was something, the sin of compassion?
Yup.
You hesitate, Anakin said. The flaw of compassion. It's not compassion, Obi-Wan said sadly. It's reverence for life, even yours. It's respect for the man you once were. He sighed. It's regret for the man you should have been. And then, hold on, and then it just... Hold on. I am so sick of your lectures. Dark power bore down with his grip. Obi-Wan felt the bones of his forearms bending, beginning to feather towards the green stick features that would come before the final breaks. Oh, he thought. Oh, this is bad. Obi-Wan, baby girl, I need you to lock in.
And bad.
Baby girl, I need you to lock the fuck in. It's not now is not the time. Oh, this is bad. This is the time for locking it. And out of all of this, on page 398, arguably this line, this bit right here that I'm about to read to you, is arguably the funniest Matthew Stover has been this entire 398 page journey. Are you ready?
Hell yeah.
The shadow could feel how much it cost the little green freak.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I'm done. Bury me alive. I'm done. I'm done. I can't do it no more, M's. I can't do it. What?
Oh, little green freak.
I hate that little green freak. I hate it so much. Stover, you're a real one for that and that alone. With Anakin's grip on his wrist bending his arms near to breaking, forcing both their lightsabers down in a slow but unstoppable arc, Obi-Wan let go of everything. His hopes, his fears, his obligation to the Jedi, his promise to Qui-Gon, his failure with Anakin, and their lightsabers. Damn, bitch, okay? Do it. Hey, Emily.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
What line is coming?
Are you doing okay? Are
Just
you by
hit
a
me.
window?
Yes.
Is it open?
Thankfully, no.
You might want to open it. Are you ready?
Oh god.
Are you ready? This was not Sith against Jedi. This was not light against dark or good against evil. It had nothing to do with duty or philosophy, religion or morals. It was Anakin against Obi-Wan. Personally. Just the two of them and the damage they had done to each other.
Damage they had done to each other.
Damage they'd done to each other. Oh my god, I'm gonna jump out a window. I'm gonna be on the news. Are you ready?
Hell yeah.
Are you ready?
Hell yeah.
Okay. Hold on, I have to find the beginning of the sentence. It's a long one. Stover really likes his long sentences and his semicolons, and I respect him so much for that. Obi-Wan backflipped from the conduit to a coupling nexus of the main collection plant. When Anakin flew in pursuit, Obi-Wan left again. They spun and whirled throughout its levels, up its stairs, and across its platforms. They battled out onto the collection panels over which the cascades of lava poured, and Obi-Wan, out on the edge of the collection panel, hunching under a curve of durasteel that splashed against gouts of lava, deflecting force blasts and countering strikes from this creature of rage that had been his best friend, suddenly comprehended an unexpectedly profound truth. Are you ready?
Hell yeah.
The man he faced was everything Obi-Wan had devoted his life to destroying. Murderer, traitor, fallen Jedi, Lord of the Sith. And here and now, despite it all, Obi-Wan still loved him.
Still loved him.
Yoda had said it flat out. Allow such attachments to pass out of one's life, a Jedi must. But Obi-Wan had never let himself understand. He had argued for Anakin, made excuses, covered for him again and again and again. All the while, this attachment he denied even feeling had blinded him to the dark path his best friend walked. Obi-Wan knew there was, in the end, only one answer for attachment. He let it go. And then there's this bit where Obi-Wan thinks that he's finally killed Anakin, and he's like, Obi-Wan lowered his head. Goodbye, old friend. And then bam, Anakin's back at it again at the Krispy fucking Kreme. And he's about to be really crispy.
He's gonna be the crispiest cream.
He's gonna be so crispy. Are you ready? This one's gonna be a long one.
Oh yeah.
Are you ready?
No.
Are you ready?
But hit me.
Are you ready? Obi-Wan turned his dive into a forward roll that left him barely teetering on the rim of a low cliff just above the soft black sand of the riverbank. Anakin snarled a curse as he realized he'd been suckered. And leapt off his droid at Obi-Wan's back. Half a second too slow. Obi-Wan's whirled parry didn't meet Anakin's blade. It met his knee, then his other knee. And while Anakin was still in the air, burned off lower legs only starting their topple down the cliff, Obi-Wan's recovery to guard brought his blade through Anakin's left arm and above the elbow. He stepped back as Anakin fell. Anakin dropped his lightsaber, clawing at the edge of the cliff with his mechanical hand, but his grip was too powerful for the lava bank, and it crumbled as he slid down onto the black sand. His severed legs and his severed arm rolled into the lava below him and burned to ash in sudden bursts of scarlet flame. The same color, Obi-Wan observed distantly, as a Sith blade. Anakin scrabbled at the soft black sand, but struggling only made him slip farther. The sand itself was hot enough that digging his durasteel fingers into it burned off his glove, and his robes began to smolder. Obi-Wan picked up Anakin's lightsaber. He lifted his own as well, weighing them in his hands. Anakin had based his design upon Obi-Wan's. So similar they were. So differently they'd been used. Obi-Wan? He looked down. Flames licked the fringes of Anakin's robe, and his long hair had blackened and was beginning to char. You were the chosen one. It was said you would destroy the Sith, not join them. It was you who would bring balance to the Force, not leave it in darkness. You were my brother, Anakin, said Obi-Wan Kenobi. I loved you, but I could not save you.
Ugh.
A flash of metal through the sky, and Obi-Wan felt the darkness closing in around them both. He knew that ship, the Chancellor's shuttle. Now, he supposed, the Emperor's shuttle. Yoda had failed. He might be dead. He might have left Obi-Wan alone. The last Jedi. Below his feet, Darth Vader burst into flame. I hate you, he screamed. Obi-Wan looked down. It would be a mercy to kill him. He was not feeling merciful. He was feeling calm and clear, and he knew that to climb down to that black beach might cost him more time than he had. Another Sith Lord approached. In the end, there was only one choice. It was a choice he had made many years before, when he had passed his trials of Jedi knighthood and had sworn himself to the Jedi forever. In the end, he was still Obi-Wan Kenobi, and he was still a Jedi, and he would not murder a helpless man. He would leave it to the will of the Force. He turned and walked away. After another moment, he began to run. He began to run because he realized if he was fast enough, there was one thing he could still do for Anakin. He could still do honor to the memory of the man he had loved and to the vanished order they had both served. At the landing deck, C-3PO stood on the skiff's landing ramp, waving frantically. Master Kenobi, please hurry. Where's Padme? Already inside, sir, but she's badly hurt. Obi-Wan ran up the ramp to the skiff's cockpit and fired the engines. As the Chancellor's shuttle curved in toward the landing deck, the sleek, mirror-finished skiff streaked for the stars. Obi-Wan never looked back. I don't think this is enough alcohol, Emily.
I think I need to go get some.
I think I need to buy out a liquor store real quick. Don't mind me. It's fine.
Let me just move in.
And then we get chapter 21, A New Jedi Order. And it's, blah, 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 blah. Yoda admitting he was too old and too rigid and too arrogant, thank God. Obi-Wan is there. Padme is dying. There's children involved. And everything is just as you expect, And then this is how it feels to be Anakin Skywalker forever. The first dawn of light in your universe brings pain. The light burns you. It will always burn you. Part of you will always lie upon black glass sand beside a lake of fire while flames chew upon your flesh. You can hear yourself breathing. It comes hard and harsh, and it scrapes nerves already raw, but you cannot stop it. You can never stop it. You cannot even slow it down. You don't even have lungs anymore. Mechanisms hardwired into your chest breathe for you. They will pump oxygen into your bloodstream forever. Lord Vader, can you hear me? And you can't, not in the way you once did. Sensors in the shell that prisons your head trickle meaning directly into your brain. You open your scorched pale eyes. Optical sensors integrate light and shadow into a hideous simulacrum of the world around you. Or perhaps the simulacrum is perfect, and it is the world that is hideous. Padme, are you here? Are you all right? You try to say, but another voice speaks for you, out of the vocabulary that serves you for burned away lips and tongue and throat. Padme, are you here? Are you all right? I'm very sorry, Lord Vader. I'm afraid she died. It seems in your anger you killed her. This burns hotter than lava had. No, no, it is not possible. You loved her. You will always love her. You could never will her death. Never. But you remember all of it. You remember the dragon that brought Vader forth from your heart to slay. You remember the cold venom in Vader's blood. You remember the furnace of Vader's fury and the black hatred of seizing her throat to silence her lying mouth. And there is one blazing moment in which you finally understand that there was no dragon, that there was no Vader, that there was only you, only Anakin Skywalker, that it was all you, is you, only you. You did it. You killed her. You killed her because, finally, when you could have saved her, when you could have gone away with her, when you could have been thinking about her, you were thinking about yourself. It is in this blazing moment that you finally understand the trap of the dark side, the final cruelty of the Sith, because now yourself is all you will ever have. And you rage and scream and reach through the Force to crush the shadow who has destroyed you. But you are so far less now than what you were. You are more than half machine. You are like a painter gone blind, a composer gone deaf. You can remember where the power was, but the power you can touch is only a memory. And so, with all your world destroying fury, it is only droids around you that implode, and equipment, and the table on which you were strapped shatters, and in the end, you cannot touch the shadow. In the end, you do not even want to. In the end, the shadow is all you have left. Because the shadow understands you, the shadow forgives you, the shadow gathers you unto itself, and within your furnace heart, you burn in your own flame. This is how it feels to be Anakin Skywalker forever. And then, as a prologue, as an epilogue, I should say, the dark is generous, and it is patient, and it always wins. But in the heart of its strength lies weakness. One lone candle is enough to hold it back. Love is more than a candle. Love can ignite the stars.
What if I killed myself?
I'm fine. It's fine. I miss Obi-Wan. Oh my god. And
the,
that,
the, the,
my
the
friend,
visuals of just like, oh, you're alone in the dark and like your own like furnace heart, like, oh, it's so good.
right? Oh, I don't care how quote unquote cringy people think it is. Everything about that last chapter, that last little epilogue, it's just everything about the last section of this book hits.
It's so
It's
good.
it's so good. I don't even care if people think it's cringy. Oh, love can ignite, but he's right though.
Yeah.
Like he's right. Like, I'm gonna. And that's the Revenge of the Sith novelization. How are we feeling?
The best book. Smash my head against the wall.
Right? I need to jump out a window, actually.
Yeah, head first.
Head first, 12 stories up, concrete at the bottom. I'm done. Book in hand. Oh my god. Yeah, that's Matthew Stover. When I find you,
Literally, like, I don't know anything about this man, but when I see him, I'll just know and it'll be on site.
right?
Like,
Like, and I don't even know what's gonna happen on site. I just know that it's on site. Am I gonna hug you? Am I gonna ask for your autograph? Am I gonna, like, kick you in the dick? I don't fucking know, but it's on site, Mr. Stover.
am I just gonna seize and collapse?
Right?
Like,
Am I just gonna explode on the spot? And the only visual I have of him is the small little author picture at the end of the book. So yeah. Oh, he's an expert in several martial arts, so we definitely can't take him in a fight, but that's fair.
cool.
And he
He
lives
can kill
outside of
me.
Chicago, or at least he did at the time of this. So I don't think we're gonna run into him, given how far both of us are from Chicago.
Good.
But if he ever crosses the Mason Dixon when I find you, if he ever steps foot below the Mason Dixon, I will be there.
You'll feel it.
I'll feel it through the Force. I'll be like, he's here.
God.
All right, well, I'm gonna go cry into a bottle of liquor.
I'm gonna go get myself a bottle of liquor.
Right. I'm also really hungry. I need food.
Hell yeah. Don't pull an Anakin, bitch.
Really, like this is day 2 without more than like a couple hours of sleep. I'm on day 2. Got work tomorrow. And I'm starving and I really have to pee. So I'm Anakin Skywalker right now. But but
Well, if I see you on the news, I'll know why.
right, but like listen, see Anakin, I'm still comporting myself with grace. I still have my head mostly level. I'm still
It's
doing a
because,
great job at blending in with society. It's not
because he
that
was a
hard,
man.
Anakin. Damn.
Men.
I think this is gonna send me back into a depression.
Listen, ever since I first saw Revenge of the Sith, however old I was, 8, 9, that was the start of just my depression.
Yeah, I'm in touch with
Like that
that.
that triggered.
No, because like, oh my god. So April 25th is when Revenge of the Sith is back in theaters, right? Um,
Hell yeah.
how cringy of it would be, of it to be if I brought a stuffed animal to the theater just to hug for like moral support,
Literally, do it. I'll do it with you.
right? Like we'll just spiritually we'll do it with each other. I'm just yeah,
Oh,
because I don't think I can do it. I'll have I'll like stuff it in my purse so I at least I'm not carrying. But yeah, I don't think I can do
yeah.
it, Emily. I don't think I can do it alone. I just it's too much. It's too much.
Yeah.
And also, if I don't get that Revenge of the Sith popcorn bucket, the only popcorn bucket I have ever actually wanted in my life, I might actually crash out. Just so we're all clear,
I will rob the movie theater.
right? Like, listen, we're in the Great Depression 2, Electric Boogaloo, essentially. I have
Let me
no I have no 401k. I have no retirement plan. My retirement plan is just to die before I need one, essentially.
yeah,
And so far that's looking like that's a great plan so far. Um,
it's gonna happen.
right. So if I spend my money on little treats to get myself through, I don't think that's the worst thing I could be doing with my money. I'm just saying.
We could be buying crack,
We
so
could we could be buying crack cocaine. I'll take one crack, please. I'll take 2
please.
cocaines.
One married iguana.
Right. I'll take one marijuana, please.
One iguana, please.
I would like 3 ketamine. It's for my horse, I promise.
It's me, I'm the
It's
horse.
me.
And I'm
I'm the
very
horse. Listen, if Mr. Musk can do it, if Mr. Musk can do it, I am
angry.
merely listen. I am merely holding the people who are at the highest point in office of the United States to the respect they deserve. And what better respect can I show than by emulating them? So if Mr.
Yeah,
Musk, who is essentially president number 2, can be high off ketamine while giving speeches, why can't I get 1 ketamine?
exactly. That's a treat.
Right? As a treat. They're going to put me on a list.
I'm pretty sure I'm already on a list.
If I'm not already on a list, I'll be a little surprised. I'm not gonna lie. Not because I do things, but I do be searching some weird ass shit up on the internet.
Yeah.
Alrighty, well, I think that's it for now. Should I wish I had an official closing, but if I manage to edit this and get this actually out in a semi decent manner, join us. Well, Ems, you might be there, you might not. C had to leave early, so she's not here right now, but she'll definitely be there, maybe. Or honestly, given her schedule, who's to say? It could just be me yapping into the void, but I've done that plenty of times before. I'm not afraid to do it again. But our next episode will feature I'm in Love with Mothman by Paige Lavoie. So if you want Mothman romance, that's what we're going to be covering next. So be excited or don't be. I can't tell you to be excited or not.
Well, I can. Be excited.
I'm so excited. I'm going to go right now and I'm going to write I'm in Love with Mothman Cody Wan AU.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to do it,
I
but I'm going to think
eagerly
about
wait.
it. Okay, I think the hunger's getting to me. I'm going to go ahead and close this recording out. Say bye, Emily.
Bye, Emily.
You know what? Go fuck yourself.